National Dialogue Committee for deeming it fit to give us the opportunity to address and give our views without much use. I think it is prudent that we obey the rules of the game by the National Dialogue Committee. So I'll first begin by stating as follows. Whereas you had highlighted 5 issues that were to be canvassed by the Kenyan citizens, we deemed it fit, and I think it is us who came first as members of the public, that we felt that the dialogue was not people-centered, but it was leader-centered. But luckily enough, it was prudent for the Learned Council, who is also the former Vice President of the Republic, say that we need to come and give our views by our memorandum, of which we also say thank you to the panelists. I'll begin by stating as follows, that in our, I'll not read everything because of time. The thematic areas with regard to electoral justice and related matters, restructuring and the constitution of the IEBC, we had the following recommendation. 1, there is need, and I'm pleading again that there is need. Those are 3 words. That we need to abolish what is the so-called National Talent Center. Because where we are in, the citizens of the Republic of Kenya have always been participating in voting, but the problem, it is from the National Talent Center, not at the polling station. So as we are saying, we need to have what is known as the polling station talent center. Because if all votes are being casted right from the ground, what is the need, or what is it that the chairman is going to do right from the ground? So the reason as to why we deemed it fit that we need to abolish the National Talent Center is that this is where the problem has always begun. Kenyans have not been fighting at the polling station. They have been fighting at the National Talent Center with leaders who have been elected. So for us to avoid that sham, we need to abolish the so-called National Talent Center. That is 1. 2, we are saying that we need to creation of youth members of parliament elected as the same as women representatives, including persons with disability. Why? Article 28 is not being observed by political parties of this country, whereby you will just find that they unpick certain fellas to represent the interest of the youth. So that is why we are saying persons with disability, youth representatives are supposed to be elected. The other issue we had about the electoral justice is that Article 97 of the Kenyan Constitution, we found out that when it comes to impeachment of the president, the powers goes to members of parliament who have been elected, members of parliament and members of the Senate. As we are saying that if the sovereign power belongs to the people, then it is the people to decide if a leader doesn't work for them. And the reason as why we are saying this is that the system we have in this country is a presidential system, not a parliamentary system. And the question is, why is it that when it comes to impeachment of the president, it now goes to the parliamentary system? It needs to come from the people, because all these characters have been elected by the people of Kenya. So that is why we are saying we need calling them characters. Your Honor, if you look at the terminology character, it refers to so many things, and it depends with English wording, and that is why I normally use the term character. The same should also apply to the governors and ward reps. they are supposed to be recalled by the people. Not governors are being recalled by the MCS. That is what we felt. The other thing we heard about the outstanding constitutional matters with regard to Article 43, what we found out is that we would like to request, especially the members of parliament who are representatives, you always ensure that you pass legislations, not papers. Papers are not legislations. So if you pass legislations in parliament, that is when taxes can be reduced. And these taxes and levies can only be reduced in petroleum products in order to improve the efficiency of domestic refineries. So justification which we have with regard to this is that our peers, the neighboring countries, those are the landlocked countries, Uganda, Rwanda, and Burundi. Their cost in terms of fuel is much lower than us, who have an inland port. So that should be a big worry to us. How comes that a landlocked country, its petroleum levies are lower, and a country which is not landlocked like Kenya, which is cherished and respected amongst all nations in the world, its taxes and levies are more? It is pinching on the economy. The other thematic area we had is about fidelity to political parties, coalitions, and law on multi-party democracy. On this, we are saying that this is already captured in Section 543 of the Political Parties Act. So the provision itself lays the ground and management and membership of political parties. So justification, we underscore that the fact that democracy is enhanced both by the ruling party and opposition and not weakened in the delivery and oversight from both parties. So the other thematic area which we have is thematic area 4, that is about entrenchment of funds in the Constitution. That is the NGCDF, Senate Oversight Fund, and NGAF. The role of Parliament is oral. And I'm repeating, the role of Parliament is oral. That is oversight, representation, appropriation, and legislation. To this effect, we would like to say that the Supreme Court of the Republic of Kenya pronounced itself on this and hence makes the matter moot. Reason being, it defeats the principles of the rule of law with regard to public finance. So the other issue which we have with regard to this is that help, and I'm repeating, help, for the third time, help should be entrenched in the Kenyan Constitution. Majority of students are suffering, and people are not talking about their plight. For us, we would like to categorically state that all students in both public universities and tertiary institutions and public colleges are entitled to help. So help should be included in the Constitution so that no Kenyan student is left behind. The other thing we are saying on this is that government-sponsored persons who are earning salaries and who would like to further their studies should not, and I'm repeating, should not be catered for by the government. Reason being, already they're earning their stipends, and some of the youths do not have jobs, and they don't have their salaries. So for this, we would like that government-sponsored persons who are going to pursue their studies or furthering their studies should not be given help. They cater for themselves from their salaries. The other thing we are saying is that the funding model for every cluster in the universities should be the same across all public institutions. What we came to realize is that we will find a student who is pursuing law in the University of Nairobi. The amount of fee he is paying, and the student who is also pursuing the same course at Mason University, Egerton University, or JKUAT, is totally distinct. For us, we feel it that for education not to be discriminative and the dignity of the Kenyan students to be respected and protected, there is a need for the funding model cluster to be the same across public institutions. About cross-cutting issues, we had the big elephant in the room, which is making the Kenyan youths to work with their socks turned. you might think that it is a tongue, but it is not, because the socks are torn, is that any person charged with economic crime should be remanded and all his assets should be frozen until the matter is concluded. Justification is this: persons or characters who have been found to have embezzled public funds are still going back to the corridors of justice, seeking for cash. The cash they have looted from the members of the public, they are using in buying justice. So for us, we felt that any person who is charged with economic crime should be remanded and all his assets should be frozen until the matter is concluded.
Denied bail.
Yes. No, what we are saying is that whereas we are talking about bail and bond terms, and with regard to the issue that we say in law that you are the guilty and innocent. Already you've been found as a charged with economic crimes at the Economic Crimes Act. At your salary is placed at a half. What is it that you expect? That is double speak. For any law student, that is double speak. Because if you say that you are in need of bail and bond terms, and at the same time, Economic Crimes Act Section 52, it is saying, ukipatikana uko na hii hatia, half of that you're given pay. Already it has been justified. And umepatikana na that hatia. What is it that you expect again? Should you get that bail, bond, and terms? Anchored on that. That is from the school of thought where we are reasoned with that. On the other issue we have, your honors and the Landed Council who are present here, is about Article 234 of the Kenyan Constitution. And if you may allow me, Article 234I, the functions and powers of the Commission. We have a problem with the Public Service Commission. Public Service Commission is not a tribunal. It is not a tribunal. And you will find, if you read, it says that Article 234(2)(I) hear and determine appeals in respect of county government's public service. So this one makes us to stand in limbo. County governments are autonomous. We have what is called as the County Public Service Board. So it seems to us that the Public Service Commission has usurped the powers of the County Public Service Boards. So they don't have a biting teeth. Instead, it is them who are being beaten by the big animal, so-called the Public Service Commission, which does not have a tribunal. We know very well that NEMA, National Environmental Management Authority, it has a tribunal which has been anchored in law. So for us, we would like Article 234I to be removed from the Kenyan Constitution. The other thing we have is about the entrenchment of state officers, the office of the official opposition. We are saying that the office should be. We found out this, that even right now, as we see, even right now at the National Dialogue Committee, the National Dialogue Committee did not pass the grade test. I so call it the grade test because it is easier for us to identify a green horse in a white grass, but not the vice versa. Not a green grass and then we identify the white horse. So for us on this, we are saying that this will ensure that the government is checked by properly and best legislations as provided for. And then we avoid the issue so-called the big elephant in the corridors of debates, which is known as Tuonane Baadaye. This Tuonane Baadaye slogan is going to be reduced in the corridors of debates. So for us, we would like to attest and confirm that the issues which have been highlighted by the National Dialogue Committee, the so-called NDC, is anchored on Article 10, 2B, and the issues highlighted promotes fundamental gains which have been made by the Kenyan Constitution. What is left for us as a country is to ensure that we retain our global respect position, of which our beacon, which has been, and I still cherish, as a citizen who was born and bred in this republic, which is of peace, love, and unity, that should be long-lasting during our stay and our living in this planet Earth called world, and this country called Kenya, with all its counties. The other issue,
just to remind you,
yes,
I had mentioned to you that you have 15 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Which you have exhausted.
Only give me 2 minutes, if I may.
It leaves me in a difficult situation because they still.
We have 4 minutes remaining.
You still have time for this panelist also, unless you want to conclude your remarks.
I want to conclude
without any questions from the panelists.
Yes, I wanted to add an issue on presidential term.
Okay.
Our concern is that this ill fight has been coming out whereby citizens of the republic cannot realize their social economic rights. It is because of politics. So for us, we say that a president needs to go for a single term of 10 years. 10 years. We wanted the president to go for a single term of 10 years. If he finishes, he goes and packs together with this deputy president. That is our thought. And the other issue we wanted to raise is that we had a position from the Suba community. They've met the population quota, of which they require a county. And also, as in Omabi Town, we've met the population quota, whereby we want the Omabi Town constituency to be divided so that we can have Kanyada constituency. For us, we've met the population quota. And this one will make us to realize the issue, the big issue before the corridors of debate, whereby Kimani Chungwa is saying, Honorable Kimani Chungwa is saying, majority leader, one man, one coin, or one shilling, one man. So for us, for this to be realized even to us, we have to create a super county.
I use that when I have ever said.
He has also spoken about it. So, thank you very much for having given us the opportunity. Asante sana.
He spoke
about it. We said that it is supposed to be
he spoke about it. Okay. So,
any question?
The presenters finished their time, but I'll just allow one question only from each side. Okay. Hassan, you'll take on behalf of each side.
Just
then you'll tell me there's a comment from this side.
Michael.
Yes, Your Honor, yes.
No, you said we removed the National Tallying Center.
Yes.
Then how do we collect all these results from the polling stations and centers? Where do we tally them?
What we've heard about this from the scenarios of elections which have been held, the 3 elections, after the Maina Kiai's case, and what the judges had ruled upon, we saw it that normally at Bomas is where the fight is, not right at the polling station. So after all the results of the members of parliament have been declared, MCAs, governors, women reps, and senators, everybody dashes to the National Tallying Center. So we're asking ourselves, why is it that everybody is dashing towards the National Tallying Centers and yet they are voted at the polling stations? So, for us to have a beautiful country, this country we cherish, honorable members, let us be candid enough and honest to ourselves so that future generations will not suffer the same fate.
But where do we then?
So tallying, that is what brings me to tell you about this. We have 47 counties, and this will bring the aspect part of the electoral colleges. So if we have like 64,000 polling stations in the entire republic, and Presidential A has got 50,000, definitely he is supposed to be declared the president.
We scrap the National Tallying Center.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and movement to electoral colleges.
Okay.
That is what we are saying.
You had said earlier on,
yes,
that you don't want to see members of parliament impeaching a president.
Yes.
That should be left to the people.
The people, yes.
Do it themselves.
Yes.
But are you alive to the provisions of Article 1?
Yes, I'm alive to it.
That
that allows the public, the people,
Yes.
to delegate
Yes.
their sovereign power
Yes.
to elected representatives.
The wording which is used in that given article, Learned Council, if I may, if you look at the sovereignty of the people, it says that all powers, all sovereign powers belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be, underline the wording shall, mandatory, be exercised only in accordance with this constitution. The people may, optional, may, optional. That is it, John. No, complete it, may exercise their sovereignty power either directly or through their democratically elected. So the wording, the conjunction may,
Thank you very much.
yes. And I think that is a plain language in law.
Thank you, Michael.
Yes.
Any final question from the panelists before we let the representative from Homa Bay Interface Community help? Yes, you're satisfied? Okay. We may let him go.
Before he goes, let me go.
Before you go, maybe Michael, we shall let you go. Because may is optional.
Before he
He
goes.
may opt not to go.
Michael,
Yes.
finally,
Yes.
you are seeking for the creation of a constituency to be named Kanyaga
Yes.
out of the present-day Homa Bay town
Yes.
constituency.
Yes.
What would the other constituency then be named?
For instance, Your Honor, you come from Ugenya constituency.
I come from Ugunja.
Ugunja, yes, Ugunja constituency.
Yes.
So Ugunja is for Ugunja clansmen. In their interest, it is being catered for. Right now, our counties are experiencing the rural urban migration. And you will find that we have the local natives, like honorable member seated next to you, Arun. He has got the Ogie community. Yes. Ogie can also have their constituency because they have got their own challenges they face. So for us, the urban setups, we find that right now we have like the Tomboy universities, we have students from all walks of life. Right now, the university has taken a portion of roughly like 20,000 plus. If you include with the local residents who are working within, and then the local natives will be left with no representation. So that is the reason as to why we are saying that each and every area has to be represented, including even Soba
Michael,
County.
so the constituency will be called what? That was the question.
No, the constituency we want is Kanyada constituency. There is no
And the
problem.
remaining part of Homa Bay?
Homa Bay town constituency,
Okay.
because it's a cosmopolitan.
Kanyaga now will comprise more of the super community in Homa.
No, Kanyada constituency will comprise of the Kanyadians, the local natives.
Kanyaga, I want to understand, Michael.
Yes,
The Kanyagians
yes.
are what you describe as the local natives.
Yeah,
Let me ask you, just hold on, huh?
yes,
Because you cut across the image of a very young and progressive Kenyan.
yes, Your Honor.
As much as you have every right to advocate for the rights of the Kanyagians.
Yes,
And if we may consider the Kanyagians, and you who are natives of Homa Bay,
yes,
and maybe you live in Nairobi
yes,
as a Kanyagian,
yes,
and in another 5 to 10 years,
yes,
where you live, there's a small community of Kanyagians.
yes.
Are you then also going to demand another constituency for Kanyagians in Nairobi where you live?
No,
Or
Nairobi.
let me just finish.
Mm,
Or would you want us to consider a situation where we don't have to split up our country into small fiefdoms of ethnic conclaves, clans, families? Because at the rate we are going, it looks like every other community wants their own county, others clans want their own constituency, there are families that want their own wards. When and where shall we stop?
Your Honor, this one is being brought by the wordings of our elected leaders with what they say. For instance, if you say that a country belongs to shareholders, Where is my share? Where is my share? Where is my share? And this doesn't go well with others because they just say it, but when it blows out, it becomes an issue. And we've seen it happening in other countries, including one
But
typical.
Michael, what I have heard being said is government has shareholding, not the country.
When you talk about the government, it's the people. Government for the people, by the people, with the people. So if you don't participate in electing a given government, do you have your share?
You have a share to get service and be served by that government
through camouflage.
But
let us be honest.
No, let me also be honest.
Yes,
Michael, because what has been said, and I know particularly what you are putting, is that when you subscribe into a government by voting for it,
yes,
by supporting it,
yes.
But when a government is elected, it is elected to serve all the people of the country,
yes,
irrespective of who you voted for,
yes,
who you didn't vote for. And,
yes,
as an elected leader, I can tell you that
yes,
there are many people who never voted for me. At least 9,000 people did not vote
yes,
for me, or close to another 60,000 people voted for me. And that is the essence of having my elections done through secret ballot. Okay. You do not know who voted for you. But when I am appointing people to my office,
yes,
then I would want to look at people who subscribe to my ideals and what I want to do. Yes. And therefore, I'll not go for Michael if Michael never voted for me to serve in my office, because he may not even want to push my agenda. And I think that's the genesis of that statement. But my question to you was very simple.
Yes.
When and where do we stop dividing and cutting our country in fiefdoms based on ethnicity, based on clanism and familial ties? Because if the Kanyagians want their own constituency,
yes,
you mentioned they'll get.
Yes,
they're out here.
Even in Molos.
We had the south from Transayon, and whereas they have every right to claim marginalization and everything, two of the people who are seated where you are seated have served. One is a deputy governor in Transayon, another one I think was a former majority leader, a former deputy speaker or the speaker of the county assembly.
Yes.
In the county they claim marginalization.
Yes.
So my question as to where it will stop, because must you as Canadians,
yes,
have your own constituency,
yes,
for you to be heard, or for you to feel that you're included in the leadership of the country. Whereas you are included by voting through universal suffrage. And I heard what you are telling Pio,
yes,
that the people may delegate the authority.
Yes,
not shall delegate.
Yes.
With that in mind, that we are in a country where we vote through universal suffrage. And I think that's the point you are advancing, that if we vote through universal suffrage, then to impeach a president, then it has to be done through universal suffrage. With that in mind, Canadians vote in Homa Bay, they will vote for whoever they vote for, and they are hard, and they have their stake through an electoral process.
What I can say, Your Honor, if you may allow me, is that I wanted to give an example with one of the counties. Final remark, that is Sierra County. You saw the composition whereby cabinet officers were being chosen. People from Gate constituency are trying. They were left out. The directors also were being taken and chief officers. They were left out. So ministerial positions in the county government, they were left out. So where does that put the people get? It's the same thing even as we were asking ourselves. So what is this? But I think from where I sit, because you participated in so many cadres and you've been sitting in most of the meetings, going out of the country, benchmarking on so many things. Leaders are problem solvers. And if issues arise, such as this, and we give out our views, the best solution is that for the National Dialogue Committee to sit and synchronize on these issues we are giving. And then they see if we balance on balance of probabilities, what is it that we expect?
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes. Last, but
It's not even a question. I think you are cleverly evading our questions, especially what Honorable Zishungu has asked on a very direct and specific question. Do you want the constituency to be divided on ethnic or clanism or whatever?
No, that is not the mindset.
So give us a straight answer to that.
That is not that. Let the chair address you on that.
Okay, Chair, 30 seconds. The reason that's why you, like me, I want sober accountability to be created. If you look at the Constitution, it tells us every 10 years we can review boundaries. Review come with the two things: we increase or we decrease. That's my answer, Honorable Richungwa.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We thank you. And we can now excuse you. Please travel safe. Back to my bay.
Now you shall, in other words, the chair is saying you shall now leave, not you may.
But what political leader can stand up and say my party is a party of principles? For the party of Kennedy is also the party of Islam.
From the county government office, yeah. Irrespective of whether they are represented.
The party of Jazz is also the party of Goldwater. Where is our party?
The witness is not.
Where is the political party that will make it unnecessary to march on Washington? Where is the political party that will make it unnecessary to march in the streets of Birmingham? Where is the political party that will protect the citizen of Albany, Georgia? Do you know that in Albany, Georgia, 9 of our leaders have been indicted, not by the Dixiecrats, but by the federal government for peaceful protest? But what did the federal government do when Albany Deputy Sheriff beat Attorney C.B. King and left him half dead? What did the federal government do when local police officials kicked and assaulted the pregnant wife of Slater King and she lost her baby? Those who have said be patient and wait, we must say that we cannot be patient. We do not want our freedom gradually, but we want to be free now.
This is a more reinforcement Maurice. Hi. What's up? What's good?
But what political leader can stand up and say my party is a party of principles? For the party of Kennedy is also the party of Islam.
Furahia ladha ajab, bei ajab. Nunua pakti yako ya ajab fla leo.
But what political leader can stand up and say my party is a party of principles?
Milano CC Essence is formulated with pure Vitamix by 60.
My party is a party of principles. For the party of Kennedy is also the party of Islam. The party of Jarvis is also the party of Goldwater. Where is our party? Where is the political party that will make it unnecessary to march on Washington? Where is the political party that will make it unnecessary to march in the streets of Birmingham? Where is the political party that will protect the citizen of Albany, Georgia? Do you know that in Albany, Georgia, 9 of our leaders have been indicted, not by the Dixiecrats, but by the federal government for peaceful protest? But what did the federal government do when Albany Deputy Sheriff beat Attorney C.B. King and left him half dead? What did the federal government do when local police officials kicked and assaulted the pregnant wife of Slater King and she lost her baby? Those who have said be patient and wait, we must say that we cannot be patient. We do not want our freedom gradually, but we want to be free now. But what political leader can stand up and say my party is a party of principles? For the party of Kennedy is also the party of Islam. The party of Jarvis is also the party of Goldwater. Where is our party?
demonstration lazimisha atoke sasa, hata sio sisi juu anaharibia biashara.
Sawa. Thank you so much. Thank you for that. I want to go to Judy before Judy Kare before I go to X. X was here. Judy, going once. Judy Kare twice. Okay, X.
Good evening. You can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Because of time, I'm going to stick to two things. First of all, my condolences to the heroes you lost in the other Mandamana and most important news today. And what is clear is the government today, they came more armed than they were. At least they were more aggressive than previously. But you have to deal with that. We have to be there for our friends, do what we can do. And also those who are hurt, you have to check on them personally. Today I was not able to attend. I've been unwell for those who have been following me, but I think I'll be able to check some of them, the injuries and all that stuff. Now, in the first, earlier I heard somebody asking the next plan. Please, people asking next plan are people that have been telling us to, like, we don't have reason to demonstrate now, so we should stop. So don't listen to those people. I think if you have a space and somebody is more like sent by them, just cut them off. Cut them off. Give somebody a chance to speak. Because what we have one goal here. I believe the two people joining this space. One is either to listen in, so that is them listening in, so that they can see what we're planning, or us trying to have a plan. So please cut off those people. Our plan is one simple: Ruto must go. And well, that is the main agenda. We have to also go, like the doctors, the teachers, attack each and every ministry. Even if Ruto doesn't go home tomorrow, eventually he will have to go. But even people that are going to come after him, even if he finishes the term, they will know there is no joke. There's no longer room for joke in Kenya. It's serious business. I'm going to serve the people, even the MPs, and even the cabinet. They have to know we are going about there to serve people. It's no longer about them and their friends. So somebody asking our next plan or reason why we're going to the street, if they can't read tweets, then there's nothing. If you're online and joining space, you can read tweets. It's one message. Ruto must go. We are done with the cabinets doing Nakumicha must go. We are past that. We are the bigger picture is one. So let's stick to the goal. And also, like what happened today, we noticed that there are so many goals. I think we just need to dedicate days. Tuesday, Thursday, and even Sunday, as somebody suggesting. Demonstrations are best on weekdays because of the economic aspect of it. Now, here's the two things. Like I was saying, let's say we say a day on Thursday, a day after tomorrow we're going back to the street. We know they're going to come up. The point is there's no normalcy. The roads are not leading to town. There's no business opened. We don't even have to get to town sometimes. You can just sit on Thika Road, Jogo Road, and the major roads. No entry in and out of town. There's nobody going to buy shit in town when there's no road leading to town. Even the population itself will be like, today's a demonstration day, no activities. Economic shutdown. That's one way to look at it. It doesn't really have to get to town. If we realize there's so many roads in town, a minute, I'm going. If you realize that there's something going in town, then it just shut off the roads. They will feel it. Now, let me rush back to the Kware story. I've been reading from the small account. I've been trying to recruit as much as I can. What is the update? Maybe you can get somebody. What is the update from Kware? See, there's some shooting and maybe perhaps there. Can you maybe share a tweet that update on those small areas as well as the right? Thank you. I'll speak again.
Thanks a lot, X. I think on Kware, KOT had shared a lot on that. So these updates ziendelee kuja. Remember to tag us as well in everything that you want us to highlight in this space. And thank you so much for everyone joining right now, the 5.2K of you. Thanks for making time. Keep retweeting the space. Keep speaking. Your voice is all that we require. The rage, one, it has not been heard anywhere. But here, you will have a space for you to be heard. 2 minutes to Pius Osoro. Osoro, hii jina yako tulikuambia last time. If you can't hear me right now, shida ni jina. Uko na jina yenye imetutrigger sana. Pius Osoro. Pius. Haya, msiseme si mimi, ni jina. Hiyo ni laana ya jina. Lisa. Lisa. Lisa, going on. Okay. Marianne, are you here with me? Before Marianne, Abdul Rahman, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you so much. My name is Abdurrahman. I'm speaking from Mombasa. A few of my colleagues have had them reporting how our mission went. We had a very successful mission. We started protesting at the Mapembe and Obu. We addressed the media. We set everyone's agenda. We reminded them why we are on the streets, the reason that is pushing us to go to the streets. From there, we went, picked our friends at the Mwembe Tayari, as was the plan. Then we made rounds within CBD. At around 2 p.m., the policemen were in plain clothes, pretending to be protesters. Some of them were directing us to some corner where they wanted to corner us to some place called The Lights, as you're coming from just the area around Jocham Hospital, near Nyali Bridge. But we were smart enough. We wanted to be around the CBD. But before we could go back to the CBD from Sabasaba at around Majengo, Shell, there is a commander who came in some in some white Mahindra KBD. We took the photos and he gave the orders. So we were cornered, guys. From town, there was one Mariam full of officers, GSU officers. From Sabasaba, there was one. And then from Majengo, if you've been to Mombasa and you're aware of the town, there is a place called Mangaboy. So they cornered us and started throwing tear gas and all that. But Alhamdulillah, no one was hurt in Mombasa, not to my knowledge. No one was killed, Alhamdulillah. So we had a very good. Can I
Okay,
have
I'll give you an extra minute because of the update. We really want these updates from all over Kenya. So go ahead.
I need to complete. Yeah, from so they enclosed us in some circle where it was impossible for us to run. But if you follow my timeline, I updated where we even got into some buildings, and the members of public and some hotels and some businesses were very kind to us. Like for me and a few brothers, we got into a building, apartments where we were welcomed by some Somalis, and we were given water to our eyes were washed. We had some water to drink and all that. From there, the whole town rioted and started demonstrating with us. It was a huge success for us. And if it's called on that day, we are going to come out. We are agitating to make Kenya a better place for all of us. I want to send my sincerest condolences to the ones we've lost. I want to send my quick recovery to the ones recuperating in hospital. I hope and wish that we all remain united in the cause. The way forward is we exert pressure as we are listing our agendas. We continue exerting pressure as we are listing agendas. If they want us to have a conversation, our conversation will be in form of our feedbacks. We want this to be done. We want this to be done. And on this other side, our youths are taking votes. We are registering massively. We are ensuring that when in case they do not step down at the moment, we are ready for to register and votes and ensure that all of us are politically educated. We have political education in our spaces, ensuring that when we take over power, we do not behave like this. We groom one of us that is going to be homegrown from this movement, from this revolution. We rally behind them, we crowd fund for them, We ensure that our policies in place are in place. We ensure some form of political ideology or philosophy. If we want to go the socialist way, the communism way, if we want to retain capitalism, but capitalism with humanity, we continuously have people giving us political education so that when we take over power, we don't behave the same way they are. So our agenda at the moment is Ruto must go. But in case Ruto does not go at the moment, our fallback plan is we continue exerting pressure, having changes as we emerge. Then for the next 3 years, we have enough votes, we have enough members who will emerge for political election, and then we take over the country and manage it and implement our manifesto as we want them to implement for us. Thank you so much, guys.
Sawa sawa, asante sana Abdul Rahman. Kowino, I see you in the space. I really want to hear as well about maneno ya KSL, what we do. I see also Wakili here. We'll get to you. It's good to listen to why these people were sent. Listen from our learned friends as well. One more speaker, and then I'll bring is Wakili Stephen. Thank you for joining us today. I just want to hear from Marianne because she's been here for some time. Marianne.
Hello.
This is Kare.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Okay, 2 minutes. Yeah, 2 minutes.
Great, super. So I'm gonna be very quick with my comments. I'm a Kenyan who works from home, and I also run a business in this country. So I'm stuck in a place where my business is highly affected by the protest, but I'm also part of the people going to the street. I was one of those people who were in the streets for the first time ever in my life, the first ever protest that happened before anything else, and having seen what has really transpired from it starting as a small movement to what we've grown to become. I think I want to leave a few thought-provoking comments for us to think about. An African said, if you want to eat an elephant, start by probably cutting its legs, and then maybe slice it up, and figure out how do you actually get to eat the whole elephant. The last 2 weeks have been chaotic. We've observed and seen so many young people lose their lives. And when this started, we did not a lot of deaths, but this is where we are at now. And every other week, the police and the government, they're getting more and more aggressive with the protesters. And I think it's probably a moment for us not to stop, pressing or increasing the pressure, but more to think about, outside of, like the protest in town affecting businesses and, losing young people in the process. The week when we managed to go to Parliament, one of the things that we did so well was denying politicians the platforms. I remember that Sunday, like no churches allowed politicians to be able to speak or say anything. I'm gonna summarize. So I think my urge is, as Kenyans, we probably need to keep doing what we're doing, but add other things into this process. Maybe it's not every day on the streets. Maybe it's like we are not allowing them to have any platform, because politicians thrive when they see they're able to command a crowd. And if we are able to deny them that, then I think our mission still remains to have Ruto outside of State House. And if that doesn't happen, maybe it's about time we start strategizing for what 2027 will look like. Let's make this a campaign movement from now to 2027, and I believe by then he will have given up. Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much, and God bless Kenya. God bless everyone.
Miriam, let me jump in there. If you can see the vice grip Ruto has right now on the country, just because of a finance bill, which ametucheza ambao sahii amepitisha appropriation bill. Parliament, I believe, will reconvene next week. He has held on and has spilled so much blood because of a finance bill. The strategy of waiting until 2027 can be very detrimental to us as a movement. How much more the presidency? How much blood will he spill to hold on to power? Food for thought, food for thought.
Thanks, Afro. And thanks, Marianne, for that. I think at this point, wacha tusikie what our learned friends have to say before we go to other speakers.
Can I
Asanteni
speak?
sana for just a second. But pushing this to the people who need to hear this, we really do this for our comrades. Steve, how are you?
Thank you very much. I'm fine. How are you? Sana, and I want to salute all the patriots who are listening to this forum this evening. And this constitution of ours, we gave it unto ourselves. It is not something that was forced onto us. It is us as Kenyans through those who are older enough that time. Definition of the constitution was structured very differently because we gave priority to human rights and the issue of power a bit far as a way of showing people that we must acknowledge the things that unfortunately most of them joined politics before the new constitutional dispensation. And constitutional dispensation, the long when those values we set out under all those principles of set out under Article 10 of the Constitution. Most of these leaders don't even meet the threshold. You find someone with a serious corruption scandal is the one heading a particular ministry, someone with serious crimes, committed very serious crimes. And unfortunately, even the head of state have been charged for crimes against humanity. So these are persons, obviously, who don't pass the test of Article 10. And I think it's so sad to say and to remind ourselves that even in the year 2010, who are fighting the Constitution. So I don't know whether he never smelled the coffee that the Constitution was passed, and that's why they have disregarding it. That's why a court of law in Malindi will sit and give an order that the police should stop using water cannons, the police should stop using live bullets and rubber bullets and tear gas canisters and those poisonous gases they have been spraying on people wherever they are protesting peacefully. But instead, no one is listening. The police are still misusing power under the command of our president. The kind of disappearances we are seeing and abductions and arrests are very arbitrary and in clear violation of our constitution. So when the president continues to do this kind of action, it makes us remember that he never even supported the constitution, and therefore the trust to even uphold the rule of law it has really dwindled. Even that small part that we had that he may adhere to the rule of law, we have lost it kabisa. And the other issue that you can also pick out from the frustration of Kenyans from my observation is that the president must appreciate that when he was moving around reminding the youth and the mamambogas and our everybody that is going to create opportunity for us and opportunity for everyone, he was speaking to us about our economic and socio-economic justice and economic rights. And that is our constitution is very clear on that, Article 43. But do we have a proper functioning educational system? No. Our students able even to afford education even at the tertiary level. We have seen even the school fees at the university and colleges has gone so high. Capitation money is never released on time for a high school, and therefore even managing these schools is becoming untenable. We look at the health sector, there is serious problems when it comes even procurement of vaccines and procurement of medication. You have to go to a hospital, then you're sent to a clinic to buy these medications. We have the insurance which is not serving the members, and even I was declared unconstitutional, the new system they were trying to introduce. So clearly showing that we have had a group of people in leadership who do not appreciate the kind of country that we desire to have and the kind of country Kenyans desire to have when they pass the 2010 constitution. And I think it's time anybody intending to run in government or to manage our affairs, we must become firm and hold them accountable. And we could not sit all over. When you protest, you're going to be killed. When you protest, you're going to be maimed. When you protest, your property is going to be looted. And that is seriously serious violations of our liberties, because this country should be a constitutional country where people can protect don't intend to protest cannot be able to cast down because they are fearing the government will not provide security to them. So we have a failed system, and I think it's time they all wake up and fight the excessive use of force and because that has been a tactic for a long time, and we need to be a bit careful with that and not to fall into that trap, but also continue to be vigilant and share the recommendations and proposals that we feel can make our country better. Because also, if we don't discuss these issues on the kind of governorship we need, and we need to hold our leaders on from all categories, the president, the governors, the members of
Ruto has gone overboard, and we are not going to retreat from the streets. We are going to be in the streets for all the time until William Ruto gets out of the office. Recently, we have realized that he has captured everywhere. He has captured the court. He has captured the parliament. Even they were not able to advise him on the finance bill. They went ahead and voted yes for the draconian finance bill, only to be stopped by the protesters and particularly the Gen Zs. So we are going to be in the streets until William Ruto gets out of the office. That is the only honorable thing that he can do for us. He has fired the cabinet secretaries, and we will make sure that no cabinet secretary who have been fired appears again in the cabinet secretaries to be formed. The cabinet secretaries to be formed should be formed on basis of meritocracy and not just on tribal basis as he had done, rewarding his friends who are participating in bringing this country down. So we look forward to protest until William Ruto gets out of the office. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses. I believe in the spirit of fairness, let's go back to Peter because he had his hand up and requested the mic. Peter, I hope you are ready now to speak to us. Okay. Looks like some challenges there. We'll attempt to, okay, so sorry guys in studio, let me just take one more, Justice, and then we can come back and talk some more here. Justice? Justice Elijah, you have the mic. Or Peter, whoever is ready, I'm going to take either one of you. Going once, going twice. We'll come back to you guys. Don't worry about it. So, Mercy, so, all of this that is being said on the spaces as well, permit me to ask some of these questions as well. The practicality of the Constitution and where we go from here. I know I've asked this question, but I think just to understand, what happens. I think we'd asked Wanjira this question before the break. If the president leaves office today, who will govern? Who will implement perhaps the reforms that you're talking about, governance? Who will take the mantle towards fighting corruption and ensuring a better Kenya?
First of all, there's something that the youth know that the political class does not know. And I would like to put that across in just a few statements. In this country have lived their lives. Most of them are enjoying the profits of investing in politics. So they do not care if we have a great future or not. We are young, we are educated, we are energetic. And all our lives are ahead of us. We are very young.
So talking about the entire older generation or those in politics?
The older generation in position of leadership.
Okay.
And so we do not want success to be given to us in forms of political tokenism. We want to work. We are ready to work. And since this protest started, we have not seen any youth stand up and say, you know what, guys, I'm a madman. knows exactly what he wants. A foolish man thinks he knows what he this nation, they have disturbed our minds. They have made us really mad. And so the older generation just thinks that we are a bunch of fools. When we say the older generation just thinks that we are, man, that is where we draw the line. Language is not something to play with. When we say anguka nayo, it represents our frustrations. When we say goda tena, it represents our resilience. Kenya ni home, and home must be respected. Ruto and everything he represents is just Rutoism. And Rutoism means it shows systems that do not work, incompetence, nepotism, cronyism, sexism, tribalism, all of that. And so when we say he must go, we mean Rutoism must go, together with everything that represents that, together with the political class, together with the old generation. And so when we ask this question of, guys, what next? What is going to happen? First of all, scrap out all of this. Get out. Let the PSs, let the parastatal heads represent the face of Kenya.
Okay.
It cannot be only one tribe. 99% of these leaders, of these people that have been appointed, come from one tribe. And so when we say they must go, we say all of them go, bring people into these positions that have merit. Bring people into these positions that can implement policies. When we look at Matiang'i when he was CS for education, there's nothing, he did not do a miracle, he did not abracadabra and do magical things and then made the system of education work. All he did was implement policies that were there.
Should Matiang'i make a comeback?
No,
absolutely not. All right.
Yeah.
No, just,
I'm not saying he should come back. I am saying these people, when they are appointed, should implement the policies that are in those ministries. I'm not saying he's an angel. I'm just saying he implemented those policies. And lastly, they should follow the rule of law. The Constitution is what stands for Kenya. The Constitution is what stands for you, for me, for everyone. And so when we get corrupt leaders that we have now that we say must go, they must.
Okay. If we were to have an election today, if you follow sort of what the Constitution says, if we were to run one today, who would be these people, in your view, that would take it forward? Because
we're not yet at the point where we would need to answer that kind of question.
Okay.
And I also feel like the question, what next, leans towards a little bit of a colonial angle, and not to anyone's fault, but there is a time that Kenya was a colony, and we fought for our independence. The only people who would have asked what next were most definitely the colonialists, because they're the only people whose establishment was shaken. As far as we are concerned, we do not want to be killed. It is a very unfortunate event that today I was bundled up in an alley somewhere with about 20 strangers that I had never met, and we were not meeting because we were sharing a meal or drinks. We were meeting because we were running away from live bullets in the middle of the central business district. It is a very heartbreaking thing that now we have to look up behind our backs knowing that someone could possibly shoot at me. This never was a possibility in this country for me as a young person, and that's what I'm rejecting. If you look at it, while people are so obsessed with figuring out what's next, the policies that are currently here kill way more people than the police. The police will only kill a fraction of the fraction. They only kill like a very small sample of the people, but the policies that we have in place kill way more of us. We have demons in this country that bedevil the country, such as tribalism, where you would have a governor who spends more time in the media than governing his country, and I would like to comment. Who does he think he is that he will demand for CS positions based on a tribal basis. When we call for a lean government, we are calling for a government that is based on competence and meritocracy. We will cross. For now, by Jove, we want to count to organized anarchy. When we have less than 1,000 people being richer than the 55 million of us, that is tantamount to anarchy. And that's why I consistently have said that corruption is don't care about killing. Us, and we will not tolerate it. We are still not ripe enough to figure out who is going to be the leader of whatever it is. We have to do the cleanse first, and then we will decide what we are bringing back into the house.
So let's focus on now. So there's talks of there's talks about talks. There's talks of a broad-based government. Does that solve the problem, Nigeria?
No. I think we've been very clear that we do not want to have a dialogue with murderers, with corrupt people, with people who don't care for the people. We know that they don't care. They don't have to. The other thing is the president is such a liar, always lying every time he opens his mouth to talk to the public.
He's lying.
Yeah, even Ford Foundation said, your president lied. We are not working with him. So losing domestic, credibility and even international credibility. Why do we sit down and say, fine, let's talk? Our demands have been out there. Why is the person who killed Rex on the streets of Kenya today killing protesters? Didn't we say we do not want extrajudicial killings anymore? And the president comes and says, my government, there will be no extrajudicial executions. Yet we have 50 Kenyans who have lost their lives in the last 3 weeks. So we don't want lies. We don't want to sit down with people who honestly have absolute disregard for the rule of law and the constitution, which is our leader as the Gen Z movement, which is our leader as the young people of this nation. The constitution is our Bible, is our Quran, is our reference point moving forward. We want to institutionalize our movement constitutionally. And that is why we are saying Article 43 of the Kenyan Constitution, which promises social justice for the people of Kenya, the right to water, Yvonne. Imagine all those years since independence, we still don't have water in some parts of this country. Housing, education, healthcare, those are issues that are basic. And now this new alternative political leadership is about discussing about those matters at our community level, at that grassroots level. Can we talk about how do we ensure we have water in the community? How do we ensure, those practical issues, social justice and alternative political leadership? They have to go hand in hand, and the constitution needs to be the reference point for anything that happens in the country. The other thing about the question of what next that you have just asked again, we can have that we have experts come in, that we have as young people, we have everybody who has the best interest of this country that we now consult. I've talked about collective intellect. Everybody has something to offer. And our country is not short of professionals that can move the country forward. There's going to be no vacuum, really. Everybody can see that this other crop of leadership is, let me not use that word, but yeah, and we are saying, if you cannot take us to Canaan, we can take ourselves. We see it. We want to go there. Do not stop us. And the thing that has been aching us the most is the killings. Why would you kill us? Why would you send killer police with what is that? As we are just looking at this, like, has these people lost their minds?
What weak system is this that we live in? What weak police system is this that the only time they can showcase their prowess in the line of fire is while firing at innocent protesters who are only armed with roses and water bottles? What weak men are these that we are giving guns that the only time they can prove their competence is when they're shooting at innocent protesters? What weak men are these that for them to only prove whatever their source of power is while shooting a child in the leg? What weak men are these that for them to show their power, what they have to do is shoot a marked journalist? What weak men are these that they have to shoot innocent protesters in the head? What weak men are these that they cannot even show their faces? Not once have I walked in the streets with my face covered. I'm walking as a marked man in my own country, but I'm gun-wielding criminal in military or police fatigue is masked to the very eyebrow. What weak men are these?
Okay, Mercy, just a very quick one, sorry, because there's somebody who's called in, and I'll tell you who it is in a minute. Sorry, Mercy, if you don't mind, sorry, he's been waiting on call for just a minute. I'll come back to you. Sorry, please indulge me with this one, Mercy. I'd like us to speak to Gitobu Emanyara, who's called in on the show. Gitobu Emanyara is a man who, fought for the second liberation of this country and the return to multipartyism and for democracy. Gitobu, thank you so much for joining us on The Explainer tonight. What are your thoughts and reflections at this time?
First, Yvonne, thank you very much. I just couldn't resist calling you to say how happy I am to see the young people speaking to Kenyans, because a lot of people have been asking who are the leaders of this movement. 3 weeks. So those who've been looking for an opportunity to identify them in order to eliminate them should now know that they cannot possibly eliminate them. Kenya has passed a non-returned point because our young people, the people I'm seeing on the screen, the people I've been seeing the whole day today on the streets of Nairobi, have come out fearlessly to tell us that time has come to hand over to a new generation that is not tinted with corruption, that is not tinted with tribalism, because you are exhibiting it, you are showing it to us. So I'm very happy, and that's why I called you, Yvonne, and the team there that you have on the panel.
Thank you so much, Gitobu. Always a pleasure hearing from you, and thanks for calling in on the show. So, guys, I'd like us to wrap up our conversation. Maybe just some closing thoughts. I'll start with you, Mercy.
I think there's something very crucial that we are forgetting. We have asked very, very good questions. Is it not enough that you are killing us? Is it not enough that you are abducting us? Is it not enough that you are threatening us in our own country? At home, they are now going after Gen Alphas. They are going after Gen Zs. They have gone after millennials. Now they are going after Gen Alphas. How, you will ask? The education system. You want to reduce capitation. You want to reduce the access to education. You want to take the money that is meant for education and put it somewhere else. And so these Gen Alphas and our children yet to come will not get the free education that we got. What is the intention? Are you trying to keep us illiterate so that you can control us? Are you trying to take away from the progress that we have made as a country? Education should be free from the primary schools to high schools to university. What is this information that you feel that if we get, we are going to be powerful? And what is this that you're hiding that you do not want us to find out? Especially in education, and agriculture. So you want to break the backbone of this economy so that we will always come back to the political class and tell you guys, please help us, please help us. The way forward is very simple. Make systems work. Kenya ni home. Make things work at home. Is it not enough that people took school fees that was meant for students in Uasin Gishu County? And let me make this very clear. There is one person that was very central in all of this. And right now, in the system of health, in the Ministry of Health, they chair the Ministry of Health. Someone who has cases in court. Niulize, health system, itafanya aje kazi? How are we going to get medicine in hospital? It was not enough that you took school fees. Now we want to make our people remain sick. We do not want to give enough doctors. We do not want to post interns. We do not want to release the money that should be for hospitals. Now you have broken the education system. You want to come to agriculture with fake fertilizer, fake seeds. I think people have forgotten that people in Baringo actually harvested maize cobs last year. You want to break that. You want to break the Ministry of Health so that we will remain always begging, always coming to you on our knees and telling you guys, please help us. Please. It is enough. Okay. It is enough. Everyone needs to know that it is enough.
Okay, great. Casmo, final comments?
There comes a time when we have to do the things that need to be done, and the time is now. The president has time without number called for dialogues, but I am inclined to believe that he is only giving us lip service. He is not interested in any form of dialogue because we have shown up in the streets to humbly petition and state our case, and we have been met with the bullets and tear gas in that irritating water. We demand that the people who have been arrested and abducted be released unconditionally as a sign of goodwill. We demand that there be heads rolling in the police department because there are people who gave those orders. If you have seen, because I have witnessed today, a man lose his life. If you saw how heartless those people were, they felt like they had immunity. Let us find the people who have been issuing those directives and commands. Corruption should be made a capital crime because it is genocide. What you're doing to us as the ruling and political class is nothing but killing us as the young people of the country. We demand accountability from the ruling class. We demand that you stop hiring on basis of tribe and cronyism and you start hiring on capacity and merit. We demand as young people that you respect our lives, that you stop killing us. One life was one too many. There are people who will never walk again, and that's why we walk on the streets. And we demand that you follow this constitution, because all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised only in accordance to this constitution. You are playing outside the constitution. We still honor it. Mr. President and your administration, make things right with this country. Show us that goodwill which you speak of. And remember that while you can kill a revolutionary, you cannot kill the revolution.
Thank you, Cassie.
Amazing. I like that. Yeah. Each generation must discover its mission and fulfill it in relative capacity, as said by Frantz Fanon. The mission of our generation is to weed out bad leadership in our country. In honor, the preamble of the Kenyan Constitution honors all those who gave their life for a better country. And I want to address the Kenyan people. I think we have already told the president and the ruling elite enough. Dear Kenyans, no one is coming to rebuild Kenya for us. Sisi ndio tuko. And we are the ones who've been waiting for, dear young people. So let us take the initiative to actually rebuild, to consult at that grassroots level. I really want to emphasize that the way we are saying we are leaderless, we are actually leaderful, because everybody is showing leadership from every point they are at. Let us continue showing this leadership to our community members and take the initiative to have the people's assemblies. Let that be like our people's parliament, where we discuss issues and make decisions that directly affect us under Article 43 of the Kenyan Constitution and Article 1 of the Kenyan Constitution. That is our Bible, our Quran, our new tribe Katiba.
Thank you.
Yeah, Viva.
Thank you. Wanjira, who's an activist. Kasmo Makore, who's a revolutionary artist. Mercy Tarus, who's the founder, Kenya Ni Home Initiative. Thank you all for being here with us on the program tonight. And thanks as well to you on X Spaces. We hope to have as many more of you as we can. I want us to update you on what's in the world of business.
Hii ndio sauti ya Mkenya sasa. Hapana hizi zingine zenye tunakuja kuongeleshwa huku. This is the real voice. And personally, I felt like you should have continued speaking. That's at least from me. Because the way you articulate what people go through every damn day, just to see the next day, you even wonder what your kid is going to pass through. Kama wewe mwenyewe unapitia hizo vitu, what about your kid? What about the people that depend on you? Unajua wengine tulikuwa at some point tunasema, you know, we are products of black tax. Black tax inaisha bana, hata ishaisha. Wengine wetu hatuwezi hata support black tax to other people. So imagine every day msee akisema siwezi enda mahali kwa sababu ya ABCD and classism. So asante. Kuna kitu nataka ni kushare with you in DM, Wakili Steven. I can't share with you because we don't.
Ama hata Koino kusikii, huo mshenzi akata kusikii.
Namsikia. Nani amesema simsikii?
Oh,
Koino, you can hear me now, yeah?
Oh, yeah, I can hear everyone.
So Koino,
Okay, over to you.
Koino, under your guidance, can I ask some few questions? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
All right. I have a few questions that may be under your guidance. You can help us as laymen, you know, as we are not lawyers, but we have friends who are lawyers. So I want to ask you a question. Under following the Kenyan Constitution, not this one that they're trying to review over here, the one that we've been using since time immemorial. With the current state of affairs in the country right now, do you think is there a part of the Constitution that allows us at any point, us, when I say us, I mean the common mwananchi, to flush out the current government in what what circumstances should we be in to be able to flush out the government? When I say flush out, round of election to elect the kind of leaders we want, and what is that part of the Constitution that that allows us to do so, and under what circumstance? Under your guidance, please.
Okay, thank you. And we also have the benefit of some other colleagues of mine. I will also invite them once I make my comments to weigh in on the matter. But what I can mention to you is the current constitution provided for a chance for us to recall, especially, for instance, the members of parliament. That is after 2 years. I think their 2 years term will be clocking from this month of August. So once August it clocks in, it means automatically any members of any constituency have a right to recall a member of parliament. I think Article 104, if I'm not wrong, of the Constitution provides the mechanisms of now recalling, where you need to collect 30% signature from the registered constituent. Then you petition the IBC, they do the verification, and the process of now recalling that particular member of parliament is initiated. But now appreciating the issues that are going on in this country, and what has happened, and what we saw even people do by entering parliament. The act of entering parliament is also an act of losing legitimacy from the people, from the people, and that is what this government, especially the parliamentarians, have faced. We saw people carry out even the mace from the parliament. So we are also looking out to see how they are going to handle the constitutional issue of reintroducing the mace, which was withdrawn from the assembly, which is a symbol of the link between the executive and the parliament, back to parliament. Because the person who should do that is the head of the executive, who now at this particular time is suffering serious lack of legitimacy from the people. And people can demand, the president can resign from a seat. He can vacate a seat at any single time if he loses legitimacy from the people. But we all know how most of the African leaders try to refuse to step or to respect the rule of law. And that is what we have suffered even in this particular country. And I think this, as I mentioned in my earlier statement, this is a challenge that we face because the people who are now leading us at the top, most of them got into leadership when the system that was there was one that just looked at selfish interest without regard to any rule of law. As in, mtu hana kazi na sheria, yeye bora unajua nani umeshikwa, unalipana kitu. Si hapo ndipo mambo ya kitu kidogo ilitoka, no police respect, ana respect sheria. Ukienda kwa wanakushika kiholela, unatolewa, unatoka. Hata saizi naona wana tribe. Mara ya kwanza hata hizi protests zikianza, si walikuwa wanashikashika watu hivyo kiholela until mawakili walipoanza ku provide legal support kwa wananchi kuelewa haki zao. So ni jukumu letu sisi wote kama wananchi la kuweza kujua kuwa tuko na haki za kuweza ku demand accountability kwa these leaders. If a leader is corrupt, if someone is in governorship and is corrupt, they're supposed to step down. We saw during, though there were political, obviously, measures being taken during Uhuru's time, but I think some of the governors lost their position because they had matters in court involving corruption, like Governor Sonko. So the only challenge we have had is follow-ups and follow-ups on these people, and to ensure we recover the loot and the money that was taken, and to demand that these people, they step down and leave government and we take them to jail, so that they can know, even those jails and those prisons which have very poor living condition, because we have clients there and you go in to see them and you can see the kind of life wanaishi. Now we have relatives who also live there. Until these politicians start stepping into those doors, those prisons will never have any good living condition. Until ile siku wataanza kushikwa wakifungiwa huko, it will remain to be a poor man's place, a poor man's space where the only thing that you can see there is a poor living condition. They are not even offering the rehabilitation that we intend to do. So ile kitu nataka kusema over and about on all these issues ni kuwa the systems need to start working independently and interdependently without interference, where kuwa kama ni prisons zinaweza fanya kazi, mtu kama ni polisi anaweza kushika hata ukiwa wewe ni nani na akupeleke kwa prison, kwa ni police station, akufungie kulingana na haki zile kama umefanya makosa. Ukipelekwa kwa mahakama ikufunge even if wewe ni politician ama wewe ni nani, na upelekwe kwa prison. Lakini siku hizi unaona Kenya, politician akipelekwa industrial area anasemekananga he has a stomach problem, aende akalale Nairobi hospital. So atakaa Nairobi hospital, and most of them, and the good thing I like Sonko, he's always very honest. He has in most number of times said that some of these things wasemanga ni vile utoke kulala usilale industrial area. So people have been put in a way that, and I like the lady who was speaking earlier, Ivy, that kuna these classifications za wananchi, za social classes, to a point that kama you have been born in this category of life, the government has put in place all the mechanisms to ensure you don't cross the other side. And those who are on the other side, they are always putting up walls higher and higher so that we don't get there. So it is so unfortunate that as a country we are facing this, but the sweetness about all this is what we have said and we have seen, and we continue to see the unrelentless spirit. We were told at first that the chaos are being sponsored by former President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Then we were told they are being sponsored by opposition. Then we were told they were being sponsored by civil societies. Now we are being told they're sponsored by some American organization. But we all know that the chaos and the protest and the demand for accountability, they are all being sponsored by the frustrations and the poor governance that we have witnessed in this country, as in our lives and the lives of our parents that we found in very poor stage. As I do that, I would like to request to invite Josephine to weigh in. She's our colleague and an advocate, and she can weigh in her comments.
Okay, so before Josephine goes, sorry, can I just ask one last follow-up question? Probably, maybe she can answer that, if that's okay.
Okay.
So, thank you so much, Wakili. So there is this issue of anarchy. This word anarchy being thrown left, right, and center from government officials, from the president himself, and so on and so forth, right? Let's date back in 2023, I guess, whereby KNCHR warned that Kenya was staring at an anarchy. And I remember back then the chair Roslyn Odede, he reiterated that fundamental rights and freedoms and democratic principles enshrined in the constitutions were at stake back then. And she also said that countries that have slipped into the path of disorder and lawlessness had ultimately degenerated into anarchy. Now, fast forward in 2024, people are throwing this word anarchy left, right, and center, because KNHCR talked about it again, well, probably in those very many pressers and media pressers they've been making. To what point do we find our country in a state of anarchy? And what does it mean for us as a country to be in a state of anarchy? And what will be the results, the probable results? And what do we see how do we envision the future of our country when it comes to matters, anarchy and whatnots? Probably Josephine, you can go as you speak to us.
Josephine, you can pick it up. But as she joins in, I think one thing we need to know is it depends on who is saying it. Because when the political class is saying it, they say it to ensure that they instill fear, so they don't raise an issue.
May I weigh in on that?
Josephine, you're on?
Yes. So thank you, Steve, for the opportunity. And I just join my issue with Steve in terms of the question of anarchy. So when you look at anarchy, what does it mean in the first place? It means that it is a situation where we have some form of lawlessness in the country. We have institutions not functioning well, so that there's a lot of commotion. Government agencies that are supposed to provide services, they do not provide the essential services that are supposed to be provided. So I believe that we are in this particular state because of lack of good governance by some of our government institutions. We have a lot of corruption that is killing agencies, it is killing government offices. And so whenever we have leaders in office, the initial agenda, instead of this agenda being conducting their work and ensuring that they fulfill the mandate of any institution, what they go to do is get rich, collect as much money as possible so that they can enrich themselves, and so this then leads to a lot of impunity in the government. And what is even sad is the extent to which we've seen incidents where high profile people have been caught in corruption cases, but then what has happened in the recent years, we've seen some of these cases being withdrawn from court. And so when you look at such situations, it clearly indicates that the system is corrupt. The system is not working. And so it is really sometimes you can even just come up with a situation in terms of this particular system is not working by design. And so the comment I state of affairs in terms of what has been recently happening is that that have happened today as a result of the protests, some people
Power is transient, and the people of Kenya will overcome. We will not submit to your threats and blackmail. We will not bow to you. We will not worship you. We worship the living God in heaven. We worship no human being. Power is transient. But today, we face a clueless, rudderless, leaderless, planless, disorganized opposition. But today, we face a clueless, rudderless, leaderless,
President. Have you taken enough?
Kenya's two big men stood there grinning, shoulder to shoulder, Odinga on the left, his bitter rival Kibaki beside him. Enter the peacemaker, Kofi Annan, and then came the extraordinary handshake. It drew cheers, but many Kenyans watched in utter disbelief.
We all believe that only genuine dialogue and reconciliation can build the trust required for all Kenyans to come together and live in lasting peace, stability, and prosperity. Thank you very much.
It all looks like the former UN Secretary General had indeed banged heads together in this his high-stakes mission as mediator, persuading Odinga and Kibaki to put Kenya's national interests above their personal political vendetta. There's been too much blood spilled.
I said in the past that we are ready to walk the extra mile if that will enable Kenyans to get peace. But today, you have taken the first vital steps in resolving the electoral disputes and conflicts that has ravaged this country for nearly a month now.
After being sworn in as your duly elected president of Kenya, I will personally lead our country in promoting unity, tolerance, peace, and harmony among our Kenyans.
But if you think it's peace in our time, think again. Immediately after this love-in, Odinga's party denounced Kibaki's claim to be the duly elected president of Kenya. They called it demeaning behavior that would undermine the mediation effort and prolong the suffering of the people of Kenya. And this is the sharp end of the crippling political impasse, Eldoret in the Rift Valley today. These people burned out of their homes and driven here at the point of a panga. Kenya's two big men stood there grinning, shoulder to shoulder, Odinga on the left, his bitter rival Kibaki beside him. Enter the peacemaker, Kofi Annan, and then came the extraordinary handshake. It drew cheers, but many Kenyans watched.
President Uhuru Kenyatta and ODM leader Raila Odinga have, for the first time, opened up about the secret moments and meeting that led to the now famous handshake. In a rather hilarious revelation, President Kenyatta described in detail how the long and tense first meeting between him and Odinga went down. Edmund Nyabola recounts how much tea the two leaders gulped to get into the mood.
In the wake of the 2017 elections, the country found itself on the edge of precipice.
I, Uhuru Kenyatta.
President Kenyatta had taken oath of office for a second term, and so had Odinga as the people's president in a mock ceremony. The opposing sides antagonized at every turn, with drums of war beating all across the country. Every pair of eyes was trained on Kenyatta and Odinga. And so the two were obliged to the voice of reason. After a tumultuous period with tension in the country rising, the two men at the heart of the tug of war came face to face. Needless to say, the tension in the country carried on into the meeting room.
Hiyo hofu mulikuwa naye, hata sisi tulikuwa naye pia. Huyu mtu tukikutana naye tutaambiana nini? Na kwa ukweli wakati tulikutana, tulikunywa chai karibu dakika 45, kuna mtu anaongea, tunakunywa tu chai. Habari ya nyumbani sawa. Habari ya mama hako tu. Habari ya watoto wanasoma, wanaendelea. Hakuna maneno mengine inaweza kutoka kwa sababu ya hasira ya yale ambayo tulikuwa tumerushania huko mbele.
And so they navigated through the tense small talk.
It took 19 hours and it was not easy, as the president will explain to you later, when we began, because we had called each other all sorts of names. And eventually, after all that long deliberations, we agreed that we now have something that we can actually put together.
And so was birthed the famous handshake and subsequently the Building Bridges initiative.
We are going to steer this process.
The president, seemingly in a good mood and casually dressed in contrast to the somber suits around him, enjoyed every minute of the Bomas event.
Thank you.
For every joke made, a hearty laugh, and every jibe thrown, the head of state took it with a light touch.
Shida ambayo iko kwa serikali ya Jubilee hiyo watatatua kando yao. Sisi tuko ndani. Hiyo ni yao hiyo.
A look back at the times and what has become of the March 9th, 2018 truce, worthy of another handshake and a brotherly embrace for the newly forged alliance. Edmund Nyabola, NTV.
President Uhuru Kenyatta and ODM leader Raila Odinga have, for the first time...
most expenditure might be 70,000-80,000.
Belt?
Belt 40, 50.
What about belt 50,000?
Well, I want to be honest with you, yes.
Okay.
But I don't need to wear 2 belts in 2 years. 1 belt is enough. Ama, how many belts do you want?
Mimi niko na tatu za 50.
Hapana, wewe ujui nunua belt moja ya 50,000 lakini nunua ya kupendua. Brown upande huu, black upande huu. Wewe ujui bwana.
Umeshanipa.
Na itakuwa ni quality. Sasa ukitande brown side, people think you have another belt.
Nipige tu hiyo 50.
Yeah.
Haya, the most expensive watch you have?
That which I bought with my own money.
Yes.
Well, it was almost like I think if I remember well, because it's time now, it's about 900,000 or something. Watch, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
No, it was, I think, summary of that, yeah.
Yeah. So if we do the quick math, for example, of this expensive watch, then the belt ya 50,000 to 950, then tucheze na viatu. Umesema viatu ni 80.
Yeah.
Let's round it off to 100.
Yeah.
So let's say 1.1 something.
Yeah.
Someone can leave the house anatembea hivi.
Yeah.
Unajua kutoka juu mpaka chini, amevaa kitu kama 1.5 because bado hesabu shati.
Uvai yote safari moja. We ujui.
Sasa sina ndajuaje.
Uvai yote safari moja. Unapanga.
Ukitoka na saya,
ukitoka na saya expensive unavaa hii suit yako kidogo ya 20 or 30,000. So ile ingine ina
una balance. So nakupata. So tuseme hii ndio siku umetoka na saya 900.
Yeah.
Then umevaa suit ya 30,000.
Yes.
Tuko 930
something, yeah.
Nini ingine?
Yeah.
Tai?
Tai ni kitu kidogo 20 hivi. Yeah.
20,000.
Yeah, thereabout.
Unavaa? Okay.
But I'm happy to confirm that we have had consultations, and after extensive consultations, we have agreed that a dialogue is the way forward out of the crisis that we're having today in our country. We've agreed that we give people an opportunity to be heard, to express themselves, to come out with the grievances which are actually ailing our country today, so that a lasting solution can be found. Because of restrictions of resources or limitation of resources, we've agreed that everybody else will bear their cost of coming to this meeting. But we want it to be a really very engaging conversation on the way forward, so that we deal with fundamental issues that are affecting our society today. But I'm happy to confirm.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, of course, a very good afternoon, very good evening from wherever you're joining us from. This is Afrique 24-hour TV, and of course, we are live, and we're having our daily live talk show. This is a political talk show that gives you an opportunity to interact with that happens within the country, and we also connect you with African stories. I'm your host, kama kawaida, Leo Nyabaya, and let the conversation begin. So there are so many ways that you can be able to participate in this kind of conversation. Earlier on, I think you've managed to see what has happened in the country. Today, we had a demonstration that was organized by the youth. And you know, this demonstration has been christened Gen Z demonstration, even though Kenyans are the ones who are demonstrating, Kenyans who feel that they're dissatisfied with how the government is being run. So, because it was majorly started by the younger generation, calling themselves, not calling themselves, but the Gen Zs. So most Kenyans have also joined in this kind of demonstration. We saw what happened today. And in today's demonstration, of course, it happens across the country. Several towns or several cities within the country experienced these demonstrations. We saw demonstrations in Kisumu. We saw demonstrations in Kisii. We saw demonstrations in Nyamira, Mombasa, Kericho, Nakuru, among other parts of the country. And at some moment, the demonstrations were peaceful in some parts of the country, but some parts of the country, these demonstrations were really violent. The properties that were destroyed, there were some running battles between the police and the demonstrators. There were some tear gas canisters being lobbied, the water cannons being used, and of course some bullets or being fired. And several people got injured. Some also lost their lives. Of course, yet to get the exact number and how these lives were lost. We do regret that. And if you look at the kind of demonstrations that are taking place today, it was not only the Gen Zs who are demonstrating, but we also had some people who came to counter the demonstrators. For example, in Kericho, we managed to see some youths also having clubs or the Rugos in the name of trying to neutralize or counter the demonstrators who are demonstrating peacefully, just exercising their democratic right that is enshrined in our constitution. But in some places, the demonstrators were able to neutralize, or maybe they were able to disarm the youths who are armed with the clubs and maybe restore some sanity. So the question that Kenyans are asking is, what is the end game of these demonstrations, or what next? You remember that the demonstrations peaked when Kenyans were dissatisfied with the proposed Finance Bill 2024, and after calling on the elected members of parliaments and telling them that, okay, you see, guys, you don't need to pass this bill, you need to reject it. Majority of those in parliament did not heed to that request, and they went ahead and passed the bill, something that made Kenyans, specifically the youths, to organize through internet and occupy the parliament. The scenes were deadly, the scenes were scary. Several Kenyans were shot. And after that, in various towns or various cities within the country, we saw a lot of violence as the police was using a lot of force to disperse people and to try to control the situation that was there. But this one haven't stopped the youth who gave several demands. The president did listen to that and dropped and sent back the bill to the parliament with a memoranda detailing that all the clauses be deleted. That one happened, and Kenyans again said that no, we want to see the entire cabinet fired because they're incompetent. They failed to steer the country to the right direction. That one also happened. We saw the president did dissolve the cabinet, and of course, the entire cabinet was dissolved except the office of the prime cabinet secretary and the office of the deputy president. So all the cabinet secretaries were sent home. So the only people who remained in the office are the permanent secretaries. Apart from that, people still went ahead and said that no, we want the inspector general fired. Of course, I don't know if he was coerced or he did it voluntarily, but the cabinet, sorry, not the inspector general, Japheth Koome, did resign. So that's why some people would say, aren't Kenyans asking for, aren't they getting too much? Are we not asking the president too much because we are giving a lot of demands? He's giving in. But now, Kenya is saying that they are not stopping at anything. They are stopping at ensuring that the president packs and goes home. That is why the tune changed, and now we are having the Ruto must go calls. So Kenyans are calling upon the president, William Ruto, to resign voluntarily. And that is why you're having countrywide demonstrations that are being done in every part of the country. And the people who are conducting these kind of demonstrations, they're saying that they are tribeless, they are fearless, they are party. And what they want accountability. Whereby they're having the demands and they want what is called transparent rule. They want to see a government that is transparent, a government that is delivering on their mandate. So keep it here. We're going to have this kind of conversation in this channel. So what you do, or the only support that you can give to this kind of program is when you subscribe to our YouTube channels. So if you've not subscribed, you're watching me, kindly do so. And you can also join this conversation via the link. I've shared the link on the comment section there. So use that link, join the studio, and participate in today's conversation. Of course, as you've seen from the title, the question that Kenyans are asking is, what next? Kenyans are saying that Ruto must go. I think that is what they're saying. Yeah, they're saying that Ruto must go. And this one has been so controversial. As the demonstrators are saying Ruto must be go, we've also seen a group of people, that is, of course, a group of Kenyans who are having a contrary opinion that why do you want to say that Ruto must go? What happens if Ruto goes? Who becomes the president? That is why we are asking questions. What next? If Ruto goes today, then who becomes the president? Could it be that you say Ruto must go, and once Ruto goes, then Rigathi Gachagua becomes the president? Of course, that one will also depend on our constitution, because if you look at the articles in our constitution, it gives the provisions talks of when the office of a president can remain vacant. And one of the circumstances that can make the office of president to be vacant is when the president voluntarily resigns. Apart from that, the office of the president can be vacant through natural cause like death. The office of the president can also be vacant through a vote of no confidence, that is impeachment that can only be initiated by the legislators, that is both the National Assembly and the Senate. And when the president is insane or incapacitated, he can't be able to hold office. So that is not among the options that are there. The Gen Zs or the people demonstrating, they want the president to voluntarily resign. And based on experience that we have with the African leaders, I think that one can come as the last option. African leaders, you'd rather kill them than they die on office. Maybe the only thing that can happen, which is not within our constitution, it's illegal, is a coup. We can have a coup d'etat, or we can have a civilian coup. So those are the circumstances that can make the office remain vacant. And the constitution speaks clearly of what happens if the office of the president remains vacant. As long as the office of the deputy president is still there, then the deputy president will have to serve the remaining term. So that is something that I think some members of ODM party, you listen to Kaluma saying that, you see, we are not going to allow Rigathi Gachagua to blackmail Ruto. In other words, he said that we are going to protect Ruto against Gachagua's blackmail. That was ODM, Thoma Bay, member of parliament, saying so. That kind of narrative. And some of the leaders, including some of the bloggers like Robert Alai, have been telling Kenya that, you see, this war, this battle is a battle between the rift and the mountain. So other people should stay away. But the youths are saying, no, we are partyless, we are tribeless, we are fearless, and we are leaderless. So we are not going to take instructions from any leader. What we are going to do will ensure that we demonstrate until we deliver this country. And by doing so, they're telling other Kenyans that you people who are there ahead of us, you failed. You could not manage to deliver this country. Maybe you were micromanaged or you are outsmarted by the people in authority. But with them, they promise they're going to ensure that they deliver this country. Talk to me, speak to me, use the comment section. Let me know where you're joining from. And you can also join me in the studio using the link that I've shared there. Keep it here as I give you some patriotic songs as we proceed with our discussion.
Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Kweli twaenda mbio, Kenya yaenda mbele.
Thank you so much. That song was just to remind you, it's a patriotic song, of course, to remind us that we are Kenyans, the country belongs to us, and we only have one country called Kenya. Hatutaiacha Kenya milele daima. Hata nikienda ng'ambo, nitarudi Kenya. So the song is really communicating that even if you leave, you still remain to be Kenya, and Kenya will still remain to be our nation. So back to our conversation, of course, we had a demonstration today, that is Tuesday, 16th, 2024, that is on July. And the youths who are the ones who initiated or started this demonstration, after I told you the first demand was the dropping of the finance bill, which the president did do. They talked of firing of the cabinet. That one happened. The cabinet is right now dissolved, and for the first time, we are having a demonstration without the cabinet secretary of interior. So it means all the instructions were coming from the inspector general. The interior cabinet secretary is not there because it was dissolved, so we don't know who will have to be given that position. And they also called for the sacking or firing of the Inspector General of Police, of which we did see Inspector General of Police Japhet Kome resign, and of course, he's so far been replaced on an acting capacity by Akanja, who is now the Police Inspector General. So the demonstrations today, some parts of the country, they were peaceful. Some parts of the country, you'll find that they were running battles between the police and the demonstrators. There are some injuries, of course, people who maybe got injured through the tear gas or the bullets, be it the rubber bullets or the blank bullets or the live bullets that were fired by police, including journalists. And properties, of course, some of the properties were also destroyed, and transport and business paralyzed within the country. So we don't know when this one is going to happen. And the mission of the youths was Ruto must go, and their plan is to occupy State House. So when they are going to do that is still not known, but the organizers knows when they are going to do that and how they are going to do it. What we are saying maybe as Kenyan is that let everything be done peacefully, as people are enjoying their democratic rights without interfering with the right of other people. So karibuni sana. I know the ones who are joining for the first time, if you've not subscribed to our channel, kindly, the only way you can support this program so that we can always be live here and give you an opportunity to interact with African stories and also contribute positively on what is affecting our politics is by subscribing to our channel. So kindly subscribe to Afrique 24-hour TV on YouTube. Join and become a member of Afrique. So of course, this wonderful evening, I can see I'm joined by Boniface Kimanzi and Jeff Mburu. So I'll give them an opportunity just to say hello and tell us their views. They did see what happened today as far as demonstrations are concerned. So what do they think is the next thing? What is the end game of this demonstration, and how is it going to be achieved? Now that today we expected to see the Gen Zs going to State House, but that one did not happen. So Boniface, karibu sana. I don't know if you also expected that the Gen Zs will go to State House, because that one did not happen. And now that they did not make it there, do you think they are going to maybe proceed with this kind of demonstrations? And if they are to proceed with it, till when? Boniface,
thank you. Thank you, Leo. Thank you, Leo. Thank you, Jaburu. Yeah, today we saw what happened in the streets of Nairobi and countrywide. Protesters are still pushing the government, chanting Ruto must go. So I can just tell that the youth and the Gen Z are serious, and they want a new revolution. They want a new government. Despite William Ruto dismissing the entire cabinet and also IG resigning, still the Gen Z are chanting Ruto must go. I've seen what is happening in the United States, and almost 1.7 million. Those are retweets and the hashtag of Ruto must go. So if in abroad people are tweeting Ruto must go, then in Kenya I've seen over 10, and this is something that is serious. But I think this is something that needs to be considered by the government. The government now needs to do what the citizens are requesting. Of course, today it has been so bad. We have seen people being shot. And personally, being a journalist, I'm so hard to see what happened in Nakuru. And as Media Council of Kenya has issued a note by evening, the police should just respect a journalist, because being a journalist is not a crime. But again, this is a country, and the Kenyans are pushing to see the response of the government, whether the environment in our country is going to be conducive in terms of cost of living and a lot of things. Those the agency are requesting. Of course, we hope that things are going to change, but time is the master of everything. I think time is going to determine whether we're going to get them or not, considering that we have a few years to 2027. Yeah, that is all what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bonnie, and of course, welcome to this conversation. Of course, I know we are going to have some engagements. We all followed what happened, and people are having different views. And in the updates that I was giving earlier, people are also able to see how different Kenyans are from religious leaders to maybe the elected or political leaders are giving their views, and including the experts on this kind of demonstrations, having looked at the economic impact and maybe trying to predict what is going to happen in the near future. So let me bring in Jeff Karibu. I know it's been long ever since these demonstrations started. Maybe you can be able to tell us your view. How do you feel about these demonstrations, and what do you project, or maybe what do you foresee is going to happen if the demonstrations continue? Are we going to see a situation whereby the president is going to resign and say, okay, you people have wanted me to resign, let me resign? Or are you going to see a situation whereby the president is now going to decide to use excessive force and everything possible to protect his presidency? Karibu sana.
Thank you so much, Leo. And Mr. Kimanzi, how are you? I can see you there. First of all, is to say, like the song you have just put there, that Kenya is our country. We have to protect it. Kenya does not belong to William Ruto. Neither does it belong to any one individual or a certain group of people. Kenya is for all of us, the Alphas, the Gen Zs, all age groups. We all belong to Kenya. And therefore, we all have the obligation to protect that country called Kenya. And so far, I want to say that to a greater extent, the Gen Zs have achieved what they wanted to achieve. But in our language, we say, when the fire becomes too much, the meat is removed from fire. Let them also put some limits so that they don't lose focus, so that they don't lose direction. Initially, they said that the problem was the finance bill. And the president, through his wisdom, said it's not good for the people to continue having crashes, for the people to continue dying and having confrontations with the police because of a temporary document like the finance bill, and with humility, because that is greatest level of humility, which was so much unexpected from the president. He decided, I am going to withdraw the finance bill. The Gen Zs, if you followed their conversation with the president, they proposed the sacking of the cabinet secretaries. Again, with great humility, the president withdrew the cabinet secretaries. They proposed that the president should ban the Harambees. The president said it's okay. Most of the things that they were agitating initially, the president accepted to do them. And on the war on corruption, he said there will be an audit task force to audit our debt. So the president decided to cooperate with them because they are the children of Kenya, instead of seeing people are dying. But now they have changed the goalpost. They are not talking of the things they were talking before. Now the song is Ruto must go. I will say that is lack of focus. That is lack of particularity. You must know what exactly you want. Am I saying Ruto should not go? That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you don't remove the president in the Republic of Kenya or in a country which has a constitution through demonstrations and through chanting and singing that he must go. We have a constitutional order. We have processes and procedures that must be followed if at all you love your country. Let them go back to the constitution, read the constitution, follow those steps, and then remove the president peacefully. Or if not that, what they're trying to do now, if they will not follow the constitutional order, then the route which they can opt, because there are only those two ways, it is either you follow the constitution or you go through the coup d'etat. I don't know whether they are prepared for that. I don't know whether they are prepared to have that confrontation with the government. And Leo, we said the Gen Zs, they have technology. And I don't think we are also so much backward that we know nothing about technology. But we, who are older than them, we have experience. We have seen it all. We have seen where we have come from. We have seen where we are. And probably through experience, we can tell where we are heading to. So let them try not just to move as Gen Zs and move. Yes, they have good ideas. Yes, they have knowledge, but they might leave people with experience behind and they end up destroying themselves. So they might think we are outdated, the older people are outdated, there is nothing they can do. They failed during their time, and maybe what they think is our failure, it could be something that can help them succeed in their endeavor. Therefore, let them be also careful. As I said, life is very precious. If you try to oust the government by force, you'll be resisted by force. And what happens in such a case? We are going to lose more lives. We are going to destroy our economy. And even innocent people like now, you are saying, talking of journalists being shot, children being shot. People are caught up on crossfire. When there is an eruption, nobody has the control. Like what happened in 2007. I don't think anybody anticipated what was going to happen. But when people become wild, nobody has control over them. I give you an example that there was a time I was leading campaign in Makerere University for the Kenyan organization. When we were doing our elections, I stood on a table, on the dining hall table, and I told the students that the votes have been leaked. That's the only thing I said. But what happened next, my friend? It was uncontrollable. Some people said, oh, Geoffrey is being beaten. So there's people who were on our side, they came inside the hall. Then the others came to, the two groups started fighting. Within no time, all the dining hall tables were broken, all the chairs, all the seats. The dining hall was totally destroyed. And I was in trouble. I was almost being expelled. And students were saying that I was the one who started the war. But I only said one word. Oh, these votes, we cannot trust them. They have been rigged. That's the only thing I said. But what happened next, it was something that I could not explain. I was called by the vice chancellor, by the Senate, and I had a rough time. That is what happens. That leaders, when things become very hard, they don't have control. When people become wild, you can't say who should not do what and who should do what. There are police also who become wild. they start now shooting because people don't have the same kind of, head. They have gone through training. There are those who act professional. There are those who will act with bitterness, with stress, with depression. And they say some of them are in the police force, but they are serial killers. They will start shooting people. There are those who are against the government. They will start shooting people so that the government may become unpopular. There are those who are in opposition who will start inciting. I mean, a nation to be destroyed, it is very easy than to build. So we have to be very, very careful that things don't go wrong. We might be joking with Gen Z like a joke. The next time we have serious conflict in the country, what we thought is a good thing, it might turn to be very bad. So we need to be careful on what we are doing. It is good to have agitation. It's good to have demonstrations, but they also have a responsibility to make sure that they don't destroy our country in their in trying to build it, in trying to do the right thing. If they're not very careful, they might destroy even the gains that they have already achieved. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Buru. Boniface, I was seeing you smiling when Buru was giving his points. I don't know if you disagree with what he is saying, because I just want to play you a short clip here on a certain demonstration that was happening in a certain town in Kenya. And then from that, I think we can be able to weigh and see if these demonstrations are really necessary. Just have a look at this.
Fuck you. Ruto lazima aende. Gari ni kesho, ala. Watu wagopi na tupangwingwi. Ndio. Nataka kuonekana? Ndio, nataka kuonekana. Askari mwingine ameenda kupiga
Bonfaz, the images that you're seeing, that is what was happening in Nyahururu. Those are youths and demonstrating, calling for the president to go. So what do you take on that? I think there the police did not maybe use some force. We've not seen tear gas. We've not seen maybe some people getting injured. But I believe in most of the country whereby the police was using tear gas and everything, the situation was similar or worse than that. So what do you take on that? Should they proceed, or is there a way they can demonstrate that is different from that one?
the Gen Z should stop the demonstration. That is my view. They should just give the president time so that he can implement what they are saying. Because if they continue doing this, of course, our country is going to have a lot of laws. Today in the CBD, we have not seen any business running because we had goods in the town who were looting properties and also trying to act as they are trying to distract this peaceful demonstration. So what I can say is that they give president time, they just stop the demonstrations because at the end of the day, the president is not going to have those laws. It is the business people who are going to be affected. You know, we are having people losing their lives, and you know, life is so precious. So I say,
Yeah.
you cannot just the same way Buru has said, you cannot just eliminate president from just saying Ruto must go. We have the constitution, and this is upon someone who was elected. So they give him time and to see whether he's going to do the kind of things that they are saying. But these demonstrations that we are having, the goons have now infiltrated into this demonstration, and that is why we are having this kind of things we have seen today from all parts of Kenya. We have seen what happened in Embu, Kitengela things were worse, and also in Makueni, Kibwezi. So I think the Gen Z should stop, and also the goons who are joining. And if Gen Z stops now, anyone who is going to be seen in the town trying to act as a protester now will be a goon, and the police are going to deal with them properly. So I think the Gen Z should stop, give president time, because this is not something that can be implemented in just one day. It needs time. That is what I can say.
All right, thank you. Ambura, I think you've seen that image. That is how the demonstrations are. And those are the children. I don't know if that is how it should be done. And maybe how do you think the police should be responding to such kind of things? Because you've seen that is how, like, what people feel like that is now the real demonstration. It's described to be active.
You know, Mr. Leo, one,
Yeah.
I am someone who believes in gentleness, that human beings should behave differently from animals. We should
Yeah.
show that we have senses. The Gen Zs are people who
Yeah.
are educated. The police are people who are educated. They have also gone through the training. Let us handle each other as people of one country. One, the police should know the constitutional right of the citizens and protect those rights. It should not be that everyone who is out there on the streets, whether they are demonstrating or not, should
Yeah.
be treated like a criminal. I will not become a criminal because of engaging myself in peaceful demonstration. If I am peaceful, it is the work and the responsibility of the police to protect me, because that is my constitutional right to go out there, to walk, demonstrate without destroying anybody's property, without infringing on the rights of other citizens who have nothing to do with my demonstration. If I am such a demonstrator, then the work of the police should be to protect me, that I should not be harmed in any way by anybody else who is not happy with what I'm doing. But in the same demonstrations, it is the work of the police to ensure that the peace of other people is not disturbed by those who come to take advantage of the demonstration, either to vandalize properties, to steal, or to rob people, and rob businesses and break into businesses. It is the work of the police to arrest those criminals, not necessarily to shoot and kill, because, as I said, Leo, human life is very precious. I don't know at what point it reached. In Kenya, we don't value life. Imagine how much it has costed for you to be where you are today. Imagine how much people rely on you, depend on you, how much people will be hurt if someone, just one person dies. So we should not be killing people like chickens. Even those thugs, even those robbers, if they can be arrested, because most people in Kenya, they are not armed. They don't have guns. I believe the police have the ability to be in a position to contain those people and arrest them. And instead of killing them, let them use other methods. Use the electric shocks. I think the government, it's the high time the government of Kenya start investing on these equipments to control demonstrations. We have some traps that are used. We have electric shocks. We have rubber bullets. We have so many methods that are used to contain demonstrators. Let them use those water cannons. Let them use the tear gas. Let them arrest as many criminals as possible without necessarily killing them. I feel so bad, and I still fail to understand that even after the promise by the president that they are going to protect lives, that there will be no extrajudicial killing, that still these things are continuing in Kenya. I don't know what is happening, Leo. We have lost so many young people in the name of demonstration. Those people, those young people will never come back to life. Even of what happened in Kware, is it in a Kware? Is it Majengo or Mujengo or something like that? It's
The
called what?
Mukuru Kwanjenga, that is on your way to Pipeline. That's Embakasi South constituency. Mukuru, there's Mukuru Kwanjenga and Mukuru Kwarumben. Huh?
Yeah, I'm still wondering whether it's a coincidence that 2 weeks after the conflict between the police and the Gen Zs,
There's somebody who was arrested, and they said the guy confessed to have killed 42, and one of the people who was his first, maybe the person he killed first was his wife. But when taken to court today in Kiambu, the guy said that the police really intimidated him, molested him, and forced him to confess that he's the one who killed those people. So today he denied he didn't do that.
So I wanted to say this. I failed to, when I tried to connect the pieces of my thoughts, I don't think it's a coincidence that after the conflict that we had between the police and the demonstrators, that those bodies are now being retrieved. Yet we knew and we heard that some people were being abducted and some of them never made it home. Some of them have not been found. So there is no justification. There is no justification that the police can give right now to tell us that those people are not part of the people that they had abducted, that they are not part of the people who we heard that were killed in Githurai. And it is the high time we call our police to order. As much as we want to call the Gen Zs to order, because yes, there are people who broke the law, there are people who were stealing and destroying properties, but the truth is those people were not armed. And if they are not armed, yet we have the police, they had even deployed the army. Why don't you arrest these people? If you want to beat them, chapa watu, but don't kill them. Because the moment you kill, they are gone and gone forever. But this is the hypothesis which is coming in my mind, Rio. I'm thinking that there are some criminals in the police, in our police force. And these criminals is just my hypothesis. It is just something I was thinking. I think they abducted these girls or these women. They went and raped them. After raping them, they didn't want what they have done to be known, or they didn't want to release them because they knew they would say what has happened to them. So after raping them, they killed them and dumped them. That is what I'm thinking. And therefore, I also want to talk to our girls and our women and our ladies.
Yes,
That
talk to them.
be very careful. Be very careful out there when you go for demonstrations. Make sure that people know at all time where you are, because you are very, very, very vulnerable. When it is around 5, 6, go home. Don't wait until it is dark. People will get you. Some criminals will just take advantage of demonstrations. They will
Yeah.
kidnap you. They will go take advantage over you. They will rape you. They will kill you, and you will be done. So, especially ladies, be very careful. I'm not trying to belittle them, but I'm just concerned that most of those bodies, all those bodies that have been retrieved, belong to women. So it means our women
Yeah.
are in danger. It is also their responsibilities to take care of themselves, because we have men out there who are like animals. We have seen this is not the first time ladies are being killed by serial killers. Um, so as much as we cannot rule out the police in this, let them also take care. Let them not be out during the dark, because they know who they are. They know themselves. Let them take care of themselves. And also the government should come out clearly and condemn. Just try to buy the idea of the serial killer. Let them go. Let the president initiate a very strong force to investigate the police department. That is the only way we can have confidence with the police. Number two, the president should be making a statement that police officers, remember we have the law which you should follow even when you are engaged with the demonstrators. If someone is peaceful, don't arrest them. If someone is is a criminal, arrest them. Don't kill them unless your life is under threat. So the police, the constitution has stipulated when the firearm can be used by the police officer. So if their lives are not in danger, they should never, ever. And we want to hear this from the police inspector general. We want to hear him talk about this on the media, instructing the police on how to conduct themselves, so that even when they do those killings, the government can be clean. But right now, the president has never come out to say that indeed, okay, he has said it, but he's not coming out very well. He is supposed to condemn and state that if any officer killed a peaceful demonstrator, that officer must be arrested. You know, that's a very strong statement from the president.
Yeah.
But two, the criminals who went there and took advantage of the protests should be arrested. And also, the president has the power to warn those people who go to the demonstrations when they are armed, that when you go out there and you are armed and you pose threat to our police officers, be careful, because those police officers are armed and they are likely to shoot you, because that is their constitutional right. So at least we want to hear leaders telling people exactly what are their rights and what are their limits, so that at least people may know their limits, their boundaries, and all that. That is what I think, Leo.
So I think we need to get some civic education so that the demonstration should know their boundaries, and the police should also know their role, or the role that they need to play in the demonstration. I think that one sounds well, because the problem is the conflict we see daily between the police and the demonstrators is because either the demonstrators are going overboard and are crossing the line where they need to stop, or the police is deciding to use excessive force that they need not to use. So maybe Kimanzi, as we just proceed, I just want to know these guys want the president out, and knowing very well that is something that is next to impossible to happen for the president to decide to resign just because some people have given him pressure. It rarely happens in Africa. So what do you think is going to happen if the president doesn't get out? Are you going to see these demonstrations every day?
I think the Gen Z have withdrawn. So if anyone is going to be seen in the streets chanting Ruto must go, it is going to face the police. But I think I've said Ruto must just be given time. That is all what I think Ruto is just doing, because he is trying to implement what the Gen Z are saying. So we give Ruto time so that he can do what the Gen Z and the other people in the country are saying. You cannot just wake up and say president must go, and you have the constitution. So I think this is something that needs to be taken serious. But of course, our country is a democratic country. We are waiting for 2027 to see what is going to happen. We cannot just push and tell the president move out. No way. That is why it is very impossible to occupy even the state house. Yeah.
So are we going to see these demonstrations happening daily until 2027, or they are going to get tired and stop coming on the streets?
You see, Leo,
you know the.
Yes, Jeff is saying something. Yeah.
You know, we say too much of everything is poison. One, apart from the Gen Zs getting tired, the public will get tired of them. And it will reach a point whereby there will be a conflict, and this will be very soon, between the public and the Gen Zs, the rest of the people, who will be tired of their businesses being closed down, who will be tired that they cannot move from point A to point B. And it's very possible that then next time they will go out, they will find people with kiboko waiting for them, because the public will also get tired. That is why I'm saying let them not become too much. And the other thing, even themselves, they'll get tired. They'll get tired if they overdo it. So, as Kimanzi has said, we are not expecting, even if the president is to vacate office, whoever will come, even if it is me, let the people of Kenya not expect that there is somebody who is coming to perform a miracle. Whoever becomes the president, you have to start somewhere. And you need time to do some of these things. Some of the sufferings of the president, they are not things that he has done. They are things that have been done by the previous governments. They are things that were supposed to be fixed a long time ago. The problem of, for instance, unemployment, it is not the problem of William Ruto. It is the problem of all the governments not taking initiative to ensure that we create jobs. So right now, it is just an eruption, an escalation of things that were not solved many, many years ago. So let them know that singing Ruto must go. To me, it's useless, especially knowing the personality of the, you know, President Ruto. I have done a little bit of psychology. President Ruto is not someone you can just wake up one day, demonstrate and think that now you have really frustrated him, that tomorrow he will say, because of Gen Zs, I'm going home. No. The only thing he is doing, he is saying, these are our children. I am willing to engage them. I am their president, and I am willing to implement their demands. That, to me, is good enough. And now they should work with the government, because William Ruto has decided to climb down. Zakayo ameshuka. Amesema sawa, mnasema nishuke, nimeshuka basi. Nimeshuka nikakuja kiwango yenu. Let me tell you, Leo. It is great humility, even for the president to say, I am going to their space, their social media, to discuss with them. He stayed there. They abused him. Wakamuita umbwa. We president umbwa. Sijui nini.
They abused the president kama mtoto. Through humility, he listened to them to the end. And he gave them his views. They gave him their views. And he told them the things he's going to implement after the discussion. So if that is not good enough, then I don't know whom do they want. If I was the president, wacha sasa William Ruto, labda ingekuwa baya zaidi. It would be worse. Because you don't push the president to the corner the way they are pushing. If they do overdo it,
but they say the power belongs to the people, and the people, they are the ones who give the power to the president.
Can I tell you, the people elected the president. That is their power. The office of the president is not the office of William Ruto. William Ruto is having what we call the referent power. It is the power of the office holder. That power does not belong to William Ruto. It is the power of the people who voted for him, the people of Kenya. So sometimes people misquote by saying, oh, power belongs to the people. Yes, they have the power. There is a way of exercising that power. You can exercise through the elected members. You can exercise through peaceful demonstrations. Why do we go for peaceful demonstrations? We don't go for peaceful demonstrations to overthrow the government. We go for peaceful demonstrations to make the government know that we have grievances. After we have been heard, we go back to our homes and let our representatives, who are the legislatures, who are the executives, implement our requests and our demands. So if we go beyond, then that is why we have the government. It is called the government to put limits to people, because we say that power, absolute power, corrupts absolutely. If you allow people to do whatever they want, my friend, you burn down the country until it is totally destroyed. That is why we put in place the government to govern people. Govern means it's like a speed governor, so that people don't overdo it. So that even when we are expressing ourselves, there are things we should not say. Even when we are going for demonstrations, there are things that we should not do. That is what we mean by government, to govern people, to give people direction.
I get you. Bonnie, do you want to add something on that? Bonnie, can you hear me? Because the people are saying that what the Gen Zs are doing is good because they're ensuring that there is an accountability in government and they should push on. And I've seen so many people celebrating the fact that the Gen Zs were able to occupy parliament. And they're saying because that is an achievement, the next place is that the Gen Zs should occupy State House. So, Boniface, do you still agree with those? Because already they're saying what these people are doing, they are heroes. So it motivates these youth when they go to the street, they go there knowing that they are heroes. They did that which maybe our generations did not manage to do.
I think they should give president time. Time is everything. Ruto is listening to the public. So why are they airing things? They give president time. Yeah.
You know, Leo, even the Bible says that unto those, that unto those who think they are not, or unto those who think they are what they are not. You know, thinking you are something that you are not. Now that they occupied the Nairobi streets, and they occupied the State House, right now they feel like they have this superpower. You see? Do you know the next minute they will say, what? Let us occupy the barracks. Let us occupy the State House. Let us occupy the police stations. You see? That is thinking now. Right now in their mind they feel, oh, we have become so powerful. Hapa ndipo tunasema ukiona Simba amenyeshewa, Usidhani ni paka. Msione William Ruto amenyamaza hivi, msidhani huyu tumemkalia, tumemweza kabisa, hakuna kitu anaweza fanya. You know, the different power is dangerous. The president is the commander of the armed forces of the Republic of Kenya. So, if he can give a wrong decision because maybe of anger, the human rights and the world will cry, but there is nothing they can do after the repercussions. We have seen it in some other places. So that's why I tell people, mkishapatia mtu nguvu, msicheze na hiyo nguvu sana, inaweza ikawaletea shida. Na kama if there is someone mwenye anaweza tea watu shida kubwa, is someone like William Ruto, because William Ruto is not a coward. Hata hivyo venye unaona ananyamaza ni kwa sababu akona experience of what happened in 2007. Akona experience ya mambo mengi yametendeka Kenya, na akona experience maana kuna roho ya Mungu imemuingia. But the William Ruto I know is not the William Ruto mtafikia ati sasa mnafukia kwa kona, mmemsukuma apike mwisho. My friend, mtagogwa. That's what I know. William Ruto is able to stand his ground and say, hao watu sasa wameona nimekubali mambo haya, yameamua kunisubua. Sasa tusubuane. He is capable of doing it. He is capable of kuachilia jeshi wao watoto wapigwe kuanzia asubuhi mpaka jioni. Na mtampeleka mahali, nyinyi ndio mlichagua mkamuita the commander of the armed forces. He is the one who tells them what to do. I mean, we saw what happened during Moi's time. Moi was a very good president, and history repeats itself. People say before 1982, the coup d'etat attempt, President Moi was the best. A very kind president, a very humble man. But after the provocation of the Air Force, when they wanted to overthrow him, that is when Moi changed and became like an animal, using the same power of the people, because it's the people who had put him there.
Yes.
So we are likely to build William Ruto to become a good person. Like now, if Gen Zs decide, this president, we have already cornered him. He has accepted to implement our demands. Let us ensure that he implements those demands as he has said, by now working with him until those demands we have. Don't think even the inspector of police just resigned. Is because the president did not want to. The president told him to resign honorably, because that was one of the demands of the Gen Zs. So now that the president has accepted at least 90% of their requests, is that not an achievement? The best thing they can do right now is to ensure those things, because already the president has tried. We can say, the president has tried to work with them. Let them also cooperate, because this is not the president country, it is our country. He has said, can you even among yourself choose the people that I can work with to implement the things you are saying, because they are not bad things. Leo, we have been here in this show saying that we have cabinet secretaries who are not working, saying that we don't even know their names, saying that we have been talking these things. Now that Gen Zs have come to help us, are we not happy? For me, I'm very happy because of what is happening, because it is a gain to our country. But if they overdo it, we end up losing everything. We lose the country, we lose our children, we lose the government, we lose everything, we lose our economy. Let them also limit themselves. Let them not overdo it. Let them choose the leaders. Leo hakuna kitu ambacho hakina mwanzo. Ati this Gen Z is leaderless, is partyless. That's nonsense. That's nonsense of the highest stupidity of the highest order. Hata mto iko na mahali imeanza. Everything has a source. They know this thing has a leader. This thing has leaders. Let them not keep on hiding. They have already achieved. Wachaguane kama hawana. Watume watu. Let them send people who will sit down with the government to implement those things that they want to be implemented.
But they've said they are leaderless. They don't want to be represented. So how is the president going to meet them? Because the president cannot meet all.
Then how is the president going to implement those things? One, they are not giving him time. Number two, they are leaderless. They are not sending people who can ensure that everything they have said is implemented. They are putting the country in confusion. That is not what we want. We have said they have done good things. We have been here asking ourselves, and still I want them to continue talking about it. How is it that a country of 50 million people is having 47 governors, 47 women representatives, 47 senators, 350 something members of parliament, thousands of MCAs? I mean, it's crazy. And remember, we still have provincial administration. I mean, it is not sustainable for our economy. Those are the
duplication of role.
A lot of duplication. We are supporting Gen Z's 100%, but along the way they are losing direction. Along the way they are losing focus, because instead of ensuring those things are implemented, now they are obsessed with Ruto must go, as if the one who will come and perform a miracle. The president has said, okay, these are the demands. Okay, I believe I can do it together with you. Let us do it. And he has already started. Do you know it is high humility? The people who supported you politically, telling them, I am putting you packing. I'm going to sack you because Gen Zs have said it. Is that not humility, Leo? To be honest.
I get you.
Telling the inspector of police, you are a good guy. I know how passionate you are. That Kome was very passionate with his job. But telling him, you have to step down. You have to resign. I mean, the president is cooperating with these guys. The only thing they need to do is, okay, we want them to actualize their demands. Yani waendelee kuambia president if it is a constitution, because some of these things they will not be done in this government. But that's why I'm saying they should now, in every region, they should now start getting leaders, because we want the counties to be reduced. At least we can even have 8 counties or 10 or something like that. We need counties to be reduced. This is not something that can be done without constitutional review or constitutional change. We want those governors to be reduced. We want those women representatives to be removed. We want those, even Senate, we can do away with the Senate. I mean, if it's not doing anything good for us. We need to reduce those political positions. We also need to reduce the cabinet. I mean, there are so many things that we need to do as a country. But if we continue with Ruto must go, at the end of the day, we're going to lose everything. Right now, Gen Zs have helped somebody. These Gen Zs have helped Raila Odinga. Because, you know, one of the greatest beneficiaries will be the ODM or the Azimio side, those who will accept to work with the president. The president realized there is no way I can handle this. If the opposition, that is the Azimio, continues to fight me, Gen Zs are fighting me. I am finished. So he decided to go for Raila Odinga. Come, we work more closely together. They are still working together. But now they opened a chance for them now to come out and say, guys, we are going to work together. Raila Odinga and the Azimio are the ones who are going to benefit more out of these demonstrations. But Gen Zs, if they had good plan, some of them would even have occupied some of these positions of cabinet secretaries. So let them not hide so much. If you want to bring change, if you are a revolutionist, don't hide so much, because other people will reap from your sweat. Sasa wenye watavuna zaidi ni watu wa Azimio, ndio watapewa mapositions kubwa kubwa ili wakuwe zaidi ya government ikuwe more stronger. That is what is going to happen, which is good for the country also.
Good. I also agree with you that what is happening is good for the country, and the president has got an opportunity maybe to relook into his cabinet and get people who can help him maybe achieve his agenda. And he also has got an opportunity to keep those people whom he rewarded because, yes.
The president had a very useless cabinet. Those people, most Kenyans don't even know them.
There was nothing he could do because these are the people who helped him to campaign.
They shy.
And he also wanted to appear like he's rewarding. Yeah.
They shy from the media. They were not briefing Kenyans on the project they are undertaking. I mean, I have never seen such a cabinet.
Maybe there are no projects that they can brief Kenyans on. They can only brief Kenyans.
The projects were there. The only person who was trying to inform people is someone like Mukome, someone like Moses Kuria, someone like Kidiki. Those are the only people we knew what they were doing, because they were talking. However, someone like Kuria is a performer, but he has a problem with his mouth. He can do a very good job, but he has no control over what he says. That is his undoing. Because when you are a leader, you need some decorum. There are things, I'm not a leader, I'm not a politician, but there are things I can't even say here. But someone like Kuria, someone who is carrying the flag of Kenya, can say anything. Obscene words, abomination. There is nothing big. You know? That is what I was feeling. We don't need him. We don't need him. Not because he was not performing. In fact, I felt bad, Leo, when they removed Moses Kuria from trade and investment, something. Because when Moses Kuria started these industrial parks, that was a brilliant idea. Because what we are suffering from right now, this employment of the young people, those industrial parks, they were made to do what we call value addition to our products. Do you know, Leo? Mimi sometimes huwa nasikia vibaya sana. When I see that tunachukua coffee yetu, tunauza our coffee ikiwa unprocessed. Watu wengine wanaenda wanaichukua, wanatunulia bei baya, wanaiuza like gold. Most of the coffee that is consumed in America, it comes from Kenya. But how much goes to our farmers? How much goes back to our country? And when it is processed here, it is not even given the name of Kenya. You mean our government cannot develop factories to process our coffee so that we can sell finished product? You mean our country cannot come up with the plants to process our tea so that we can be selling finished products? I mean,
they can.
Sometimes it defeats logic, because
there
coffee,
is no good way, but
our Kenyan coffee is the best in the world.
Yeah.
But we don't process. We don't care how much we get for our farmers. So there are so many things that Moses Kuria was talking about. He was trying to do that would have helped. Lakini kwa sababu ya wivu na ujinga pia ya Moses Kuria, hagekaa kwa hiyo docket. I knew it. Alianza kulaunch those projects akiwa peke yake. Yaani unakuta kijiji mzima, kaunti mzima watu wamekuja kuwajia Moses Kuria. Wewe ukiwa president utafurahia? Wewe ukiwa deputy president utafurahia? Yaani anaenda kila county, wametengeneza mkutano, watu karibu wote wanakuja kwa sababu ya Moses Kuria. That was very unwise. He was supposed to launch those projects with the president and the deputy president.
I get you.
Lakini
So it's
sasa yeye
like somehow
kiperebere ameweza kujionyesha yeye ni mkubwa sana, apigiwe makofi. Moses Kuria is coming. I mean, nobody will let you do that. That kind of character is not a character of someone who can be subordinated. Lazima kila mtu ajue sehemu yake. Na lazima uonyeshe heshima kwa wale ambao ni wakubwa wako. If you are going to launch a project, you must have the blessings of your boss. Lakini mimi nikiangalia Moses Kuria alikuwa anajituma. Alikuwa ni kama yeye sasa amekuwa karaisi kadogo. Kwa kila county Moses Kuria anagojea huko na magavana.
Are you trying to say he was competing his boss?
Exactly. That is how it was appearing. So what you do, Leo, I'm saying this because I am in management. You know, that is my field. When you hear subordination, is you should know your line and your limits. There are things I could not do as a manager. The only person who can do them is the director. There are things when the supervisor will do them, they will have a problem with the manager. You have to look at the nation in that perspective. Let me give you a case scenario. I went to one of the company and I was employed as the HR manager. And I realized that when the supervisors have a problem with the employees, they tell them to go and never to come back without the knowledge of the office or the HR department. So when I went there, I told them that is not your work. I told them from today, before you terminate the contract of anybody, the office must be aware. Then it is the work of the HR department to decide and to listen to the cases so that they can determine who should be fired or who should be retained. Because what you are doing, you are overstepping. Unaona? Unakuta Yakoba, I'm just giving a case scenario. Unakuta Yakoba, supervisor ameruka ofisi ya manager, anaenda kuripoti kesi kwa director. Manager atasikia namna gani? So anakuja na kuambia director, ameniambia nikuje nikuambie, mimi nitafanya nini? Nitamwambia hiyo maneno unaniambia siju because you skipped my office. Au umeambiwa niandike barua, enda uandike. I mean, those are some of things we call subordination. Know your limits. Moses Kuria was not knowing his limits. Na nilijua hata kaa kwa hiyo kiti. Wakati nilianza kuona anarakiwa kama rais, magavana wamepanga laini, sijui MLP, MCA, wamepanga laini wanaraki. Moses Kuria kaza huyu ni mjinga wa mwisho. Huyu ataanguka. And I said it, hata hapa nilisema huyu atashuka kushuka. So Moses Kuria is a performer. He has very brilliant ideas, but he doesn't know what to do, what to say, when, how, and to whom. That is how he has finished himself.
I can see even Manson Sanders in the comment section is saying that Moses Kuria was his own undoing with his big mouth. Ruto tried so much to defend him until he became too much. So I'll also agree with you that the president is a beneficiary of what is happening in this country, because it now gives me an opportunity to get competent people and also avoid the blackmail from the people who can campaign for him and maybe help him to become president. And now he'll be telling them that, now you see, if I appoint you, the problem is not me, but the problem is the Gen Z are going to demonstrate because they don't want you there. Let me maybe get it from Atuya Jr. He can also give us his feeling toward the demonstrations that have been continuing, the ones we saw today, and also try to tell us how the future looks like. Like, what do you expect is going to happen? Is the president going to resign, or are the people who are demonstrating going just to say, okay, we've demonstrated enough, nothing is happening, let us now hang our boots and relax, wait for 2027?
Thank you for the opportunity.
Welcome. I can hear you. Yeah.
Just a moment. All right. Okay. Yes. First and foremost, let me say that, let me declare my interest. I'm a government supporter. So my statements will be
No problem. There's
pro-government.
no problem. But I can see Jeff is laughing. It's okay. There's no problem.
No, my statements will be pro-government at some point, and that's my democratic right, and I'll exercise it as others are doing at the moment. First and foremost, I saw the title of the conversation was "What next? What do we expect now?" I'm not sure. The demos currently, for me, don't look like they have an end game. The demos for me currently look like they have a political uh, inclination to them. The agitation for good governance is good. I welcome it. The agitation for good, for accountability, for legality, for constitutionalism, we support that, and I think it has come in handy. And I will say to some extent, if uh, if the pressure works well, it will work. It will work for him, the president. He has a chance now to actually work for the people of the country, and we will be the beneficiaries of having a just and an accountable government. But my biggest questions, I think, will relate even to the topic of the video. That what next? When I listen to this young generation, I don't belong to the Gen Zs, slightly above. When I listen to them, I hear people who have ideas of what the government is supposed to look like. I was talking to someone today, and he was telling me our dads and mothers and have always told us that they have always given government. They have always let government do bad things. So it is about time now that we kept them accountable. Now, my biggest question to them has always been: we want good leadership. We want. They say they want a new president. They want totally new parliament. My question has always been: how do we get there? We have two ways. We either go the democratic process way, or the other way out is using force. Using force to overthrow the government, and as another option. The third option, I'm not sure. Is it possible that how do we dissolve parliament in the first place? I came here to discuss, so maybe someone will also help me on that. So I'm not sure. They don't. I listened to someone on TV today, and they're giving good ideas, but telling us how to get there. How do we get a new president tomorrow? How do we get a new parliament tomorrow? How do we get a good IBC tomorrow? I was asking another person, like, if we need an IBC, a good IBC, then Parliament must it must go through Parliament. And they were telling me we don't trust that Parliament, but we need a new IBC. So my question mostly is also how do we get there? So I at times dismiss what they agitate for, because I'm of the idea you guys have a really good you have a really good idea on how to sell to move this country forward. But we must now use that positive energy, use it constitutionally, and change the country. If we want a new IBC, it must go through Parliament. Now, what we can do as the young generation is that to ensure that we have a public participation during the process, so that we have clean IBC in office. That can be done through parliament, but through the people. If we want a new cabinet that we, the people, need, we must participate in the public participation when they will be grilled in parliament. Come with all your allegations there. But the problem is, majority of them will come with TikTok videos of what somebody said when he was in my village, Nyamira, and say he does not fit to be a CS, and that might not hold water legally. So my biggest question to the generation, if there are some watching, is give us the process on how. Don't tell, if today William Ruto left, tomorrow left, how? If you tell them Gashawa takes over, they'll tell you we don't want him. Okay, if you don't want Gashawa, then the speaker takes over. We don't want him. No. How do you want the change? Okay, if all of them resigned today, what do you want us? How do we go? What's the process? If someone with a good idea can tell me, then he will really help me. I came in when Jeffrey was speaking about the competence of the CSs. You know, I think we are really obsessed with big names being CSs. I think people are into, they're meant to believe that a CS for health should have a big name. We are used to having Anwe gurus. We are used to having big names in cabinet, people who have names, but not necessarily a track record. When people say some CSs were incompetent, truly some were incompetent in the eyes of the people. People will question Moses Kuria. Somebody could tell me that Moses Kuria is not learned. Moses Kuria cannot even, he's not a technocrat. Then I ask him, who is a technocrat? Tell me, what is it that Moses Kuria doesn't have to be a CS? But people will judge him out of what he says in political forums and say he's not a technocrat. But truth be told, the guy has a good track record in the financial world, in the banking system. So he has a know-how on management, and he can lead. So we are obsessed with having big names. So I think people will want to see Amatiani, people want to see the era of having Kalonzo as the foreign minister, Charity Ngilu. That's when they'll think they have a cabinet. But when they see Aisha Jumwa, former governor Mvurya, they feel like this is not a cabinet, it's an incompetent cabinet. Cabinet is not names. Cabinet is delivery and the know-how of the people. Another question I will consistently ask, though it is always controversial, we have had atrocities committed by previous governments, especially in the last 20 years. We have seen terrible atrocities against humanity, against the economy. And some of the issues that the country is facing currently have happened in the last period of 20 years of governance. But the magnitude of dissatisfaction with the presidency has never reached this level. My question is, why, how? And maybe I need to be told. Why now? Why is it this bad in 1 year, 6 months into William Ruto's presidency? But in the last 20 years, when we have seen terrible and worse scenarios in this country, we have only seen one-sided the mandamanos. But this time, I don't know. I need answers. Someone to explain.
I get you. Of course, I know there are people here. Some of them I can see Jeff is smiling. I don't know what he has to say. Kimanzi is also there. And it is good you started by declaring that you are a supporter of the government. That is, you support the side of the government. And as we can see this demonstration, the government is against the demonstrations. And of course, you've asked questions that some of these things have been happening. Maybe it could be that it had not reached a time when people maybe have decided it is enough and they now want to stop it, because everything that maybe been happening. It reaches a certain point when people can no longer move forward or move backwards, but instead they just have to confront it head on. So I don't know from Jeff's side or Kimanzi's side, do you think that what is happening right now, it's being unfair to the president? Because, okay, almost all of these things, they did not start with William Ruto. But now that energy to fight it has come when William Ruto is the president, and people has got no option. They just need to say that, okay, we need to drain the swamp and refresh and restart everything, because we don't want to postpone it and maybe take it to the next person. So it might be that Ruto is not lucky that these things are happening at his time. So I don't know, what is your take on that, Jeff? A question I've been asked on that.
I don't think it's unfair to William Ruto, because I see it as a wake-up call for the president to act. As we have said, the greatest beneficiary at the end of the day will be President William Ruto. I am very sure he wanted to reorganize his government, and therefore he has seen this as an opportunity for him to reorganize his government. He has an excuse to give to the cabinet secretaries to tell them, you know, guys, there are people out there who don't want you. It is not me, it is them. But the truth is, and I had talked about this, I've been telling you, William Ruto and Raila Odinga, they are working together. The only thing they didn't know is, how do we break this news to our supporters? How do we tell the leaders who are working with us they might be involved? The Gen Zs have helped William Ruto in two ways. One, you'll be able to put the people that he wants in the executive. You'll also be able now to bring the opposition in government. That is working for him, because this is something that they agreed with Raila Odinga a long time ago. And I've been talking about it here. So for me, I say this one has come to help William Ruto. The Gen Zs, as much as they are strong, they are not strong enough to fight with the government. I can tell you for sure. That one you can put in the bank. They don't have what it takes to bring the government of William Ruto down. I'm telling you this through experience. I've been there. I was there during the time of Moi, the Sabasaba demonstrations. I was there during the time of Kibaki, even 2007, I was there. We have seen it all. We have seen strong personalities, strong movements. Then these ones who are telling us they are leaderless and they are partyless. Yani kodoo bila mchungaji watatawanyika. If you don't have a leader, don't expect to go very far. We need people who are bold enough to say, yes, I am the leader of this group, and this is what we are agitating for, and it has to be done. We had people in this country like Jido Matiba. Before Jido Matiba became sick, he was like a lion. You people, you never... if Jido Matiba did not bring down the government of Moi, there is nothing you people know. If people like Jaramogi Oginga Odinga and so many other very strong personalities, they are not able to bring down the government of Moi. Gen Zs are also, they don't have experience of what is the government. Wao wanaona tu silence ya William Ruto, wamemsukuma, wamesema jamani, waje tumalize hii mambo. I mean, government is not something you just wake up one day and just saying Ruto must go. Ruto must go, then he comes tomorrow and says, good people, because of Gen Zs, I have decided to resign. Of course, somebody like Kibaki can do that. Somebody like Mudavadi maybe can do that. Somebody like Carozo can do that. But you have to know people's personality. Someone like with the personality of, even Uhuru could resign. Someone like Uhuru can resign. But someone like Raila Odinga, someone with the personality of William Ruto and Gachagua, those kind of people, you don't push them. You don't tell them that they resign and tomorrow they say, oh, I have given up. It's not easy. Of course, not William Ruto. So, Gen Zs, we have heard you. the president have heard you. The president has heard your demands, and he has accepted to implement the things you have told him. I joined the conversation. I listened with great humility. The president articulated his side of the story. Where there was misunderstanding, he made them understand. Also the difficult of being a president. It is not easy to govern people, especially the people of Kenya. Sisi ni watu vichwa gumu. Sisi ni watu tunaweza subua mtu. Leo saa hii ukipewa hiyo kiti ya president, kama huna roho kubwa utakufa. Na ndivyo unaona Kibaki alitoka tu hata kukaa sana. Because tulitesa huyo mzee kabisa. We really disturb Kenyans. That is our nature. We really disturb. I know even the world sympathizes with the presidents of Kenya. We really disturb our leaders. That is our personality. But William Ruto has seen it all. He went to parliament when he was a Gen Z. He has great experience. He has a big heart. That is why even now don't think that William Ruto is not sleeping. This is a strong president. Ruto, the only thing that is limiting him is because of also the things he has gone through. He has been in ICC. He has gone through processes. He has been in the government of Uhuru Kenyatta. He was humiliated. All those things have built a character in him, a character which is causing him to have some kind of humility. But without the experience that he has gone through, William Ruto is a tough president. In the Bible, you can only compare William Ruto with King David. People with tough hearts. People who can stand their ground and say, okay, sawa, wacha tuonane. But right now, he is saying, these are our children. Let us listen to them. Let us sit down. If the president tells you, let us sit down so that we can implement the things that you want, then you say, we don't want dialogue. What do you want? Then, what do you want us to do? Do you really love this country? Do they know where we have come from? We might not be knowledgeable, maybe they see us academic dwarfs. We may not be knowledgeable like them because we are not always in the computer and tablets. But can I tell you, these leaders you see mnaita wazee hawa kina Raila Odinga, hawa kina Kalonzo, hawa kina Mudavadi, hawa wote mumeona wameishi kwa hii nchi. They have great knowledge which is called experience. Ukienda kuuliza kazi leo, kitu cha kwanza nitakuuliza is the number of years of experience. Years of experience is, if it's a truck driver, ni kama nakuuliza ni accident gapi umewahi epuka na ukajua vile zinastahili kuepukwa. One day I took a truck here. Nikaulizwa, hujawahi enda safari mrefu hivi, utaenda? Nikasema I will go. Nikaweka GPS. Nilikuwa nataka inipeleke kwa truck station. I want to show you the importance of experience. The Gen Z, they have the knowledge, but they lack political experience. Na ndipo hapo ninasema they can put Kenya in fire. Yenye hawataweza kuzima. Nikaweka GPS ya lori. GPS ya lori badala inipeleke kwa gas station, ilikuwa inanipeleka kwa shule. Nikasema wacha nijaribu haka kasimu. Sikujua GPS ya simu hai detect bridges. And I had a very high track. Nikaona hii inanipeleka kwa gas station. Nikaweka gari mafuta. Wacha nikuambie kuchapa bridge. Nilichapa bridge. Body yote itakuwa flattened. Sasa wale dispatchers wananiuliza, ulikuuliza kama utaweza kuenda hiyo safari yote, ukasema utaenda. Nikajua that is the experience which I was not having. Hawa Gen Zs wako na lori na ni mzuri, wanaona wanaendesha vizuri. Nilikuwa nimeenda safari mrefu, hata mzigo nilikuwa nimemwaga, nilikuwa narudi. Gen Z tayari wamefikisha mzigo, wamepeana report yao kwa president. The president anasema let us implement. Lakini hii lori wakicheza watagogesha kama venye niligogesha yangu. Because I was not having experience. Nikaenda hasara kubwa. So experience is very important, na ndio wazee wako nayo. Waleta hiyo knowledge yao ya technology. So combined with the experience that we
I
have,
get you.
we built a country called Kenya. Yes, lakini waache kutuita wazee, wanaona hakuna kitu tunajua. Leo, let me tell you something.
Yes, tell me.
If you have ever built a house at a chore, you will never ever try to put down somebody's structure. You will know how costly and how painful it is to build a structure until you finish it. That is the experience they don't have. That is why watasema, oh, tunaenda kuchoma nyumba ya Sudi. Tunaenda kuchoma nyumba ya mtu fulani. That is the experience they don't have. What they don't know is what is the cost of building a house until it is finished. What is the cost of buying a car? And sometimes we take loans to buy a car. Alafu mtu ashike achome. Unless there is no God. You burn somebody's house, watoto wake wakose chakula, watoto wake walale njaa. Huyo mtu aende alie, and you are expecting tomorrow you're gonna build your house. The experience they don't have is that there is something that is called curse. They think, oh, we have the world on our side. They don't care whether people can be cursed or not. They don't care that this president we are abusing is an elder. Kuna mambo hatuwezi. Yaani unakuta mtu wa miaka 20 anaita president ubwa kwa macho yake. Wewe ni ubwa sana. Yaani unaita mzazi wako ubwa and you think it is okay. Na wewe pia ujue ukifikisha hiyo miaka utatusiwa, unashindwa ni nini, ni wapi nilikosea. Unapomoa nyumba ya Kimanzi, unagojea kesho leo Mungu atakupea yako. Utastruggle kujenga nyumba mpaka wakati utakumbuka, hey, kuna makosa nilifanya. I burnt somebody's house. Utaishi bila gari miaka yako yote. Unashindwa what is wrong with me. Wengine wanaulizaga, pastor, kwa nini nilikosea Mungu? Wengine mulichoma manyumba na magari za watu mkiwa university as a group. Mungu akawalaani. I mean, what do you do? And how does it affect your life? I mean, there are things you don't do. But they think, oh, we have the world on our side. Some people learn through experience. Kuna uwezi shika mama mzee uchape kwa sababu wewe ni Gen Z. Na ugoje ati kesho hutachapwa. Utachapwa na hutajua kwa nini unachapwa. Na sio yeye atakuchapa. I mean, that is life. What goes round comes round. Wamechoma magari za watu, okay. Huyo mtu akaenda vitu zake zikafanywa auction. Akalia kwa sababu yako. Hiyo machozi itakufuata bwana. Ukachoma nyumba ya mtu. Hujui aliipata namna gani. My friend, they have the knowledge. We need to give them experience of life. I saw people and I talked to people. Leo, I was still an adult in 2007. I was following politics.
Yes,
there are people.
You want to say something?
There are people who participated in destroying properties.
Yes.
Wengine wao walikuja kwa shule, maana tulikuwa tunasoma na wao. Kwanza Ayubu aseme kitu alafu nitakupea hiyo story. Ili watu wajue hata kama hakuna mtu atakuona, one day kuna mtu atakufanya ukue accountable for every action you have ever done. You did it as a group, you suffer alone. Hapo nimeongea kama pastor, semeni yeye.
Bonnie, I think you want maybe we can get your view, then we get to I give some response. Okay.
I go or Kimanzi goes?
Maybe let me get a minute from Kimanzi, then you can go.
Should I go on?
I can see he's trying. Look.
I just want to say, I want to add something what Buru has said. You know, Buru has been spitting facts here about the current government. So I think one thing I understand about William Ruto personality is a radical. and he is not easily broken like just a soft stone. So they are going to take it very easy, but again, Ruto is not that guy who can be broken. So they need to understand that. I have been watching some clips in 2006 when we had those elections preparation, and also have been watching clips of William Ruto in 2016. So I can tell you things are not going to be easy, and you cannot just chant William Ruto must go. Yet he is trying to accommodate you in what you're saying. So I think the Gen Z should understand William Ruto is not someone who is easily convinced. Like you just chant William Ruto can go and just wake up and leave the state house. No, just understand that it's going to be tough. You know, he is trying to accommodate the Gen Z, trying to do what they're doing. But again, whatever they are doing, today we have seen the goons looting properties and also trying to act like this is not a peaceful demonstration. I know William Ruto will get tired by this demonstration, and that is where you will see the other side of William Ruto. So, and I agree with Buru's word that Ruto personality is totally different from other people. That is from other presidents that we have had in our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. I think Atia, you wanted to give some response. Maybe you can just proceed. Osama bin Laden is also telling us there that nilisikia Uhuru alikuwa anachapa class. I think he meant glass tano wakati alikuwa na pressure 2016 hadi Ruto karibu achape yeye kofi wakati alitaka kuachana na kiti yake. Okay, those ones are unless we verify, but we'll treat them as opinions. So you can proceed.
Ruto. Actually, it was Ruto who said it. Ruto said that Uhuru had said he want to give up. And
yes,
akisema
who said
nilisikia
that?
kuchapa kofi. Ruto haezi achilia kiti. And let me tell you, you know, Gen Z, some of these people have not been there. They are just born. Some of them were just born the other day. William Ruto hawajafanya demonstrations kubwa kama zenye zilikuwa zinaongozwa na William Ruto Kenya hii. So kuna wakati William Ruto alikuwa anaongoza demonstrations kubwa kuliko hii. Hatujaiona demonstrations kama zile za 2007. And who were the leaders? William Ruto was one of them. So what I'm saying, hakuna kitu mgeni kwa William Ruto. He has seen it all. Mpaka ameshikwa, amepelekwa Hague International Criminal Court. I mean, amerudi hapa. I mean, some of the processes we go through, they are called agri process. What do they do to us? They prepare our hearts to handle conflicts, big things, problems and troubles. That is why today William Ruto can still afford to sleep. If he is a soft person, with these Gen Zs, he cannot even sleep. But William Ruto will wake up and tomorrow you're going to see him in a rally. Unasema haya, jamaa bado wako. And you continue to be there. So Gen Zs, for them to shake William Ruto, they need to retreat, go reorganize themselves. They come back when they are more orderly. Right now, they are suffering from lack of focus and particularity. They don't know exactly what they want. They say they want...
just to add something.
Yes. Go ahead.
One thing that is a problem at the moment. It's not even. Am I audible?
Yes.
Or delayed?
Yes, you're audible. You can be able to. You're okay. You can just proceed.
So one thing, one problem that is it's not an issue about William Ruto leaving office. It is about the disorganization that the group is causing. It's about the ability they have to stop businesses from functioning. It's the ability they have that now they have a voice distracting government business. The issue is this generation has they have something that they're trying to communicate. And at the main group, the people who have this agenda actually do have a good agenda for the country and something that we as Kenyans must support. My question is, with their demands, how do we get to what they are agitating for? And mind you, a presidential resignation is one last option for William Ruto to take. So how do we achieve to the demands, some very okay demands, because accountability, legality, and constitutionalism, I support that. How do we get there? At the moment, they have the capability of mobilizing, and then goons are taking advantage, disrupting businesses. It is taking a toll on people. At the end of the day, some of these people are jobless. If you want them on the streets every day, they will be there. So it's not about how to handle them. If government decides to go hard on them, it will also be very chaotic. Because if government goes so hard, then we're gonna have fatal deaths, people dying, and then that's something I'm sure the government wants to go slow on. If you go slow on these people, they are causing chaos. They are destabilizing the country. They have a certain message that they want to address. How do we achieve what they want to achieve in a democratic process, in a constitutional way, so that we can take advantage of this message that they have to change the country for the better, but also remain a democratic country? Because if indeed we pursued this route, we might end in a scenario where, some of these young people cannot foresee. Imagine a country where you don't have a president, you don't have maybe a deputy president. They think elections will happen easily. They think William Ruto resigns tomorrow, Rigathi resigns, and then we have another election tomorrow. They think it's that easy. There are so many dynamics to this. And if elections are to be held tomorrow again, the so-called faces that they think are old, they don't want, they will be the favorites. If Ruto is out of the picture, those names that they think are old and from the old generations are the one who gonna take over. So it will be just postponing the problem. So how do we achieve what they want? How do we get there? How do we use this momentum to change the country for the better, but still remain a democratic and constitution-abiding country? That's my question. Somebody can just take over. True TV, Kimanzi.
Hello, hey, can you guys hear me? Munanisikia? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh,
yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, panelists. Nice to see you guys once again. Now, I just want to weigh in on a few things that I have witnessed, and maybe the observation from the panelists, starting from what I've heard Mburu saying and the other gentlemen. We all seem not to understand the moment in the country. We all seem not to understand how Mau Mau came to be, how multi-party democracy came to be, how other rebellions, how other revolutions have come to be. And Gen Z is not something that is something that is new to us. And our reactions are going to be different, definitely, because this is something that involves the young people. It has never happened anywhere in the world that we have people of this generation coming together and demanding audience with the government. And and they get it. So, so far, I can say Gen Zs have achieved what they really wanted to achieve. Their objective was to bring the government of William Ruto to the attention of the finance bill, which they did perfectly. It was dropped. It has never happened in any other government apart from when Moi was really pushed. And it took a while for Moi to be pushed to remove Section 2A of the Constitution that allowed multi-party democracy. To me, I wouldn't want to underrate the Gen Z by belittling them with phrases like leaderless, partyless, things like that. You need to understand the vision, the mission, the philosophy of this movement, the people who started the conversation, and where the conversation was going. And ask yourself, did it address the issues affecting you and me? If it indeed addressed the issues affecting the government of William Ruto to an extent that he dissolved the cabinet, so you can only imagine to what extent should have Gen Z's pushed could Ruto's government would have given in. So what has happened like today, if I want to go back to what happened, is what I expected on this demos for Tuesday. Gen Z's pulled back. They allowed the millennials who had hijacked and the youth who had hijacked the movement to go on. That's why you saw a lot of looting, a lot of hooliganism in the movement, and they successfully pulled back, and you saw the damages and the impact. So there was no impact in this demonstration for today. Those are the kind of demonstrations that have been happening throughout. When we wanted to open the server, when so those have happened. But today's Tuesday demos, Gen Zs were actually not part of it. I don't think that they participated in the demos. Just to again add that political class had really tried to hijack this particular movement and represent their views to this particular movement and try to guide them to do ABCD. I have participated in the express. I have witnessed leaders like Barack Muluka. I have seen Miguna Miguna. Last night I saw Tony Gashaka trying to really advise this movement on the next way or how to bring Ruto's government down. Yes, that was not the agenda of Gen Z from the time they started the demonstration. I think the whole idea was not to bring Ruto's government down, but to put the government of William Ruto on check on the issues that they had promised Kenyans that they did not deliver. And also, more importantly, the finance bill. I think that is my opinion for now. I will weigh in sometime later. Maybe you can add on something.
Maybe just a question.
Go ahead.
Through TV.
Yes, go ahead.
So, not the issue. The issue is the Gen Zs actually are not seen on the streets nowadays. Ever since it became violent. So, but there are individuals riding on the demos to cause chaos, and make the demonstrations really chaotic and violent, something that was not before, that was not there before. So we don't want to wish away the demands of these individuals, of these Generation Z. So how do we achieve what they want, but still remain within a democratic process? Because they are saying Ruto must go. That's the message. And it is now a political call that they want Ruto
No,
gone.
no, that's where I want to correct
But
you.
if you ask them,
I want to correct you there. That's where we are getting it all wrong. The Ruto must go is not a Gen Z agenda. That is a millennial agenda. Yeah, that is a millennial agenda and the political class agenda. That is the minority agenda, the people on the other side. That has been their agenda. So it's not that they are pushing for Ruto to go. No, 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 no. I have been on those platforms. If you go to a platform where you find that the moderator is a millennial, you'll see you'll see the kind of talk that they are having in those forums. But if you go initially, if you had gone to the forums of Gen Z, you'd see the issues that they are raising. They are raising the issues of tribalism in recruitment. They are raising the issues of in the finance bill. The issues that they are raising incompetence in the cabinet. There is raising the issues of corruption in government. To correct all this in a span of in a span of two in a span of 2 years is next to impossible. Ruto cannot correct the mistakes of Jomo Kenyatta, the mistakes of Moi, the mistakes of Uhuru Kenyatta, and the mistakes of Kibaki in just 2 years. They are also reasonable enough to understand that Ruto can only be stretched this far, and we don't want a country that goes into anarchy. And we almost went to anarchy at the demonstrations persisted. It is not that the Gen Zs are not able to bring the government down. They have the numbers. They have the numbers. They can bring the government of William Ruto down if they show up like they showed up the first time in the demonstration. Don't overrule that. Don't say that Ruto won. No, the Gen Zs are still winning this war, and the war they are winning is on the war of accountability. Now, today, the government of Kenya is accountable. Today, the cabinet has gone home. That is a plus. Yes.
so on the front, on the individuals calling for Ruto must go. So we should associate that with from the Gen Zs. That's what we want to say.
Let us not associate that Ruto must go with the Gen Z's movement. No. Kina Anifa were very, very clear when they started the movement of what they wanted. But the political class came very, very fast to hijack the process. Then there were these extrajudicial killings that now agitated for more animosity against Ruto's government. But one thing I must say is that Ruto needs to act on those officers who killed those young people. It is not good for a government to start to kill its own citizens, like we have seen the butchers in Gudurai and the abductions that have gone on in government. And now it will go on in history like William Ruto presided over a government that killed many young people. That is already written. Yeah.
I think Atia, that is clear, and you can maybe you've heard it from Muzalendo. It's good. Atia started by making it clear that with him is on the side of government, and he stands to defend and support what the government is doing to ensure that normalcy and some order is brought. Maybe I think we can get to hear from Ashley before we proceed. I don't know if Ashley is also having the same feeling that
Leo, before Ashley comes in, I just want to add one point to emphasize those who support William Ruto, or those who support Raila Odinga, or those who support the movement. Now, let us not reach a point where a politician is idolized. We reach a point where some members of a political party idolizes a leader to an extent of that, when he says we go left, we go left, we go right, you don't have a brain. Let us reach a point with the William Ruto supporters where they can reason when the president is going wrong and call it, hey, the commander in chief, you are doing the wrong thing. Yeah, we need to reach that junction in order to have a good country moving forward.
I think that is clear. Maybe you can now allow Ashley, we listen to her. Of course, she's also going to give us her view on the current demonstration that is happening. We saw what happened yesterday, and how Jeff called his goals have been shifting from reject the finance bill, fire or dissolve the cabinet, and now it is Ruto must go. Maybe the end game, and if shall that one not happen, because from the experience that we have and based on precedents, these African presidents, they don't give in to such kind of pressure and wake up and say that, okay, because a majority are demonstrating, these people, it seems they don't have confidence in me to save the country and save the name. Have resigned. It rarely happens in Africa. We saw in 2007, 2008, when people are really dying, Kibaki being as old as he was, he could not say that, okay, if people can really have to lose life, yet at my age, I want to die with some clean hands and such kind of things. They'll do everything possible to ensure that they remain in power. To an extent, even if they are going to die the next day, they would rather die than resign. So actually, I don't know what is your take on the kind of demonstrations, and what do you think that is, what do you predict that is going to be the end game of these demonstrations?
Hi, thank you for the forum. I want to condole with those that have been bereaved and those who have had their people injured in hospital. We appreciate their service because we are not all able to be there. Now, I don't want to try and speculate what the end game would be, but one thing I know is that there are advantages, decentralization, and disadvantages. And personally, I wish they had leaders, or if not, all the groups that are there had a way they met and they had an agenda, because that's why I feel they are losing. I know Mzalendo said that the original goal was for the rejection of the bill, which is correct. But if you're a doctor and you go to operate on somebody, maybe to remove some, like some sort of maybe a tumor, and you see something else growing, you cannot say, I am not going to remove this other thing because my original reason for operating on this person was the tumor. So yes, they did go there to demonstrate, and they got their whatever they wanted, the rejection of the finance bill. But really, they also, other things came up. The government started abducting people, we have to ask ourselves, what is the purpose of government? Isn't the purpose of government to protect its people and keep the society safe? So when we are saying that we won, how did we win? What these demonstrations showed is that we even have a bigger problem than the finance bill, because what most of the people who are in this group, and that's the saddest thing, is that they are rich people who did not want their money to be touched. They didn't want to pay taxes because there was a lot of taxes that were being imposed on them. And even the lands, small people don't have big lands, so they are not going to pay big taxes. Even if they are going to start charging people for land, it is the people with the big lands who are going to pay. And that is why you saw the middle class in the streets, because it was affecting them. Why they have moved away is because whatever is happening now doesn't affect them. And that's the selfishness of Kenyans, that we cannot come together for our common good. We helped them fight for what they were wanting. They got it, and now they don't care. Now they're okay, and they've left them, the small person, to fight for themselves, instead of holding hands together as our anthem asks us and fight this common enemy. I cannot see someone like whoever is saying that now we need to let the government work because it's going to bring anarchy. Tell that to that woman who found her kid burnt. Anarchy has already visited her. Tell that to those people whose children are being thrown in that dumpster. Tell them that you want a good country. To them, their world has come to an end. Why are we so selfish? You know, there are things I would say here that would make me get in trouble. So I am going to keep quiet. But I tell you, an eye for an eye is the way to go. That is the way to go, and that is the language some people understand. An eye for an eye. That's all I'm going to say. That's biblical. That's how.
But actually, do you think that is going to be possible? Because if you look at maybe the younger generation calling themselves the Gen Z, they are getting an opposition from the government. So you'll find that the government is having an upper hand in what is happening. So how is this one going to be possible? Because this is a generation, a younger generation. And the government is using people irrespective of maybe the people they are facing. Actually, I don't know if you're able to get me.
Hello? Can you hear me? People are talking. You remember when people are building the Tower of Babel? The way God confused them, he gave them different tongues. And as long as they were speaking in one tongue, they were building and they were going to reach where God did not want them to reach. And that is what the government has done. By the way, they are not scared of what is going on now. What scared them was the beginning, the order that they had doctors, they had lawyers, they had money, they had the number you call when you're in trouble, and that scared the government. Have you seen anyone being abducted now? Now they're just shooting in slums, where even if people die there, nobody is going to care. They're not going to get, like now, can you imagine why has those big lawyers not gone to force the government to go and, like, what are taxes for? Why are people going in a dumpster without protective gear when we pay taxes? And someone can say, we got what you wanted. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you people? I can't see how some of you sleep at night in a government that calls itself Christian. What kind of Christianity is this? Or why are we mocking God? You know, I don't even understand. I don't know what has seared our mind, that we have become so exposed to evil until it has become normal. How do you stand and keep watching? Tell those women, those children, those families whose kids have been slaughtered, that they will watch Ruto on TV for 3 more years. And I'm telling you, if you give him a chance to stay until 2007, he will not leave. He won't. If someone comes up stronger than him, they will die. Because he knows he will not go anywhere. People just complain. People just got used to it. It is so unacceptable that some people were abducted and until now they have not been found. And you say we won. Who won? Can someone tell me who won? I want to see that Caliph Cairo. Because he is rich and he doesn't have to pay taxes, now he's okay. Now he's saying let us give government time to work. The government is working. And what are they doing? Killing people. The government is working. They want you to tax you because they want to pay loans that you did not acquire. And even when Jimmy Wajigi says that we need to let what does he say for the loans? We let them go, forfeit them. How do you forfeit something which was not yours even to begin with? How? Can Leo, can you take my debt and say you're going to forfeit it? How? It's not yours.
It can't happen. Actually, I know before we maybe bring in maybe other speakers too to contribute. Earlier, Tia Junior did ask a question that you see when these demonstrations started. Of course, you've talked of that you are doing an operation on a tumor, but you find that there is some growth that is taking place. Of course, it's obvious you're going to deal with it. So people are saying that why can't they now give the president time so that the president can implement on their previous initial demands rather than giving demands after the other one. Like in the first case, they talked of the finance bill, which was dropped. It's a case that hasn't been settled. They talked of the cabinet. The president did an honorable thing and
Can I cut
fired
it
or...
Okay, just stop there.
Okay, it's okay.
It would be okay if he did not abduct people. What did I start with? I say the purpose of government is to protect its people and keep the society safe. Now, we went there for rejection of the finance bill. We found an even bigger rot that the government has failed to protect its people and to keep the society safe. And that is the basis of why I believe people are saying Ruto must go, because he is the head of government and he has failed. All these other things, and people don't listen to Miguna. Miguna told them, don't worry about the IEBC. You cannot expect the same person, Ruto, to form it because it will not be in order. But they kept insisting. That's why I'm saying we are not speaking in one voice. And because we are not speaking in one voice, unless God does a miracle, it is going nowhere. But Ruto should go. He has failed. How do you give him an opportunity? Even today, it's now even journalists are being shot. That is like, how do you give him an opportunity? Well, he's still doing wrong. If he stopped doing wrong, if he withheld the finance bill and he didn't have all these people massacred, and if it is true that the police did that, why are they protecting them? You tell me, they're saying these bodies have been there since 2022. Didn't we have floods the other day? How comes those bodies are still intact after being in water for that long? Who are they fooling? So that is why we are saying Ruto must go. What I don't understand is how intelligent people cannot understand this, and they say you give him time. How do you give a murderer time? How do you give a criminal time?
No, we need to question Ashley.
I think yes, you can give a question. Boniface is also raising the hand there. I can see Black Land is also waiting on the bait.
I also have like 2 questions for Ashley, maybe.
All right. Yeah, you'll come in and ask those questions. First and foremost, Ashley sounds like a voice I know from before. And I want to believe that she's not she's not within the country at the moment. And these people who are outside the country are the people who are fueling, they want this country to be very ungovernable. They want some of us not to access even the shop outside my place where I'm living. They give very elitist ideas from kilometers away from this country, But when our businesses, when our people are being butchered along the streets, they are not there. Now, when someone comes and says that the government has been killing its people, when somebody says that we cannot give a president who's killing his people, that is it's a good thing to say. But let me ask you, Ashley, people are surrounding your house, people are burning your house because they don't agree with you politically. So you want to come out, you move out of that house, they burn your house because they don't agree with you politically, not because because they don't like you. So you cannot expect parliament to be put on fire. You cannot expect people going to throwing stones and trying to kill members of parliament, representative of the people, and you expect that the government will not arrest those people. So you cannot justify criminals by saying that they were abducted. Some individuals were wrongly abducted and they have been released, but individuals who were seen on camera burning parliament, destroying property, I can easily say they should be jailed, they should be arrested, and they should be within custody of government. Number two, when you are out in the country and you're saying that Ruto must go tomorrow, this is a question I came into the platform and the first thing I asked was, give us the how. You on Twitter, you're on Spaces telling people Ruto must go. Now, we have many ways that Ruto can vacate office. There is is either resigns, that is a personal decision that he will make. Number two, it's either you come from where you are with an army, with the individuals that you telling that to riot, and remove him from office, so that we can have that lawlessness country that you guys dream of. We have a country, we have a constitution. What we should be encouraging from the far distances you guys are is that now we have a moment. We have gotten this government into a place that they are listening. Now, let's use the constitutional means that are available to ensure that we are implementing what these people want. If you want accountability, there is a way we can have accountability within democratic processes and within the constitutionalism. You cannot be shouting Ruto must go while you are living in safe havens. If this country today goes the Somalia way, I and my mother don't have anywhere else to go. We will be slaughtering each other with our neighbors. If Ruto today was to vacate office by force, it is the time he will realize that he also belongs to a community. There will be a community that uprises against another community. We cannot let the country go down the strains because people disagree politically. The voices calling for Ruto must go, they are political voices. If we have economic issues against Ruto, if we have genuine issues, then let's solve them constitutionally. These kids who are saying that Ruto must go, there are over 7 million voters. Majority of them, we cried, we called them out, come and be part of the voter register so that you can make a wise decision. They never voted. They never made their voice heard. Now they're here, courtesy of their mistakes. Now they want to take this country into the dogs. Some of these kids in 2007 were primary kids. They didn't even understand what was going on. If this country goes into lawlessness because of utterances of people who don't live in the country, then we are the ones to lose. You know, when you are in a very elite place, you will always I always see people questioning.
Asking two questions. I haven't had any question. You've just been accusing. So are you asking question or are you giving a presentation?
Okay, now. Okay, now tell me the how. Ruto goes tomorrow. Tell me how. How do we achieve what you guys want? Give me the how.
So I'm not going to do that.
Constitutionally or
you keep saying you want lawlessness. The person who wants lawlessness is the the commander-in-chief of armed forces, because even before anything, he's the one who started abducting people and blindfolding people, not taking them to prison or to jail, and taking them to some God knows whose houses, interrogating them, asking them. So just don't deflect. We have to have an honest conversation if we want honest answers. So it is not people like me that are bringing lawlessness. It is not like I have nothing else to do that I can come here and say what I am saying. I am saying this because I am very annoyed and very irate. And you telling me to come is because you want me to come there so you can abduct me and throw me in that Mkuru Kwanjenga because I am talking something and someone is listening. What those people, the oppressors who have been taking all our money, they don't care. What we are to them is trash. They want to take us, they want us to be quiet where they eat. And if we, you know, Samson, when he was cut his hair and his hair began to grow again, guess what he did? He took two of the towers in the place where there were. Let me finish. I will not take 10 seconds.
No. Don't divert. Tell us.
Well, let me do this.
She
I think we
fought
need to
against it.
accord each
That's
other
right.
person maybe time. Like Atuya,
Yes,
you'll have your time maybe to
let her
respond
tell
or
us
maybe
how.
to so that
No, let us
we
tell
don't
us
interrupt
how.
each other.
Not telling us things that are not making sense. Tell us how Ruto goes tomorrow. Then how? Where? Which direction do we take as a country? Where do we get to that Canaan where she wants us to go? Tell us the how.
You know, you're not going to tell. What I'm saying is that you can't say the people outside are the ones who are bringing chaos. It is Ruto who is murdering people. It is Ruto who is protecting those people who have murdered and saying it is a certain guy. It is Ruto who is abducting people, yet he's saying he was chosen for 5 years. Guess what? Have you heard about a breach of contract? He has breached the contract. There is no longer a contract and he needs to go. The reason he's not going is because he's using the instruments of power that we gave him with a good heart to cause us evil. And as long as he has it, he will continue to use it. Let me tell you, there is a God in heaven.
You can easily tell they don't know the how. They want violence, they want lawlessness, but they don't tell us what to do. Dismiss them.
I think I know it's getting hot. It's getting hot, and I can see people are trying to breathe. So, Black, maybe if you can get an opportunity also to give your view before we proceed, maybe with other panelists. Black, if you can maybe
Okay.
get closer
Yeah.
to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if I'm audible enough.
And maybe just to go, just Black, as I know, as you move closer to your microphone so that we can get you in a better way. Osam is saying that actually we experienced real oppression in the last 20 years and no one said Kibaki must go or Uhuru. Please stop annoying some of us. I'll give you an opportunity to respond to that one later. That is from the comments. Gypsy Corner is saying that Junior, with that attitude, Kenya will remain in a muddy situation till God part us. And yeah, that is from Goodyear. So maybe you'll respond to that one later after Black has given his submission.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm audible enough. Am
You're
I
audible
clearly
enough. I
audible?
cannot hear you.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can hear you, Mr. Black.
Okay. Thank you. First of all, hello to the panelists, and glad to see Atuya Junior, my teacher that initiated me to these debating platforms. Thank you for everything I learned, and I'm grateful to be sharing the platform again. For those that don't know, just a short and brief summary of what I'm saying is previously, Tripogotna and easy debates, while I was still green, Atuya was already in the debating platform. He was already in the trade. So when I got in, He used to defend me a lot, and I would learn a lot from him as well while we were debating. And with time, wanasema chuma usharpen chuma, iron sharpens iron. So I'm grateful. I just want to say thanks. Yeah, as much as we may have been in the same political side, but then somehow we deviated. But I'm still grateful. Now, moving forward, to the viewers wherever you are, Santeni for tuning in. Now, diving straight into it, I listened to the speakers, and I agree and disagree with some. And if you'll allow me, I would highlight Atuya. Whereas you may be right in the sense of the fear of our country spiraling down to civil war per se and anarchy, understandably, and fearing the gains that we may have made, maybe in matters to do with development. I think it is also worth noting that what Ashley is saying, she's also right. We're already losing a country. You know me, I was one of the people that was supporting the current government. I slipped up a bit and I still went back to supporting it because I believed in the manifesto. I'm a person that is not known to look at personalities, and instead I look at the manifesto, and I look at the potential development that that manifesto is gonna do to a nation. And what KKA brought forward was a good manifesto, and I liked it, and I still like it, and I still believe if well implemented, it can really transform our nation to be the best among other African countries. Now, unfortunately, that's not the reality as it is right now. We already know that a lot of things have been crumbling. IDs, getting IDs, things that were so easy to get has become a problem. Getting certificate of good conduct has become almost near impossible. That I can tell you from experience because I had to part with a lot of money just to get that, aside from paying the 1,000 shilling. So it's unfortunate where we are in. Roads that were well are now potholed. We have potholes, things that I have not seen since Kibaki got in. To this point, I'd never seen a pothole. It's only now that I'm seeing a pothole. I'm sure these Gen Zs had never seen potholes in their entire lives, but they are seeing it now. For people like us who are old enough, may have seen potholes during Moi days, so we know how they look like. So seeing potholes right now is very unfortunate. Some roads. So what I can say is the government has failed in providing services as we may have been accustomed to and expected the government to at least on the minimum maintain, such as the ones that I've just mentioned, maintenance of just simple facility like a road, infrastructure like a road. Now, if it gets to that point, we can't even think about having development if maintaining what we already have is becoming a problem. Like we can't maintain the same trend whereby we could get ID for just 100 shillings and they would come promptly within a month. You have your ID. Now it takes forever. I mean, if we could not just maintain as it were, then something is totally wrong. Now, these Gen Zs, they have a valid reason to be where they are. Whatever their outcries are in regards to the government having failed them, yes, it's the truth. We all know that, we've seen that. Unless we are burying our heads in the sands, then that would be unfortunate. But if we are to speak the truth, then the truth is the government has failed. Now, have they tried to make efforts to amend these wrongs? The answer is no. Why? Because things have been deteriorating from the word go. While we do believe that we have debts, but we also know that we have an Auditor General that has been for a long time been trying to highlight some mismanagement of funds and some unexplainable figures, money missing from our coffers. But none of the government leaders, not only this one, but in the past, have been doing anything, right? Now, since we have Ruto as the leader in government right now, we cannot talk about the past, so we are talking about the present, right? It means, in my view, is that he has not had the political will to try and make those changes, for example, in regards to do with the public debt. If he could by any chance at least follow the suggestions or recommendations by the Auditor General Nancy Gathungu all the time from the time that he came into power, then a lot of these things will be diverted or will be averted, you know. For a long time, Gathungu has been mentioning and pointing out a lot of money being lost in grafts, and she specifically mentioned. Now, just not so long ago, President alitokea and he said that there are some ghost workers. I don't know. They should whatever they have been paid in regards to salaries and benefits all the years they've been working illegally. They should pay double. They should refund it back. But what happened? Did you get to hear any of that happen? No. That was just a rhetoric that was said in public, and that was it. We've not heard of anybody who has been asked to refund the money that they were paid in regards to ghosts, being a ghost worker, right? Or working with fake certificates, for that matter. None. We've not had anywhere, because these people, to have been in those offices, they must have been facilitated by leaders that are currently in leadership positions right now, so they're still being protected. If that's the case, are we going to still sit down and watch as the country crumbles down to the Moi days? Or are we going to stand up and try to find a way to get a solution to put a halt into that fall and try to go back up to where we are, and if possible, to move far away, higher? I mean, in regards to development, I think the latter is what we ought to do. Now, in this, we should realize that sacrifices will have to be made. By sacrifice, I mean this. It means that who you would once consider your favorite politician, if they have not done the correct thing, you would call them out because they no longer become your favorite that has your interest at heart. You'd have to call them out and point out the wrong. Like, yes, you know what? Ashley, you are my leader. I always like you, but on this one you are wrong, and I want you to be accountable for A, B, C, D. That's the only way we can change our country. Now, it's unfortunate that, you know, since independence, we were only given administrative independence, but we were never given economic independence. If you understand what I'm trying to say. Basically, sisi tunaji-administer, but economically we are not independent because the white supremacy is still there. They control everything in our country, not only us, but in Africa, and our leaders accept to do that, just so that they can get away with some things such as embezzlement of funds. That's the truth and that's the reality. No? Nimesema tuonge ukweli ndio tuweze kusonga mbele. Now, that being the case, you can imagine as it is right now, Kiswahili is gonna be made an optional subject for standard 8 exams. How sad is that? That your standard 8 child is gonna go into that exam room and decide whether they will do Kiswahili or not? Why not making English the optional subject? I don't know if we are all seeing that. We are killing our own fabric. I mean, the very things that create a part of the fabric of our nation, and that is language, Swahili. You know, because if you can put English as a priority, mandatory, and Kiswahili as an optional subject, what are you trying to say? Education, examination fees. Wanafunzi walikuwa wanaenda wanafanya mtihani for free, now inaenda back from coming next year. Students will be paying for exam fees. You remember there were so many students that we used to go to school with. I'm sure Atuya Junior, Ashley, Leo, Zalendo, Jeff. We must have gone to school with students whom mmefika paka mwisho, but unfortunately they could not sit the exams because their parents could not afford to pay for the exam fees. Any of you, can you tell me that none of you has ever experienced to have such a friend that you had to leave behind just because they could not do the exams? Why? Because they could not afford the exam fees. I'm sure all of you in this panel must have experienced to have such a friend. Now, how unfortunate is it that we are going to slip back into the same problem that we had before, when we had made gains to have exams be free? So without making this conversation long on my part, because I believe I'll have a chance to speak again, I want each one and every one of us to have an honest look into the current problem that we have first. Then we look at what these children are saying. Let me not call them children. This Generation Z are saying. Could they be right? That is first, before moving into the issue of must go, must not go. Let's first dive into that issue, those issues being put. So I leave it at that and allow the next panelist to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've heard you. I don't know if Junior is raising the hand, but Bonnie, do you have something to say?
I just want Ashley to comment on what Black and Ata said. I like listening to Ashley speaking. I think Ashley can do this. Do this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll get that. I know Atela, I want to give a concern. Mzalendo is also there, but there was a question by Awesome. Actually, if you can just maybe give your opinion on this, that actually we experienced real oppression in the last 20 years, and no one said Kibaki must go or Uhuru, please stop annoying some of us. This is not only coming from Awesome. I've also seen it across. There are some politicians or maybe some political bloggers, people like the Kileleshwa MCA, Robert Alai, have been saying that as we are trying to ask Ruto how maybe use the money that he borrowed, we also need to ask the same questions to Uhuru Kenyatta, how much was stolen. We need to ask the same questions to Mwai Kibaki. As we are trying to say that, okay, you see, people are demonstrating, are being maybe greeted with some excessive force, we need to ask the previous government how they responded to protesters and so on and so forth. I don't know how you can respond to this, because this is the question that whenever maybe Kenyans go on the street and demand for better, they are told that no, these things did not start with Ruto. They started with Uhuru, they started with Kibaki, but nobody spoke of it. Nobody said that, you see, Kibaki must go, or nobody said Uhuru must go. Why is it that Ruto's time is when everybody is saying that, okay, Ruto is carrying the cross of all the evils that have happened in this country since independence?
Is that to me?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm going to say is that the Bible in Ecclesiastes says there is a time for everything under the sun. If we look at Exodus chapter 3, 7 to 10, it says where the Egyptians, the Israelites, he said, then the Lord said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people who are in Egypt and have heard their cry because of their taskmasters. I know their sufferings. And I have come down to deliver them out of the hands of the Egyptians and to bring them out of the land to a good and broad land, a land flowing with milk and honey, to the place the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, and the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, to the place that belongs to those. And now, behold, the cry of the people of Israel has come to me, and I have seen the oppression with which the Egyptians oppressed them. Come, I will tell you, I will send you to the Pharaoh, that you may bring my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt. What am I trying to say? It is true, there is a lot of things that have been going on. But, you know, if we believe in God, there is a time for everything. How did the Gen Zs just come? So let us not say, so are you saying that because Uhuru did it, Kibaki did it, we should let Raila do it when he comes, or Ruto do it? No. A point comes when redemption comes, salvation comes. Even in your own life, the people who are born again, you reach a place and you say, no, I cannot continue living like this. What we can say is that we have an awakening as a country. We're going to the full redemption, time will tell. But we have to be collectively together. When people are together, they are strong. And that is why they are broken into pieces, so that we can be taken advantage of, so we can remain slaves. Who wants to be a slave? How long are we going to let our children go to Saudi be slaves? Women in childbearing age who should be at home with their husbands, rearing their kids, are away, rearing other people's kids. Some of them have not had the opportunity and will miss the opportunity to be family women. They come back after their years of youth are spent up. They come back, their children have been misused. Their children have been molested because our country has taken the money and given it to very few people. That the reason our GDP is growing is because the money is there, but it is in very little hands. So I am happy that at this time there is an awakening. What I am not happy of is that there is push and pull, so we might go back and the little gains we have made will go back and they will come to zero. Let me tell you, people are afraid of war. Even Jerusalem was broken down and rebuilt. We may need to reach there so that Kenya can be inclusive. We have to be inclusive. If it means going to war, and those who remain become inclusive, I believe, to those who are being oppressed, and that is why they are more on the streets, they would rather go that route than live as slaves while we watch and have demigods who have stolen our money and they roam around in aeroplanes. We go worshiping them, begging them to give us money for CDF. The Ruto is not serious, by the way, guys. If he was serious, he would already have taken out CDF. How can the MCA have a CDF? How can the governor have a CDF? How can the MP have CDF? How can the senator have CDF? Even the president has CDF. Which kind of banana republic are we living? And yet people come here. Even I get people calling me that they don't have, I pay for them school fees. So where is the CDF going to? Now he said he's fired everybody, but he wants to bring back some of those people. Was he drunk? He left Mudavadi. So if he wanted to, why didn't he leave the ones he wants to bring back? This is just games. Anyway, I don't even know why I'm shouting, but we are being played. I don't think we are yet there where we move in uniform, when we move in one. And I wish the people who helped, the people who wanted the finance bill to be rejected would say, put it back, put it back. If you want to get us fucked up, well, let us all get fucked up, not just some of us. because that finance bill rejection only helped the rich. Let me put it plainly to you guys. They're the ones who are going to suffer most. And now because they are not included, remember, the appropriation bill, the bill is still there. Nobody's talked about that they need to reduce. Like now, just so that you pay school fees, they left some things like the president, these many trips he has, he only cut it by 20%. Why can't he cut it to zero? That if he has to make, he can take money from his own pocket. He has money, he can do that. Yet he took out all the fees that they are not going to give any money for exam, even though there are people who actually will not sit for that exam because they have no money. So if we took out money completely for flying, for any trips, for any domestic or international trips, and if they want to go to them, it comes out from their pocket, who can afford it? So that is why I'm saying this government is playing. Now they want to put cabinet ministers. We actually don't need cabinet ministers. In America, we have ministries, but they are not ministers in those ministries. Now, what do we have? Since I don't want to talk, like, let one of these Black, or since I've talked too much, let Black or Mzalendo tell you, they don't have ministers. We don't have.
Mzalendo will help us there.
Yeah,
and
so
again,
we have
thing that
so they are putting like it is an emergency. They put cabinet ministers. We want to put ministers, and we are going to borrow money to pay that. Why can't we leave them out for the remainder of the term, so we can take that money and put it towards this money, so we don't have to borrow a debt? We are not serious.
Yeah, I'll maybe get Mzalendo or Black to tell us how these ministries work, and maybe before that, Junior, after the president dissolved the cabinet, we've seen calls from different sectors trying to tell the president some of the cabinet secretaries that should be recalled. The other day, we had the Nyeri governor telling the president that there are some people, there's a specific number of people from Mount Kenya that he need to consider, so that he can be able to protect the votes that come from Mount Kenya. I think you're aware of that. We've also seen a section of leaders from Central Kenya telling President that he needs to ensure that he recalls Kithure Kindiki in his cabinet. We also saw some youths from Busia saying that Ababu Namwamba is their son, and they need Ababu Namwamba reinstated in his position. The same has also been happening with some leaders from Rift Valley and Elgeyo Marakwet calling for the reinstatement of one Kipchumba Murkomen. So I'm not saying that you speak for the government, but you said you are on the side of the government. So in your speculation, do you think that the new face of cabinet that you're going to have, the president is just going to do the same mistake that he did by protecting his maybe political interest, or by protecting the tyranny of numbers, and bring us people who are not competent simply because he doesn't want to lose the votes from these regions? Or we are going to see things done differently?
First and foremost, don't be surprised. There will be names that will come back. That's not true. Don't expect anything else. We had individuals who are actually working. CS Owalo, CS Kindiki. These are individuals who are actually working. And because I, Lamek, don't like Black or Ashley, I should not dictate you, Leo, on how to handle them. So the president will choose his ministers according to the way he wants. At the end of the day, he will still make some individuals will come back. That is what it is. Because Kindiki was a politician doesn't make him stop being a performer, or he cannot be a technocrat to hold office, or Owalo or Ababu Namwamba. So because someone doesn't like them politically, it doesn't mean now the president will be forced to make decisions to please individuals and egos of some people. He will make decisions that he feels is right. I just wanted to, no, I don't want to be seen like Black. It's good that you're here. It's not that I want to be seen that I'm defending the government blindly, 100%. The first statement I made when I came into the platform is, it is an opportunity that these individuals or these young people have brought to the country. We should take it up and we should use the momentum, the euphoria to change the country for the better. My question will always remain to be, now that the president is ready to listen, like it or not, he is the elected president, democratically elected, he is there. How can we use these young people's ideas, these young people's pressure that they're putting to government to change the government for the better? But when you hear individuals outside the country saying Ruto must go, if we have to go to war so that we can have the country that we want, then let's get there. Then these are the lost voices. These are the people I hate to listen to. Black, it's only 1 year, I think 1 year and a few months that Ruto has been in office. And you've already saying that the manifesto, the plan that we had has already failed. Tell me, even the president of a country developed as the UK or US, which president delivers his manifesto in 1 year, 6 months? We have to give him time. Things that have to be planned, things that have to be done, some take effect. Kibaki came into office in 2002, and the effects of his plans came to be seen around 2000 and was it 2005, 6? That's when we started seeing the effects of CDF, roads, and electricity. Black, you saying you've never seen potholes from where you come from, maybe. You're very lucky. Me, I saw a black road while I was on my way to Nairobi, my first time. So we have villages in this country that I've never seen that good roads. For you complaining about potholes. We have places where we don't have those roads. So when we say that we want changes, all I want to hear from those people who are saying Ruto must go, tell us now Ruto has gone. Now tell us how to implement what you want us to. How do we get to what these young people are doing? Black, if you're here, tell me, how do we get there? Now that you're saying that things are not being done right. So what next? How do we do that? So do you want us to fight, as Ashley says? Do you want us to use the constitutional means to achieve what we have to do? If you want Ruto gone, there is a constitutional way you can achieve that. So let us have reason. Let us give solutions to the problems that we have. How do we solve it? But if you want war because you're not in the country, then I don't want to entertain such kind of talks.
Now, can I respond?
I want the how. Explain to us how. Yes.
Number one, when I spoke about the manifesto not being we've not felt the effect of it, I think I was also very clear to say that on the minimum, they could have at least maintained the gains that were there when they got into power. Number one, the roads could have at least maintained the roads. Where there were no potholes, now they're there and they're not being repaired. People are filling the potholes with stones. Number two, I spoke about education as an example, where education used to be free, now it is not, and if anything to go by, it's becoming worse in the sense that in an issue to do with the exams, now people will be paying exam fees. There's a policy that has been put in place whereby now Kiswahili is going to be an optional subject for class 8. Now, those are just examples that I mentioned, right? So if the manifesto was to make things better, and by the position which the government got in was at, let's say, let me just give a number, was number 10, right? And as it is right now, it is deteriorated to number 6. Just let me to example a number so that it can be easier for one to understand. If it was at level 10 and now it is gone down to level 6, in matters to do with what the government found in matters to do with development. Now development has gone down to 6. Can you see it doing good? Of course, the answer is not. And I've given you examples, case examples, whereby you can see whereby things are becoming worse. Now, the question which you've asked, when Ruto is gone, and how would you want things to be done? Those are 2 questions. Now, number 1, before I dive into that, you said clearly, and I agree, that the Gen Z have put the government or the president in a position whereby he is ready to listen. Question is, have the Gen Z not already spoken what they want? I think they have. They've already said what they want. They have said they want accountability, which was very clear. They gave examples of cabinet secretaries whose dockets were dotted with a lot of scandals. They gave example of Korea's palm oil. They gave examples of the fake fertilizer. Before even the issue had settled down, the sand had settled down, the dust had settled down, already could have 560,000 metric tons of fertilizer that's gone missing. Now, it's very unfortunate that the president has not taken people to be accountable for their wrongs. When I give example to Kibaki, our own president, during that time, alikuwa na scandal yake. You know what happened, what Kibaki did, right? He suspended him for a while, isn't it? Now, on the same grounds, now that the Gen Z had already clearly mentioned which particular ministries and which particular scandals in question related to certain individuals that were cabinet secretaries at that time, need to face some sort of investigations and, where possible, prosecution and eventual kufungwa na koti, you know. Now, what was there to listen? What is there to talk about? I think they've already mentioned all the things they want, right? When they spoke about IEBC, the president didn't have to go sit down and talk to them and ask them, what do you want? Walikuwa tayari wameshaisema hata before hiyo issue wakutane nao kwa Express, isn't it? So he went and put into effect the NADCO report, which itself is an illegal report, if you ask me, right? So, to answer your question, what should be done if the president is gone? Remember, the government, if I may use that word, is an institution. Whether you are there today or you are not tomorrow, it will still function. That's a fact. It never dies. It can never die. So, in the absence of the president, there is a vice president. There are issues the Gen Zs have clearly mentioned, which have outlined, and they have also outlined, which we also know, and we agree that we have a problem in such in particular areas, right? Especially in corruption, accountability and accountability of funds, things to do with CDF being unnecessary. These things. Can the deputy president deal with those? Yes, why not? We still have the MPs in parliament. He can, what do you call this, whip them to ensure that whatever necessary legal measures, structures, or bills that need to be put in place and some to be revoked is done. So to make it seem like without the president, the country cannot move, that would be more like a dream,
So,
if I may use that
Black,
one. Become
you want to say you want to say the solution is Ruto to resign and then the deputy takes over?
Again, you are misquoting. I said, number one, I started by saying that he already knows the things that he has been told to do, but he is not doing them, right? And I went here
The
to even
problem
mention
is,
that there are
the
cabinet
problem is
secretaries
with the,
that were dotted with scandals that were dotted with scandals that are supposed they have not been put to task to answer to either EACC and to the investigative authorities and be put to to be prosecuted in the courts of law. None of that has been done to any of the cabinet secretaries. These are one of the things that the Gen Zs have put as part of their demands, and they mentioned
let me
Linturi,
add something
Kuria.
so that you can answer me.
Yes. Ask.
Let me add something to that so you can answer. The president does not prosecute. The president,
He
what he
doesn't
can do is suspend. We have
now.
no, he cannot prosecute.
Okay.
He cannot take someone to court. So that is the work of the DPP. So at the moment, the CSs are not in office. So it's upon the DPP to gather evidence and take them to court. The president can't direct on what next to be done to that.
And now let me, as we know,
So my
now
question
you are talking about technicality.
you've already said.
Should I respond to that?
You've already just a minute. No, just a minute. Just a minute. You've already said the Gen Zs have said what they want. Now they want A, B, C, D. We have already heard that. So my question is, and I've not found anyone with a concrete answer. So how do we achieve that? If you want accountability in government, but you want the government gone, you want parliament gone. So how do we run as a country? What next?
There is something called
Can I
chime in back to make the conversation bigger? I just joined there.
Can I just make a quick answer, my brother?
We also want to participate.
So that just so that it does not seem, because itakaa ambapo I failed to or I was unable to answer. Optics is everything in this world. It's very strong. So the optics would be like I was unable to respond to my brother Atua. Now, my brother Atua, you mentioned that the president being the president does not control the prosecution of anyone. That is true. But does he have a say? Yes, he does. We already know who's the appointing authority of the ODPP, right? Isn't it? How many times have we had him put orders?
The constitution doesn't allow
Nataka.
that.
Let me just a minute. Just a minute.
We can't go there. So that is the unconstitutionality.
Because you want
now that is like saying let's go into war. We cannot go that route.
I'm not talking about not going to war. I'm saying
each office.
He has the ability. He has the. He already proved. Atuya.
No, he cannot direct.
Atuya. He has the ability to make an order. He has the ability to order the institution to push for the speedy. Listen, speedy investigation. He can do that either. Just a minute. Just a minute. Just a minute. Just a minute. A minute.
That is unconstitutionalism. We cannot agree that. We can't agree that.
A minute.
The president cannot.
We have interior ministry.
That is why we have independence of offices.
Listen, we have the interior ministry.
The president.
Actually, you're doing that on purpose. I know that you're doing that on purpose. We have the interior ministry. As the minister being not presently in office, we have the PS who is present. Now, in regards to ODPP, let me ask you. In regards to ODPP, right? In regards to ODPP, he has the ability to say, I need you to make speedy investigations into this so that so and so can be brought to book, or he can give the green light for the CS or the past CS to be investigated as it is right now. We already know Kenya, historically, when it comes to matters to do with the independent authorities investigating leaders that are in the current government, whatever time it is, huwa wanapatanga ile immunity by the fact that they're still part of that government. But as a president, if you can remove that immunity from those cabinet secretaries and give a go ahead to the ODPP, you know what? Go ahead and investigate, and if possible, prosecute Moses Kuria if at all he's found guilty and capable of.
That is falsehood.
It's not possible.
That is unconstitutional.
It's not
that
falsehood.
Not be entertained.
Nimewapatia uhuru, muende mumchunguze, na kama mtampata na makosa.
The Constitution of Kenya, the Constitution of Kenya gives
and black
all the powers to prosecute.
some order. Let's have some order so that we have a decent conversation. Tuya, please, I don't want to mute somebody's mic. Leo, at this juncture, let me call Darius. Darius, can you come in? Darius.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know if it's my my microphone, because I was not I could hear Black very well, but Atuya's microphone kind of I was losing some of his concerns, which are very legit. I just joined right now, so I don't know how far you guys have gone, but I just wanted to share my thought. You know, we are not living in a blind space. Our country is right now in autopilot. We have a president who is under siege. When I joined, I had Atuya say we need to give him time. I agree, we need to give him time. But the Constitution also says that the power belongs to the people. The thing that has triggered us to get where we are, if I could say in very few words, because I don't like taking time, especially when we have a lot of people who want to share, is that the finance bill incited the Kenyans. So I'm calling the Gen Zs Kenyans, because there's no Gen Z or anything. It is just the youth of the country that are feeling they have been left out. The finance bill incited the Kenyans, and the intensity of the protests found the government very unresponsive. You know, when the government was unresponsive, it ignited even the Kenyans more zeal to go back. You know, after week one, this is not the first mandamano. It happens. Whenever there's a mandamano, the government looks like it wants to address the situation. This government was unresponsive at first. It beat its chest and did everything, and people were really suffering on the ground. Especially the people on this forum who are in Kenya, they know what I'm saying. Life was unbearable, and they felt like there was no ear. So what I think Black was trying to say, which I'm sorry, the microphone kept cutting me off, is that there is no vacuum. What the Gen Zs, I'm not a Gen Z, I am a father of a Gen Z. And I've followed very closely what the intention of these kids is. What they are asking is this. They know that power belongs to the people. It's very ungovernable if they will be going to town every day to do what they did today on Tuesdays and Thursdays, just based on the aspects of collecting money in terms of revenue and operations going on to run a country. Ruto will be at a disadvantage. So they have said they have all the time. They are pushing him. They are pushing him to say, do the right thing, or we will push you until you resign, which is also constitutional. It is constitutional for him to resign, and once he resigns, Gachagua also cannot take the presidency, because this constitution is called the presidency. It is not the president. So he goes with Gachagua. Then, this is a scenario I'm just giving. I'm not saying this is how it will be. The speaker holds for 90 days once he has called for an election. But I don't want you to cut me, because you have to listen to my nonsense the way I listened to yours. Otherwise, we will not move. It's okay. Just let me finish. That is how the new constitution for 2010 says.
I'm just quoting the constitution.
Okay,
the constitution
then that's
says
fine.
the deputy
I'm here.
president.
No, I'm here for you to. I'm here. I'm here.
No,
Look,
You love your time.
Yeah.
You love your time. Let
that
him
statement
finish.
only. I'm putting that statement only.
Let me
just
know.
correct
I
you.
don't want you to quote now. No. I don't want you to quote now.
The deputy president will take over
Yeah. Okay.
the rest of the
Some
term.
order,
That
please.
is the
Order.
constitution.
order to Atuya,
Which
you
is
will have the time to refer to the
to
Constitution of Kenya so that we can learn about it.
yes,
You'll have the time. But let him for now
yes.
execute on. Yes.
Yes, Atuya, and I'm here to learn from you. So be patient so that you educate me. We are here to learn from each other. Nobody is perfect here. So be very patient with some things that are said that do not sit well with you. So even my thought process has been messed up because of being disrupted. But I'm saying this intensity, the young people have said they are willing to push for the systems to work because the systems have been dead. And I was here, I think, last week when people were criticizing Raila for going to meet Ruto for the IEBC signing, and I was on the front line saying it was a good thing because part of what the Gen Zs want, they cannot have a platform without that IEBC being signed into a bill, which he did. So that now when he signed, it is now in effect for the next 90 days. They need to get people to be in the office. Otherwise, they will not be running any course if they push for an agenda where there are no institutions to deliver what they really want. There is no chosen person right now. Accountability is their biggest foot throttle, where they have put their foot in. That's why you see it's happening in counties. It's happening in all counties because these people are getting away stealing from Kenyans with nobody doing anything. In Kenya, we have EACC, which is, if it's not defacant, it's dead. I even struggle to remember who is the chairman of that very able body, which should be taking people to jail. I was even shocked when I heard the former governor, who actually had a murder case, was even being given a out of court settlement, and somebody's kid had died. The way we have come up now, where we compare lives to buildings, is so hurting for these kids. They can't believe some of their own was killed. Even today, some people lost their lives. But the government will be very fast to say that a supermarket was burnt. You see, and we cannot even ascertain that the people who are actually doing the looting and stealing from people when the demonstrations are going on are actually the people that are supposed to be peacefully protesting. The government has also injected a lot of goons inside these people to have a narrative. So that is why I was saying the Gen Zs, they have not run to a dead wall. What they are doing is still within their power. They have not caused any anarchy. If they are only allowed to demonstrate those 2 days that they want, and the president feels he can run a country with the remaining 3 business days, that will be a challenge for the president. In Haiti, it happened to Haiti, where he's taking his boys right now. The president was being told to step down, but he kept thinking that they have to wait for 3 years. There is no way it's written he has to wait for 3 years. If you leave a country to be on autopilot, today the president even did make a remark. There was even a reporter who has been shot today, as we speak, repeatedly by gunshots. He was not armed. I'm sorry, it's a lady. She was not armed. She didn't have a weapon in her hand. She only had a microphone to give somebody to speak, and she lost. So we really have to look at things critically, especially is the police training in dilemma. Do they need retraining? Because even a lot of people that are being shot are the innocent ones. The criminals are getting away. So they will kill all the innocent ones and remain with the criminals. Personally, I think the police might need a very, very heavy, either each batch goes for 3 or 6 months to go and understand how to deal with a riot, how to deal with a rowdy crowd. We seem to have lost that moral ethic of just shooting. Today, we are seeing videos of the people in Subarus pointing real guns to people. I mean, this is not even supposed to be close to a demonstrating parade. These people are supposed to be doing night jobs, looking for thieves who steal at night. So at some point, we have lost the plot. If Ruto can sober up and get this ship right, it's a challenge to him. But what the kids are doing is not saying resign and then there's a vacuum. There's no vacuum in Kenya. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Darius, for that execution. Temba, you've been on the bench for quite some time, and welcome to Africa. Can you hear your voice, Temba?
Good evening. I'm just listening in today. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Temba. You know, you have got an opinion. You need to say something about our country, and
Yes,
opinion is
yes,
very, very valid. You know, me
yes,
and you
yes, I will.
sometimes get head to head.
I
So,
will listen in. Yeah, I will, yeah.
okay, all right, thank you. Ashley, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yes, you've heard of the opinion of Darius, although I feel that he really misquoted the constitution. The constitution of Kenya is very, very clear. With the absence of the president, and then the deputy takes over. What is your opinion about the whole scenario? There is a greater call that we have institutions in place. We have the Kenya Police; those are independent institutions. We would say them in quotes. We have the judiciary that is deemed also independent. What do you want the president of the Republic of Kenya to do when we have the Constitution of Kenya, which is supreme, and when we have institutions that were made to investigate and to prosecute some of the cases that the Gen Zs are brought forward?
The thing I would like the president to do is to go. And when we say Ruto must go, it doesn't mean just Ruto, it means him, it means our Tangula, the whole parliament, just him and the whole government to dissolve government and go. That is what I understand when people say Ruto must go. He just needs to go. And then once he goes, then we can see the next step. We can even have the military take over. Or also, they can appoint, somebody can be appointed to step in. Someone like Okia Omtata, who we have seen time and again has upheld the constitution, because the main thing of our leaders in Kenya is that they ignore the constitution, they fail to uphold it. We need to give someone we can trust as a caretaker president to hold on to it while we reorganize even that constitution. Because, we can't follow the constitutions of other countries. They just swear in their president for the 5 years. I think being that we are a dishonest country, we have shown our leaders are dishonest, we need to have a contract with a breach that if you breach, it cannot, like now only parliament can impeach. And what we have seen is that we elected leaders, they are called members of parliament. They are supposed to represent their constituencies. However, Kashagwa has been caught saying that they were representing the president. They themselves have said they were representing the party. So basically, if we went to court, even without following anything else, just logically, assuming that the country is a business, we have enough. I think even we should attempt, because I feel like you should try every way that you can. You should go to court, because we don't have representatives. We don't have representatives of the people. Like you asked me a question about like we say we are in a democracy. And in this democracy, there are two ways where the sovereign power belongs to the people, and it can be exercised either directly through citizen participation or indirectly through our elected leaders. We elected them, but then they were hijacked by Ruto. So basically, we have enough evidence to show that we have no representation. And that is the reason we are asking that they go, so we can get representation. It's to employ them and pay them from his pocket, because it is unfair for them to be members of parliament paid by taxpayer shilling and working for the president or his party. And by the way, all political parties need to cease being given any money. That's why we need to investigate how we can rule directly for the time being and remove the indirect rule. It's not working for us. And I was not liking a 2 years question, but I think I am starting to like it. We need to investigate how does directly participation of the citizen look like. How, let us investigate that, let us see how that can happen. So, because that is where we need to go, because we have members of parliament who are supposed to be working for the people, but they are working for the president. So how about he also pays them from his pocket? How about because the party belongs to him that he finances it? Why is it being financed by the people? I want to appeal to any person who comes from the category called the poor to also know that this, you know, like sometimes, okay, if you think about the Samson, the guy in the Bible whose hair was cut and his hair grew again, what did he do? He destroyed the whole building and everyone in it. So how is it beneficial to keep a peaceful country where you're becoming enslaved? We better just burn it up. The people who don't want it burned up are the people who are having it good. And they're the ones who are saying, no, we have to protect our country because they have something to look forward to. How about we become inclusive so that another person also has something to look forward to? Why are they going to kill people in Githurai? Because they know they can get away with it. Why are we talking about Gen Zs? Because Gen Zs were from affluent neighborhoods. Why are we not talking about the kids who are in town today? They also are Kenyans, whether they are Gen Zs or not, whether they live in middle class or upper class or the slums, they are all Kenyans. We need an inclusive country. And that is the problem we have today. And because we want to listen to those ones who we seem as privileged, what happens is that the bad politician goes and takes advantage of the poor, and that selfish politicians uses those poor to get into power, yet when he gets there he doesn't advocate for them. He wants them to stay that way so that when he needs them again he can come and give them breadcrumbs and use them. So we need a leader who will bring ataleta usawa, inclusivity, so that you can have opportunities, that it is for the taking. If we have to remove all PCs, we have to remove all cabinet ministers, we have to remove all women rep, we have to remove all of them and leave very few leaders, and let this money flow. Someone muted me. I don't know how much you had, but I guess I'm done.
Hello.
Let me have Atuya. Atuya, can you come in? Atuya.
Black.
Oh, it is black.
Yes.
Guys, we are many in. We are so many. I think we need to have like 2 minutes of submission, so that we can have everybody speaking and we have a good conversation. Other than having so many people wait for a very long time. Like Black, I think you've waited for so long. Black, go ahead.
I just want to say something. Actually, there's something that you've said. I don't know if you realize that umesema kitu moja poa sana in regards to the funding that the parties get. I think this is something that needs to be looked at. I mean, why should the government be paying through, I mean, the taxes being puffed up by the wananchi? Why should the funds be given to political parties? Why? I mean, I think it's about time that political parties ought to fund themselves, and that's it. Why should the government? You know, just owning a political party has become a business. You know, and yes, I think Ashley, you brought out a very, very important point that perhaps we need to look at this issue of the government funding political parties. Perhaps that's a discussion that we ought to start. Now, in matters to do with Ruto must go, I think people are misunderstanding some things, or at least in my understanding, when they're saying Ruto must go, and then at the same time they're giving their demands, what they're trying to do basically is kama kusema, do these things. If you don't do these things, then you will go. That is how I'm understanding what the Gen Z are doing. So it's more like they want to see those actions happening. If not, then Ruto, you will go. That is my take on it. On the issue of what Atuya was talking about at unconstitutional, I don't want to shut up. Lack of being constitutional by Ruto ordering the ODPP to investigate whichever cabinet secretary that may be suspected of having taken part or played a role in loss of funds. That is not infringing the independence of an institution, because there's a difference when I say, let's say, I as a president, and I know Temba is leading a particular ministry and there is some scandal in that ministry, but when I say it that, you know what, the ODPP or the EACC, please go ahead and investigate Temba. If you find Temba to be culpable or guilty of having taken part or played a role in the loss or disappearance of some funds, then go ahead and prosecute him. You know, there's a difference when a president says that than when a president stays silent. When a president stays silent, these people knowing very well that they are the appointing authority is the president. They cannot go for people that are deemed to be close friends of the president, if I may use that word, quotes. They'll be afraid. But when given that green light, that, you know what, you can go ahead and investigate that person. If this person is found guilty and you feel like you have reasonable grounds that this person ought to be prosecuted, then go ahead and do that. Just that, that's enough to bring about a sort of accountability in matters to do with successful investigation and prosecution of all leaders, regardless of either they are in government or out of government. That is to start. So that was what Atuya was trying to tell you. Sijui kama umenielewa on that aspect. Now, on the issue of if the president is not there, then who would be? Yes, I think Zalendo has already mentioned that, and I think the same Atuya was trying to inform that there is a deputy president that takes over. And you are talking about impeachment only being in parliament. No, it can also be done to the president. There is an article that takes care of that. An impeachment can be done on the president. That's for Ashley. So that's it. So moving forward, let me allow the next panelist to speak.
Tuya, can you go ahead? Tuya, Atuya
Yes,
Junior.
Yes.
Yes, you had something to say before Black came in.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to some of the issues that you guys people are raising. I find it funny that you know, I love the eloquence of Ashley, and I find it funny that he has points that he cannot explain. She has points that she thinks can be practical but are not. She's bitter, but she has no solutions. I find it a very, for lack of a better word to use, let me assume that for now. First and foremost, Black, we have what we call independence of institutions in the country. One of the reasons why we had the new constitution, it was about having constitutional bodies working independently without the direction of the executive. One of the reasons, one of the against from this constitution was to cut down on the powers of the presidency. So the president cannot wake up today and direct the office of the ODPP to go and prosecute Kindiki, for instance. It is within their constitutional mandate to go on carry an investigation and then have charges against the people who were mentioned or were deemed to be corrupt. That is within their rights. So you cannot question the president. You can only question the president for not taking political responsibility and removing them from the cabinet. That one we can negotiate. Number two, there is this issue of saying the power belongs to the people. Yes, that's Article 1 of the Constitution, that power belongs to the people. And the people can exercise the power either directly or indirectly. But the power that the people exercise will only be exercised according to the Constitution itself. When you have power, you will exercise your power as the people and within the law itself. You cannot exercise power that is accorded you to the Constitution outside the Constitution. You cannot go banning Parliament and say that the power belongs to the people. If the power belongs to yourself, then exercise your power within the Constitution. That is one thing. And when Ashley says that we can let the president go, let the deputy president go, let Parliament go, then we appoint a caretaker president. Who appoints the caretaker president? At some point, she says we can go to court. We want to follow the Constitution to a point where it fits us, but where you feel like it will not help us, we don't want to use the Constitution. Go to court. That is the constitutional way. But when it comes to getting people out of office in a constitutional way, we don't want that. So you cannot always have your way, and you cannot use the Constitution biasly. What I will always say, and what I want us to do, is that let's use the moment that we have now to change the country for the better. Not for the political leaders that belong to the to what you like or where you come from. It is time that we use whatever is happening in the country to have the right leader, the right things done by the leaders that are in office. If we have to remove these people in office, those people are saying disband everything. Tell us what next. How do we move? How do we appoint Okiya Omtatah? Who appoints him? If you appoint Okiya Omtatah on Africa, I'll go to Nyamira and I'll appoint Machogu as my president. Somebody from Northeastern will appoint Farah Malim. So where next? Let's ban. That's what Ashley says. Let's ban this country if it doesn't help us. Those people are benefiting. Those people who are against banning this country, the people who are benefiting. I'm not benefiting from this country, but I will not like to see my country banning because somebody who doesn't live in this country said, let's ban this country. At what point do we want a militarized country like Kenya? We can allow the military to take over. So at what point? So when we give suggestions, let's give suggestions because we are saying the power belongs to the people. Let's exercise the power constitutionally. Let's exercise it within the Constitution. So who appoints Okiya Omtatah? How do we dissolve Parliament? Do we dissolve Parliament by staying on the streets or on Twitter and on X Space? How do we arrive at a point where now Parliament is dissolved? If the president resigns today, the deputy doesn't want to resign, he takes over. So if we have to always use Article 1, let's remain within the Constitution. I think that there is another issue that you guys raised about political parties being funded by government. It is as easy as to say you cannot allow individuals to fund political parties. Then they become personal properties. We have to, political parties are enshrined.
They already are.
Or they already are, but political parties are enshrined in the Constitution. They are supposed to be independent. If you allow them to be funded by William Ruto, you allow them to be funded by Raila Odinga and Kalonzo Musyoka, then where do you expect Raila Odinga to get the money to fund political parties? A party to run a whole country, for instance. These are supposed to be. Let me finish. You'll come back in. Political parties are supposed to be funded by the taxpayers' money because they are public and they are not supposed to be individualistic political parties. That is the constitution. When you say that member of parliaments are bought by Ruto, or bought by what, it is not about buying. When Osoro, when Kimani Ichung'wah supports a government bill or supports a government whatever, this is what they stand for. This is what they went to the people. They gave the people gave the mandate that you people, you work under UDA, you people, you have this agenda for the country. That is what we will support. If someone feels like it is wrong, you feel it's wrong. Don't tell me that because I support William Ruto, I'm bought by William Ruto. I believe in what we preached and I believe in what we promised people. So I'll have to stick with that. Me moving in and out because people are saying on X that I should vote no or yes, then that is not being independent at a personal level. So let's remain within the constitution. Let's act within the constitution. And I've not found the answers to my question. Ashley, if parliament is gone, executive is gone, who appoints your president, Okiya Mtata? I want the question, how, if all these things you want happens, how, what next? If we go into war like Ashley wants, then what happens next?
Atuya, I think you have skipped so many of the demands and went straight to the Ruto must go. Do you think if any of those demands were met, it will reach to that point of Ruto must go? I don't think so. If right now we'd see accountability, because their main issue is accountability, right? The funds, if they are to be rightly used, then they would not be out there in the streets, because there would be a lot of projects and money circulating in the economy. So they will be well off. They will have something to do and they will have some money in their pockets, right? So the issue that you are bringing here is you are skipping in the whole process to Ruto must go and not addressing these other demands. I just clearly mentioned that it will be only Ruto must go if these demands are not met. That is my understanding of what the Gen Zs are advocating for. That's why they have those demands. And when you talk about constitution, about the constitution,
Black, thank you for that minute of correction. Now, in order, I need let us have some kind of order. I need to have Kenya Revolutionary greeting the panel. Then we have Darius next after Kenya Revolutionary. Then we can jump to Mburu. Let us have that order, but to make it brief. Kenya Revolutionary, you've been really supporting Ruto must go call. What do you make of the demonstrations that happened yesterday in our country? Karibu sana Kenya Revolutionary.
Thank you, Mzalendo. Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Yes. You're loud and clear.
Okay. Nice seeing you, Jeff Mburu, Atuya Jr., Ashley, Black, Dario. I like the points that Atuya Jr. was bringing up, and there's answers to his questions. Number one, let me say I agree with him when he says it's not the president's responsibility to tell the DPP or EACC to prosecute somebody. The president can present evidence if he has evidence that a cabinet member, was corrupt or whatever the case is. But it's not his responsibility to tell the EACC or DPP to go prosecute somebody. So he's right in that. As far as Ruto must go, I have a slightly different understanding of what these Gen Zs want when they say Ruto must go. Yes, they have a list of demands that they want met. But basically they're saying, you failed. We don't have trust in you. We have lost confidence in the president. Now, the question comes, I know it has been asked, what happens when Ruto leaves? When they're saying Ruto must leave, or if there's a Ruto resigns, he doesn't. It's not just Ruto resigning; it's Ruto and the whole cabinet, the whole executive. There's a I think Article 261, 262, 3, and 63 presents a case where Nelson Harvey, I think last administration, he brought in, he brought in a case in the High Court where President Ruto, the Parliament did not meet the. The Parliament did not meet the 2/3 gender rule. They did not meet that, which is against the law. So somebody put a petition, the High Court, as it's stipulated, Article 261 or 262, I think. And Maraga, I believe, asked Uhuru to dissolve the Parliament. Dissolving the Parliament would have meant everyone goes home. Everybody goes home. Okay? And a new election is to be conducted, a new fresh election, I think in 14 days or something like that. So what we're saying is this, going back to Ashley's point when she said the people can express themselves, their sovereign authority directly. Yes, they can. They can do it several ways within the Constitution. They can either cite signatures and present them to the court and say, hey, listen, we lost confidence in our representatives because they are not doing whatever we want. As far as Ruto has violated the Constitution and the law so many times. You name it. But anyway, that's one way they can do it. Or, as what they're doing right now, they are peaceably agitating, forcing the president to resign. And when they say to resign, they mean Ruto and the whole cabinet should dissolve the Parliament, so that we can have fresh new elections. And yes, I think it's 14 days or something like that, where it says in the process of doing that, there's no vacuum. We already have ICC. All we have to do is to prepare for who is going to be. Well, they don't have any. Let me correct myself. We don't have the commissioners yet, but even that, we can form it. They can form sort of the people, that is, through their chosen representative. They can choose, let's say, for example, even if it's Ashley or Black, say this committee will choose the commissioners that are going to take over being the commissioners of the IEBC, because we've lost confidence in this administration and this parliament, which passed the law, the amendment bill for the new IEBC bill, which basically brings, if you look at the clause, it has a clause there that says that basically the two coalition parties will have a huge say as to who's going to be the commissioners. Now, anyway, to just wrap it up, I don't want to be long because I know there's a lot of people who have things to say. All I'm saying is this. Yes, the people can express themselves directly, and they are doing so by asking Ruto to resign, him and his entire cabinet, and not only resign, but dissolve the parliament so everyone can go to and have a new election. We can have a transitional committee or organization that oversees the process that are chosen by the people. That is something that can be done. Even somebody mentioned the military. Military can hold take power, or the Chief Justice, though we don't have confidence in her, for the next 3 months if we have to. The people have the authority. We are a constitutional democracy, meaning the people is a rule by the majority. It's not like America where we have a constitution republic. There's a difference, okay? The constitutional democracy, the people have the say. They get to decide how they want to be governed. So they can go there and tell Ruto, we have lost confidence in you, and he has to obey it. That is constitutional. We are not doing something outside the law. Anyway, I'll leave it there for somebody else to respond.
Can we have that? Thank you, Kenya Revolutionary. I think we are kind of confused in the whole scenario. When we dissolve parliament, we don't have an IBC in place, IBC commissioners have to be vetted by the same parliament. It is a whole scenario that will go on and on up to maybe the elections. Can I have Darius having an input too?
Yeah, I think Kenya Revolution has put a lot of stuff that I wanted to say into clarity. I think some of the panelists are panicking that there might be an anarchy in Kenya. My intention to bring out my point was there is no vacuum and there is no anarchy. Look, if we look slowly at what the Gen Zs have achieved up till now, this is a call for this is a call that started now starting with this week. It's about 4 weeks ago. Within the first week, nobody paid attention to them. The second week, the finance bill did not. They passed it the way they always do to us, and they had to swallow a humble pie by returning it. So on that was a win, which means they were not pushing this bill that is actually everybody else now when he's auditing it at its full is really pissed off. A lot of things were added there that are really not helpful to anybody in this panel. There was a lot of theft going on in that finance bill, and they succeeded in making the president not being able to sign it. Whether people say that there is another bill he passed, me, I don't follow those kind of sideshows. So on the second week, they again succeeded on the third week because the president let go his cabinet. So that was another win for them. Having gotten up to there, I would like to correct one thing. The president seems to insinuate that all these arms of government that have been mentioned by my panelists here are independent. But that is a choice of political affiliation if you want it to be. Me, I'm a very neutral guy, and I will tell you for a fact, these arms of government are not independent. It is common sense that the parliament has been captured by the president. He calls them, de-whips them, makes them sign something that they are not even aware. We even saw Central Kenya MPs fighting amongst themselves after passing a law that was actually affecting their people. When they went to the ground, they said they didn't even read it. So that is part of capturing. This should have been an independent institution. And that is why some people wanted to burn it down, because they feel like it's not even representing the independence. You go to the judiciary. This is the first time in the history of Kenya that the head of judiciary carried her whole team and went to meet the president in State House at the request of the president. You know, as much as we support A or B, we have to be sometimes very mindful of what is right. We have given you a mandate to run a constitution, but you are violating it. But then you're very quick to point a finger at me that I'm violating it. You know, equity comes with clean hands. These are not clean hands. The judiciary, being an independent body led by Koome, they go to State House and say, we have agreed with the president that the cases will be done like this, like that, and that. That does not happen in any country that has a free judiciary, that is calling itself independent. And these are the things that have been really annoying people. And this government that has been there for less than 2 years seems to give a blind ear to this. And now you are seeing this, like I said just before I finished the previous presentation, these kids, when they started this protest, they said if the president is not ready to execute his mandate the way the people have given him, they will push him to the wall to be doing everything right. So right now, you will see he will make a press conference to say that he wants a real clear audit on what this money he has been giving to governors, if they have been spending it right. Because it seems like he has been defeated to do it by himself, because these were his friends. And these kids are even helping him. You know, by firing the cabinet, he fired a lot of his friends. And he can use an excuse by saying, you can see the country is pushing me to the wall. There is no way I can help you. But were these people good for him? No, they were not. They were dragging him down. Now they have gone out there. The first thing after they were being fired, I think I saw a video of Aisha Jumwa dancing to some song like, you know, you just see the set of mind that these people were doing, and they have been of money every day going to do nothing. This does not even hurt the Gen Zs alone. Some of the parents of these kids are very happy with what they are doing. When a government stops working for you, you push it to work for you by following the constitution. None of these kids has not followed the constitution. Even when I heard Atuya telling Ashley that Ashley is advocating for anarchy, no, she is saying the right thing needs to be done. The president has been given a mandate. He took the sword and the constitution in front of very many people. He was not using it correctly. If you needed to be reminded, unfortunately now he's being reminded by very young kids because he was not listening to grown-ups like us. So maybe those kids will make him listen. The day he listens, the day these kids stop, then they can wait for that 3 years. But currently, they don't have a job. They have all the time to go to those streets every other week. So if he's okay with that these kids, now today I was watching the news, the president had guests in his in a state house. And if the guests had to be followed, they had to follow roadblocks and do what? What kind of country is that? It's nonsense. And you are following a constitution because you have poisoned some people that you are powerful more than you're not powerful more than people. So when these people have lost lives, the DCI came to the TV yesterday with one of the most hogwash of stories that I've ever seen. Somebody clapping for a government like that. Say, showing us 2 panties from women that are new, they bought from a market, and saying that now they have found a thief of a person who killed over 40 people and dumped them next to a police station, and they claim he has been doing it since 2018, and we say that there's a police in this country. Who is safe in this country? In whose hands are we? These are jokers, and even if I was the president, I could have done the same thing to this DCIO, what I did to the police IG. Because the police IG did not resign by liking. He was called and he was told you have to go. You cannot do ABCD. This DCI is the most incompetent of all the incompetent people that I've seen. Now they bring one boy to say he has killed 40 human beings and put in the same sack. And they show a panga which has rust and some bodies are still fresh. You know, when we start using our common sense, the country will start flowing. These Gen Zs are using common sense, as we refused to use long time ago. So we are just watching. Now even we have become ringleaders to ask, where will they go? Do you know we had panelists here who were saying, I was in this panel, I think 4 weeks ago, when we had panelists saying, what can they do? The finance bill will pass. Are they alive today to see that the finance bill did not pass? So what they are waiting to see, let them adjust their TV sets and watch from the comfort of their home as their keyboard warriors. They will see that when the country is going for a revolution, you can kill a person, but you cannot kill the revolution. These deaths that are happening every day, there is no accountability. Can you imagine even the police officer who shot at someone on broad TV? The guy who just used his pistol and shot at a media person. He's still walking free with a gun in his waist. And we have people who are still clapping that, that's an independent body. Do you mean this president with the constitution who is above every other Kenyan has nothing to say about it? He cannot call for the bullets to check the serial number and find out who is this killing people? Don't they have rubber bullets? Today they were even spraying some poisonous gas. I can't believe there are Kenyans who are liking this. This is really, really abnormal. He needs to follow the constitution, then we support him and does the right thing. If he doesn't want to do the right thing, then I'm very sorry. We are on the wrong track. Like I said, my first statement when I started my speech, the country right now is on autopilot. Today was supposed to be the day that the country was supposed to have a multi-whatever sectoral, some stupid thing that they were supposed to have a talk, a dialogue with multi-sectoral 100 people. Did they do it? No. Why? Because Gen Zs were on the streets. When you guys take your coffee and you wake up and you realize that these kids are serious, they are not joking, is when we start have a country. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Darius, and for those remarks. Mburu, are you there? One thing I want the members of the panel to clarify is that are the Gen Zs up to task for a revolution, or it is the political class that is pushing for the revolution? Is it an agenda within the table for Gen Z, or it is the millennium pushing for a revolution in Kenya? I have seen in the last Gen Z forum, revolution was not part of the agenda, but it is picking up with the political class joining the call for Ruto must go. Are we in the moment of a revolution, or it's just an imaginary thought that it can happen? Anybody can go fast.
Zalendo,
Yeah.
can I say very quickly? I'll be very brief. Thank you. Number one, before I get to that question, I forgot to mention the financing of political parties. I'm with the school of thought that we should not, the government should not fund these political parties. Political parties should be funded by its members. Okay, so that's how it should be. I don't belong to ODM. I don't belong to Azimio or Kenya Kwanza. Why should my taxpayers' money go to them? No, shouldn't. But anyway, to your question, what they're doing is actually revolutionary, because revolution is basically an overhaul of a system. So they're doing it in bits. That's why they have a set of demands that they're calling for. But as Okiom Tata told us, the fish rots from the head. The face of this rot is Ruto. That's poetic, Ruto and rot. But anyway, so yes, it's revolutionary. They are going out there using the constitution, understanding that they have the sovereign authority, power to express it directly without these representatives, because the representatives do not, they've lost confidence on every MP, member of parliament, senator, and the president. So yes, it's a revolution. Saying that we want to remove Ruto is revolutionary. So they are in good track. Whether those political class want to join in and act there with the Gen Z, that's another case. And lastly, it's not the Gen Zs that are protesting. These are Kenyans, because there's millennials in there, even Black is in there and is safe. So it's not just limited to Gen Z, it's all age groups. Thank you.
Ashley, you've been quiet for some time. Can you say something?
Oh, I was actually sending you something on the chat, asking you to play this clip. I know someone said that we won because Ruto did not, the finance bill was rejected. And she's explaining what the finance bill was for, and that actually those expenses are still there. So instead of using our taxes to pay for those expenses in the appropriation bill, they are going to borrow money, they are going to get loans to pay for them. So we are still in the hook. And this clip that I've put in the chat, she's explaining exactly the finance bill and appropriation bill, that the finance bill was just showing that money for the appropriation bill is going to come from.
Thank you. I'll be able to play it after some time. Tuya, can you moderate for me? I know you're used to this. Can you moderate for me for a short while as I try to organize how to play this, please?
As
Uh,
you,
yes,
I can be
Black.
speaking meanwhile. Oh, Black, give your sentiments, please.
Yes.
The floor is yours.
Yeah. Okay. On the issue of the party funding, I was saying perhaps we need to relook, as it is, yes, constitutionally currently, that they can be founded, rather they are funded by government. We should relook that part, because parties are supposed to be for the wananchi. So basically, they're supposed to be funded by wananchi, because when they say that a party has 8 million supporters, 5 million supporters, 4 million registered supporters, they should be able to fund it. Like in Tanzania, just our neighbor there, CCM, it's the members that fund the party every month. I think, is it monthly or yearly? There's something they usually pay as fees to the party. I think Kano used to be the same, if I'm not wrong. Maybe someone can correct me. kwa wale wazee katika panel, people used to pay some funds to Kanu, if I'm not wrong, and if I'm wrong, I'll stand to be corrected. So the same thing, a political party should be an institution that should not be owned by any individual. It should stand the test of time, whether in the presence of the party leader or in the absence, it should continue. And by doing so, then we shall bring up the issue of accountability of the party members in being responsible for ensuring that the party policies are implemented, because they will be then answerable to the people, because the people will be the ones that are funding that party. Then so they would be having a say to what the members do in parliament. But as it is right now, since the people do not have a stake in those parties, it's basically the party leader and the members of parliament that do everything as they so wish. But if that were to be reversed, such that the government would not fund these parties could only be funded by the party structures, whereby the party members, now the ordinary wananchis, for those that support ODM, they would have to pay monthly fees to ODM as a party member. Then of course they would have a say. So if in this case for the finance bill, they would say no, we want all our members to vote no, since they are stakeholders, major stakeholders in that party, by being financiers of that party. Then of course the MPs would do as they so wish, and they would not be now dependent on what the party leader says, right? So that was what my point was, as per expounding to what Ashley talked about, funding parties. I was just expounding on that. And I was just trying to explain my reasons behind that. So I hope umenielewa. Whereby, yes, again,
all right,
it is constitutional, right, that as it is right now, present, taxpayers' money inaenda kulipa political parties. We should relook that and remove that, so that political parties can be independent of their own funds and funding, and sources of funds should just be directly from their party members. That is what I was trying to say, Bwana Atuya. And then to correct Kenya Revolutionary, again,
right. So I think
the issue is that kuhusu independence of the institutions, I did not say that the president should tell the ODPP to prosecute. I was saying that he should give his political goodwill, that on his side, let no leader that is assumed to be his political friend not be spared or feel protected from being investigated if there are any reasonable grounds for them to be investigated for playing a role in anything that would be against the law, such as now the embezzlement of funds. In Kiswahili, Kenya Rebel, yaani rais tu astamke kwamba mimi kama rais sihuzuii wewe ODPP kufanya uchunguzi wako, wewe na EACC, mkimpata fulani ni mkora, mshtakini.
all right. I think I'll take the floor also. I had issues that I wanted to respond to. Dario and Kenya Revolutionary. I think Dario became very political on your sentiments. And one of the reasons why you guys taint the good picture of Generation Z for agitating for good leadership, it's by incorporating your bitter political differences with the people in government, and bringing in with it the agitation of the Gen Z. if you bring in politics and then the process of trying to find better governance via this movement that these guys are bringing in will end up in futility. If you come in a political way, and then the government is going to respond in a political way too. So if you want to politic, I think then we will lose the cause, because if you simply want William Ruto out of office because of political differences, and I can hear it in your very bitter voice, then it's not going to be easy. Politics will take center stage, and the casualties will be the economy of our country. I want to speak to Kenya Revolutionary. Are you still there?
Yes, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Now, you said there won't be a vacuum in terms of the president can dissolve parliament. So I want to read you the law, and according to Article 261, there are two ways that the president can dissolve parliament. That is one, automatic dissolution. This is at the time when the article says, according to Article 261(7) of the Constitution of Kenya, Parliament is dissolved automatically on the date the next general election, which occurs every 5 years. Number two, there is an option of early dissolution. The President of Kenya has the authority to dissolve Parliament if certain conditions specified in Article 261(7) are met. These conditions include failure to enact legislation required by the Constitution within the pre-described timelines. Number two, Section 2 of that says the President can also, the Parliament can be dissolved if the High Court of Kenya can also order the solution of Parliament if it finds the Parliament has failed to enact legislation required by the Constitution within a specified period. Now, if you come in with your Article 1 and say that you have the right to petition the President to dissolve Parliament, you will have come in according to the, you could be exercising your Article 1 powers, but you have limitation as to extent as to which you will exercise that power. You cannot direct the President to dissolve Parliament. If you direct him, the President will have to consult the Constitution again. So lying to Kenyans that the President has the will to dissolve Parliament is not true. So the thinking, the public thinking that we can do things within our hands is not true. We can only get President Ruto out of office and Parliament and whatever want to move out of Parliament if they voluntarily resign, or number two, use the Ashley way, the political violence. So choose your poison.
Should I respond?
I'm laughing the way you put it, the Ashley way. You've already given it a name.
Can I respond?
That was on a lighter note.
Go ahead.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Here's the thing. I was very, very deliberate the way when I was making my point, and that's why I gave an example of when Nelson Harvey brought that issue on the High Court, and it ended up with Maraga asking, advising the president at the time, Uhuru Kenyatta, to dissolve the parliament. Okay, and Uhuru refused. Currently, I just read this yesterday, somebody put a petition on the same two-third gender rule, which you highlighted 261, I think it's 7, under the conditions which we can be done. The specified time frame of enacting that law was missed. And so the argument is the president if the matter is ruled on by the High Court or the legislative body, and it's found so that this legislation was not passed on that time frame, which has imeshapita, Koome should advise Ruto to dissolve the parliament. But there are people who know that Ruto will probably not do that, and Koome being Koome, she's, this is the person who went and visited the White House, wakakaapo wakazungumza. They don't expect her to do so. So that route will not work, okay? But it's worth trying. Now, you cannot say that the people have limitations as how they can exercise their sovereign power. You cannot say that they have that, because now you're forgetting that it's the people that put President Ruto in that seat. Many of you, for those of you who have argued, we've had these discussions with other panelists in other neo platforms. I'm not arguing out of emotions or because I hate Ruto. If anything, I was one of those few people who were neutral, and I maintain that Ruto won this election fair and square. But with that said, I'm just correcting you. Again, that's why I mentioned we are a constitutional democracy. The power lies with the people, okay? So if the people, the majority of the people who are represented by this Gen Z, and I hate calling them Gen Z because it's just not Gen Z only that are have the same feeling about this president. But the majority of the people, the general consensus, want Ruto out now because of the failures that he has failed, whether it's breaking the law, failure to renew, you can name it, okay? They're saying they can demand by the power that they have constitutionally, because they feel the MPs are useless, they are not representing them. Good example, finance bill, okay? The MCAs and all these representatives that if they choose to donate, remember, the Constitution says they donated this power to this representative, which means they can get it back. So if they decide and speak with one voice, as they are now, majority of them say, Ruto, you must go. That is legal. You can't say that they are limited, they can't do this or they can't do this. They have the sovereign authority to tell Ruto, because Ruto is their employee. So Ruto needs to do this, the correct thing and listen to them and resign by the parliament, dissolving the parliament so we can have a fresh elections. That's what I meant. Once you understand the concept that the people, the majority, rule by the majority, democracy, demos, rule by majority, we hold the sovereign power. We are the one who put Ruto there. He works for us. We don't work for him. So if we decide, Ruto, we want fresh election now, to dissolve the parliament, everyone to rudi uchaguzi, that's how it is enacted. And that's what Gen Z are doing. That's why they are on the streets, doing so peacefully, as the Constitution says. If you protest peaceably, that's what I meant. So you can't say that they're limited, they can't do this or they can't do that. That is their sovereign power as a people of Kenya, of this great republic. Thank you.
Naona kumechemka. Hii imechemka.
Maybe just join that.
Yes, go ahead.
To that. Article 1 is subject to interpretation according to how you want it to serve the purpose at that moment. I will ask you, Article 1 gives you the authority, the power, that the power belongs to the people. But it does not tell you to violate the power that you have, to violate the Constitution that gives you the power. Now, the reason why we have a constitution and we have elections every 5 years, if the Constitution intended that the people can decide when to have elections, then it could have been stipulated very clearly in accordance to the Article 1. Article 1 does not give any Kenyan the right to violate the constitution. Article 1 does not, if you were to tell William Ruto to resign, then if he resigns voluntarily, then that is it. But you cannot force him out of office because you think you have the backing of Article 1. And William Ruto does not have any legal constitutional power to dissolve parliament. If he was to resign today, he will resign today. And if you want William Ruto to dissolve parliament on the basis of the 2/3 gender, then that is political. That is not now the fight that we are having now. Now, if you're trying to find technicalities to dissolve parliament, then it means you have other hidden agendas. If you want the president to resign on purely on issues that are on the table, then that is true. But if you want to find technicalities to have parliament dissolved, like the 2/3 gender or whatever, then that is a different motive altogether. That's what I could say. So I give the floor to the others.
Very quickly before I give other people. Again, that's why I told you, you have to get this concept. We are not Ruto's subjects. We, as a people of this Republic of Kenya, we have the sovereign authority. Now, we donated this power to these representatives, whether it's MCA, governors, MPs, even Ruto, the president and his cabinet, and even the judges. You can read it in Article 1 and go down the list, okay? We donated this power to them. Now, if the people who are sovereign, if they feel that these representatives have failed to represent them, are not advocating for their interest, what does the constitution say? If we voted somebody, okay, we voted Ruto to be our president, then he became a president and he started doing things that are unconstitutional, things that are illegal, he's shooting people, the economy is tanking, he doesn't listen, then what does the constitution say? What's the remedy to that? What does the constitution say? So what Gen Z are saying is that, okay, remember, that's why remember that guy when we have the people shall and people may, okay? Because this is a donated power. It's not a power that Ruto has and he has to finish that 5 years. If we feel things are going so bad that 2027 ikombali atatuua sote, people, it has to be the majority of the people which constitute what the article says, the people, the majority, because like I said, that's why I said it's a constitutional democracy. A constitution designed for the majority have the power, sovereign. So if the majority decide, hey, listen, we cannot reach 2027 the way we are going, we want Ruto, who we donated this power to be the head of this state called Kenya, we want him to resign, he has to respect that. If he refuses, then he's in violation of the constitution. You see what I'm saying? So until you get that concept that the power he's exercising now is donated to him, and the protests that are happening in the streets that are peaceably being conducted are within the constitution. It's not illegal. That's what I'm saying. But anyway, let others also speak. Thank you.
Darius, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, maybe I think Apia is meeting me for the first time. That's my voice. I'm not pissed off. I used to be a radio presenter. My voice is kind of big. I just regulate it. I'm not, I'm a parent. In fact, I like divergent views like yours. I just try to highlight stuff that really help everybody in the society. What I was trying to say was the fact that I think you are hoodwinked that Ruto is following the constitution. It's not Ruto the man. It is the man who is sitting on the presidency. It is the office that is actually getting respect. It is not the person. It is not the Darius who is sitting there. What I think even Kenyan Revolution is trying to tell us is when you're in violation of the law, don't look at only one side. You agree with me that after the general elections was called, Ruto had MPs that were not supporting him come to support him. Why? For him to push agendas. You know, you know, all the institutions that you have actually called out that are independent, he is obligated to recommend a name that goes for the vetting. So he recommends you, and he has already captured parliament the way he did with the cabinet ministers. You saw the minority trying to argue, but they could not because the seed was already planted. I first of all captured the parliament, which is supposed to be an independent body, so I can push my friends Akina Darius, who are incompetent, but my friends are already on my side. They will go with the majority. I can name all these institutions that are independent, and I'll push them. I'll give you a very good example. When IBC fell out after the elections, four of those officers of IBC, four of those commissioners were against the. We are all in this panel that know that majority wins and and minority has its say. But you saw in Kenya for the first time it did not work like that. What did he do as a person? The person sitting in the presidency. He chose a commission of inquiry, knowing very well that this thing is already predetermined. I'll force them out because this is an office which has security of tenure. But he can push anybody outside any office with security of tenure out. That is the president's liability. And I gave a very good example of the judiciary. I know you are alive at Atuya, and you saw that the judiciary went to the State House. This is wrong. In any democratic country, it's wrong. Even it has not happened in Uganda, which is the most undemocratic. The Chief Justice pretends he's not with the president, even if they make phone calls. But this one where somebody goes and sits with his people, Buana, you have to tell me another. Anyway, the submission that I wanted to make was based on now that we are on this road. I think if the volatile situation that is right now in Kenya can be addressed in a sober manner, then accountability, which has not been shown, not only with this presidency that is sitting. This is a historic problem that has been bedeviling Kenya, and we as Kenyans are guilty of propagating this by allowing it to continue. When Uhuru and Ruto were taken to The Hague, we did not give a chance for the law to take its course. We went into a tribal cocoons and started saying our person is being taken here, our person is being taken there. And what reward did we give them? Whether they were guilty or not guilty, because most of those witnesses were killed by you know who. We rewarded them by the biggest job of the country. This is going to be 20 years of torture for us not vetting who we put in a very important seat called the presidency. And me right now, I'm speaking from a country that is calling itself the most democratic country, the United States. Today it's at crossroads. You either elect a very old man to a very powerful seat, or you elect a person who is found to be very controversial and a wreck to the country. That is what Kenya was doing. There was no good person, everybody in this system. That is why I support the Gen Zs. They say they don't want to work with anybody because the cancer has spread to everybody in this scenario that we are in right now. I want to tell Ashley that I am from Busia. Okio Mutata, I've seen you really like him. He's my senator. He's only 20 minutes away from my homestead. Okio Mutata is like Boniface Mwangi. He has been financed since he started his activism by foreign powers to destabilize governments, him and Boniface Mwangi. They have been living with money from these foreigners who control you to do stuff. And then when things go wrong, they will be the first one to declare you dead. It is what is happening to the current person who is sitting on the presidency, Mr. Ruto. He was laughing with these people, and now they are at the very forefront. They will be at the very forefront because he has started the war with Ford. They will be at the very forefront to get his head. Right now in Kenya, we need a person who has not dipped his hand in this dirty money from the foreigners. And that's why you have seen even these Gen Zs, They don't want Boniface Mwangi close to them. They know he has guts. He goes to the bullet like he doesn't care, but he's paid to do all this. As opposed to another Gen Z who just came from his home. If he dies there, that's it. Nobody's going to pay for him. There is even a story that Hanifa, that lady, the lady who wears a buibui, she was the one collecting money, and she's choosing who to give money from the people that were injured from the skirmishes by the incompetent police in Kenya. They were even calling her out. They were saying, you have gotten over 8 million. But when we call you and tell you this person in Landmawe was shot in the leg, even he came to the TV. He was shot in the leg, he's recovering from home because he doesn't have money for going to the hospital. But you have kept it in the pocket. So these ones are taking advantage of a noble cause by kids who have no dirty hands. And they are joining in this cause, and now they're taking advantage again, eating that money that they are getting from pay bill from people to support these kids that have been injured by an incompetent government. So it is wrong for anybody to now come and stand and say that I feel like I can be the one to make it right. They don't want the president to leave office tomorrow in anarchy. They want him to do the right thing. If he stands and does the right thing, these kids will slow down. Do you know what the president of Kenya did yesterday? He went to open a Mamamboga kiosk, something that an MCA can do, and he started his lies again because this man cannot stop lying. He started saying, I'll put ICT in all the counties. Do you know these are the things that put him in trouble? Do not overpromise people things that you know that will not happen. You have fired your ICT. Yes, he could not put those things you are telling people yesterday again. The ground is still very hostile. Wait for things to calm down, then continue with your lives. If you cannot lie, if you cannot stop lying, stay in state house the way you have been staying when you are quiet. Because when you open your mouth, you even unakasirisha watoto hata zaidi. Because none of these promises, he will not do none of these promises. Me, I'm a man, and I know when I approach a lady and I promise her heaven and I give her hell, she will show me hell. This man is doing exactly that. So Atuya, talk to your man. Either he chills or he keeps quiet. I know he's very frustrated. He has not traveled for the past 4 weeks. You know he's a joyrider. So it's very hard for him. But he can just stay in state house the way Kibaki did, and everything was okay. Thank you.
Talk to your man to do the right thing. That's according to Darius. You've been mentioned. I hope you are going to respond in that. Black, are you still there?
Nick.
Oh, Temba.
Yeah, I'm there, but Temba, I think Temba is there. Kembi has just come in. He has not spoken.
How are you, Black? Nice to see you. Let me say something very quickly, Nick. I've been listening in background. First and foremost, nice to meet Atui after a long time. This journey has been good. I didn't vote for this government, so I know Atuya, you are suffering where you are suffering. You are trying to defend this government. But I'm here to agree with you, Atuya. One is it's interesting that we quote and say that we are a constitutional democracy. Yet we want to only quote one side of the constitution, but not look at the whole constitution. Atuya is right. The constitution gives its own remedy to everything that we're talking about. Like, what is the process of the president resigning? He has to write to parliament, to the speaker. You know? So whatever we say, yes, they're exercising the constitution. If everything is done within the constitution, then the constitution provides avenue for everything. But if you go for extra constitutional means like some are suggesting, that's where now you find either the military taking over and stuff, because the constitution is suspended at that time. But if as long as the constitution has not been suspended, the remedies are there. It gives everything. It answers if the president should resign, what should happen. It gives that remedy. So as much as we are becoming agitated, and we have had enough of this government, we are still a constitutional democracy, as someone has suggested. And the constitution is not a constitution. Constitution is made to work. You cannot solve a problem with the same mindset that created it. If we are saying that this government is not listening, is not following the constitution, then you will not pretend to be resolving the problem when you break the same constitution. So I want to, at this point, I don't want to repeat everything Atuya said, but he's actually giving the true position as what the constitution says. And constitutionally, you can yes say that we want Ruto to resign and resign with Gachagua. That's not what the constitution says. If Ruto resigns today, he writes a letter to parliament, Gachagua takes over. You know, Gachagua takes over for the remainder of the time. You see? But if Gachagua is not able to take over for any reason, yeah, because you have said now he resigns with him, then the speaker takes over. Then election will be called after a certain period of time. So those are constitutional issues. So Gen Zs are part of Kenya. Kenya is not Gen Z. Gen Z is part of Kenya. So the only population we have is not only the Gen Zs. They are leading the narrative, but the inclusivity of the issues affecting Kenya will work for them much more. In my view, Ruto will go. It is how and when. If I was to ask, I mean, to be one to advise the Gen Zs in a way that they would want to listen, they will be more strategic with their approach. One of them would be mobilize themselves and have many of them get into positions of leadership, probably in the next voting cycle. That way, they are able to control the policy and many other things that are going to happen. The other thing, if it is more radical right now, they would conduct what you are calling the Citizens' Assembly. Like what was being done by Azimio, you know, convince the different counties to pass. And whatever it is that they pass, that way they will be exercising their powers by, you know, whatever they pass there is what will enable, kick off the other processes where probably IBC also says that, okay, fine, these are the things, the signatures have been collected. The citizens feel like this is not what is going to work to us. But it is so interesting that we are busy telling them that you guys keep going, keep putting pressure on Ruto until he resigns. In the meantime, you are jeopardizing your parents or the people who are supposed to be going to work to make money for you. In the case of we are working for you, you see what you're creating. This is like what happens in insurgencies. When in insurgencies where you are fighting a power that has more power than you, the first thing you want to do is to appeal to the masses to have their support around you. Once you appeal to the masses to have their support around you, then and only then you are able to now move on with the agenda that you're looking for. Remember, they don't have the money power. They don't have the military power. Ruto still has that. And probably they may not be having the business power, you know? So in my view, if they are starting from a weak point, they would need to be less emotion, more strategic, which is possible to achieve a more long-lasting change in the system as opposed to what they are doing now. But I want to agree with Atuya for the better part of what he said, that we can choose, like he said, the last point he said at some point, he said, you can choose our poison. You know, if you want to suspend the constitution, then say the constitution is suspended, the military will come and take over once the constitution is suspended. But for as long as we are still within the constitution, it offers the remedy for everything we are talking about. Yes, the people have the power, but it also gives the remedy of how you exercise that power. By waking up and going and calling out Ruto must resign, that's not what the constitution provides for. You know, that we want him to resign. There is a process. The constitution provides for that. You can wake up. That's good. I mean, political activity in any political system is okay. The citizens are active, they are talking, they are speaking. But again, they need to follow the constitution. In my view, I think so far the hits that have happened and the misses. The hit is that the activity led by largely the young people has exposed the weaknesses of the current administration. the administration has panicked. It has responded in certain ways, some of it in faulty ways. The misses by the Gen Z is that probably they are not well advised, or maybe since they do not have leaders, they may not have probably the tactical way of following the whole thing and achieving certain kind of results that would be benefit not only now but a long period. For example, they're celebrating just because Ruto decided to sack some ministers. No, it's not sacking some ministers. That is the problem. The problem is the whole system, you know. So you want to get into the system. How do you get into the system? In my view, I mean, that was a miss. They need to probably have more young people get votes, have more young people get out there and vote for young people who will drive more of their agendas and maybe control parliament, control assemblies, and that way, you know, enforce certain laws that they want changed. Other than that, these will come. They will wake up every day, and there are someone wrote and said that old men announce wars and the young men die in them. More young people will be killed, will be coming here to get into what they call lamentations. Why did they have to kill us? Why did they have to do that? And then we keep on having that going on. And because the other side has power, they have given them time to regroup. They have given the government side time to look at how it's going to respond. It's trying to get itself around, and the propaganda is going to be created. As they know, the government is the head control of propaganda. They are going to be divided along the line. Some of them are going to suspect each other. You know, there's going to be penetration. So the government is not just going to sit to watch this kind of thing continue. And soon, I mean, all of you have read history. You've seen that happening. You know, you have those government penetrating and creating propaganda against each group, and then it's divided. So that is going to happen. Finally, let me land and say, I support any pressure on the government of the day to perform, because no political system, no politicians are going to deliver to the citizens if there's no political pressure from the citizens demanding the services. So any political pressure on the government of the day is the best thing that's happening. It means that we are becoming politically conscious and aware of what is supposed to happen to us. However, I am with Atuya that if you are going to expect constitutional solutions, then advise them to follow the Constitution. Constitution provides remedy for everything that we are raising, in my view. I think I need to land there. I'll step out. I'll be listening in. Then probably when I get a chance again, I'll come in. Thank you so much, Nick.
Zalendo, can I quickly respond to that?
Yes, do respond to that.
Yeah. What's Tembo doesn't understand about this Gen Z movement? He's saying that we should follow the Constitution. The Gen Zs are following the Constitution. Now he mentioned that in order for the president to resign, he has to go through write the letter to the parliament. Now, here, let me be reminding of this. Any one of you sitting here in this panel, can anyone tell me with a straight face that they have confidence in this parliament, this legislative body? Do you have confidence in them? Do you have confidence that the courts, which is the third arm of the judiciary arm of government, do you have confidence that they can do the right thing? What Gen Z are simply saying is this: we have lost confidence in our representatives, the people we donated this power to represent us, whether it's the legislative body, or whether it's the judiciary, and also, of course, the executive, because President Ruto, who is the executive, have usurped power from the legislative body, so everything he passes, he can pass everything he wants, and also the judiciary. So what the Gen Zs are saying is simply this: since Ruto has infiltrated the legislative body, since Ruto have infiltrated the judiciary, we have no other way of our interest being advanced. Okay, so they are saying this: we are going to exercise our right, Article 1, okay, where they can, that donated power that we gave the legislative body, that donated power we gave the executive branch, that donated power we gave to judiciary, we are taking it back and we are going to express it directly, okay? And they're doing so by going to the streets and saying, Ruto, dissolve the parliament so we can have fresh elections. Now you can ask, you can have a good question and say, well, who is going to be the caretaker and whoever was? We are people, we are human beings. These sovereign people can organize themselves, even if they decide they want the military to take over for 3 months, or they come up with their own transitional government until the next election is done. That's up to them. But it is the people who have seen that every branch of government has been influenced by the executive, which is headed by Ruto, is not working. So they are saying we are taking back that power. That's why you see they keep on saying that Article 1. But Nani Temba and my friend here, Atuya, they don't get that concept. They think that, oh, in order to, the only way the president can be removed is for him to write a letter to their assembly, or we impeach him, or they can't wrap their head around the idea of the people taking back the power and deciding, now you are not going to lead us anymore because you guys are not representing everything that we have asked Ruto to do. He's not doing. He has influenced the judiciary to make rulings that we are not in support of. In the case of that housing levy, he has the legislative body in the house of, in the case of finance bill, and so forth, so forth, so forth. So it's not working for us. So we, the people, are going to take that power, and that is constitutional. It is constitutional. It is not illegal. It is in that's the remedy, because all other remedy cannot be done because all level of government have been usurped by Ruto. That's what I'm trying to drive home. People can do that independently as a sovereign people. We don't need to follow these other remedies which are not going to be undertaken because Ruto has infiltrated every level of government. That's what I'm saying. Wrap your head around that and you'll get what I'm saying. Thank you very much.
Maybe a quick reply to you, Mr. Revolutionary. There's a thin line between what you're saying and what we are saying. It's true, President Ruto can resign because people have decided they want him to resign, and that's true. But we have to choose which way do we want to use. If indeed you want him to resign through the constitution that you want to exercise your power from, then we must follow it to the letter. If he resigns, the deputy president takes over. If the deputy president is not there, then it goes. Listen first. Listen first.
No, wait. I'm listening, but you're missing the point.
No. Be a good listener.
No, when he goes with the whole cabinet. Yes, the executive consists of the deputy president and the rest. Understand that first.
Okay.
It's not only Ruto.
Okay, let me continue then. So if you want all these people to resign, the president and the cabinet, they will resign. Then, because you are using the constitution and you are using Article 1, then it means if the president, the cabinet is not there, then who is next in line for power? The Speaker of the National Assembly.
Let me answer that.
You're missing the point, Nani.
Let me answer you.
You guys,
actually, let him finish. Let him finish.
So, if you want to use the constitution, what I've never agreed with them for a long time, but what I usually agree with him, that he usually speaks the right things, even if we don't agree. Way back when we were supporting Azimio and UDA back then. But we must agree that if we want to use the constitution, then we have to follow each and every stage. You cannot use the constitution subjectively, that you want to use the power in Article 1 and then disregard the rest of the processes.
Yes, and the reason why I say that
here saying that the people of the power, You come here, you say that the people have the power in their by the constitution. They can exercise it. And then you say the people will decide who leads them. Under what? Under which law? If
Please
people
learn.
in Nyamira sit down and say it is Atuya who will be the president, people in Busia decide it is Omtata. So which country are we working? Which country are we trying to make?
Okay,
So
that's a
it
good
is
question.
either the constitution or the Ashley way. Choose one. We go anarchy or you go democracy.
Let me answer you very quickly before Ashley comes
Don't
in.
hide behind anything.
I'm not hiding anything.
Don't
Just
mix
listen.
anarchy and the
I'm not. Listen to me. Listen to me. When we say Ruto resign, we mean the whole. That's why I mentioned all arms of government have been infiltrated by the executive. Ruto is the head of the executive. He has infiltrated the legislative body. He has also infiltrated the judiciary.
Kenya Revolution. Kenya Revolution.
No, Temba, can you be quiet, please?
No. Hold on.
No. Okay,
Let me
Mzalendo, are you going to many of this or not?
No.
Because we need
Wait.
to be
Kenya
adults here.
Revolution. Kenya Revolution.
Mzalendo, I don't want to listen to Temba. Temba, be quiet. Mute.
No.
Mute.
Just a second.
No, I'm about to leave. I'm answering the question. Please.
Just a second.
Okay, I need to. Okay, Mzalendo, if you're going to do this, then let me just leave.
Second.
Because there's no point. I'm trying to answer this question.
Kenya Revolution.
Can you mute him, Mzalendo? Mute him.
Just one
Mute
thing.
him.
Just hold on.
Mute him. I do. Can
No.
I finish?
Wait. You have said.
Mzalendo.
You're saying.
Oh my God. All right, I'm out. I'm done. Thank you.
You go ahead. Execute your point.
What I'm trying to say is, okay, this is what I'm saying. The executive, we have three arms of government: judiciary, executive, and the legislative body. Ruto has infiltrated all of that. Okay, all the remedies that Obuya and Temba was talking about involve these three arms of government, which we, the people, go read Article 1. We donated that power to them, the judiciary, executive, and legislative body. So if these three arms of government are not working for us, we, the people, we will exercise our sovereign authority that we donated to Ruto, the parliament, and the judiciary by choosing. First of all, we'll demand that Ruto goes. And number two, we'll choose whoever we want to choose, whether it's the military, whether we choose Okia Mtata, in whichever way we decide. Listen, don't worry about how. It is, listen, that is our authority. Listen to me. That is the authority and the autonomy and the sovereign power that we have. We can sit down and say, we'll meet to Kamkunji Primary School and decide that Okia Mtata will be our president. And that is constitutional because now we, the people.
You and who?
We as the sovereign people.
You and who?
We as the sovereign people.
We
as the sovereign people.
Okay, Kenya Revolution.
We as the sovereign people of this country. Go read the Article 1.
Wait. Nick, allow me to just point one thing. Okay, we agree with you. You want Ruto to resign. What gives the process? Does Ruto just wake up and then he says, I've resigned?
No, we have asked him to dissolve the parliament. That's number one. We told him that so we can go have a fresh election.
Hold on.
You want me to answer the question or what?
No, let's go slowly.
Do you want me to answer the question or not?
No, hold on. We go slowly. You are saying that, okay, you have come in and told Ruto, you need to resign. How does he resign? What is the process of him resigning? What gives the prescription of him resigning?
Yeah. Okay, now let me answer you. Let me answer you. We went to we were going to the protest and we were telling him dissolve the parliament so that everyone, including Ruto and Gachagua and everybody, we can, because executive comprises of Ruto and Gachagua and his cabinet. All of them we shall have a
answer the
Can you let me finish?
You are going round. You are going round. I asked you a question that is very simple.
I'm answering your question.
No, you are going round. The question is
okay,
this.
Mzalendo, this is childish.
You have told.
Do you want to listen or not?
No,
I'm giving you the last chance.
You have told Ruto. You have told Ruto.
I'm giving you the last chance. I'm giving you the last chance.
To resign. Wait. No.
This is stupid.
No.
This is stupid.
On behalf of everybody, let me ask the question. And this question is very, very simple. Guys, we are not here to fight. We have a country called Kenya. We don't even have guns, and we are going at each other like this, and we are not even the
No,
lead.
Mzalendo, I'm answering the question and you interrupt, and somebody ask another question and say, "Oh, you're going around the bush." I was saying this. This is what we are
No,
doing
no,
as
you're
Gen
not
Z.
listening. Let
Listen, Temba,
Mzalendo
can you be
ask you the
quiet? Ah, okay,
question.
fuck it.
You know, Kenya Rebel, you have to be a good listener for people to have a decent conversation. But if you want everybody to listen to you at the same time, and you don't want to give anybody a chance to execute their points, then we are missing the conversation. You can interrupt decently and say your point
Mzalendo,
of
now maybe you can answer the question. The question I'm asking, okay,
He has
fine.
run away. He has
Let
run away.
Mzalendo answer on his behalf, probably. Maybe Mzalendo will help me or someone else. Okay. They want Ruto to resign. What is the process of Ruto resigning? Where is the prescription? What is it saying? What does the Constitution say about the president resigning? Because the Constitution says that this is what is going to happen. Because we don't want to, in my view, I mean, I wanted the president out. I didn't even want him in. But we are also a constitutional democracy. We cannot be wanting the two. We cannot blow hot and cold. We wake up and we say that we want him out because he's not following the constitution, but then we want to remove him with the unconstitutional means. So we need to see, in my view, what do we want? Yes.
Semba, what Kenya Rebel did not understand. First, you don't support William Ruto. That one I know for a fact. Then when it comes to the issue of constitutionality, there is something that this constitution did not address. I don't know whether it's me who is seeing it. The issues that are being agitated by Kenya Rebel right now, the constitution never foresaw a situation where there will be a movement overthrowing a popular, unelected government, and the leaders of the revolution assuming power. And the leaders of the revolution are saying they don't want anybody in government to take over power. That the constitution did not address this particular juncture, where we have a popular revolution overthrowing an elected government. Then what next? That is what we are asking. What next? Yes, Ruto tushamtoa, ameenda, Gachagua ameenda, Speaker ameenda, Wetangula ameenda. Haya, mumebaki na nani? Mumebaki na majeshi ya Kenya.
Mzalendo.
Yes.
When constitution is addresses all that, it addresses there's a citizen assembly. You remember when at some point they wanted to remove the same exercise of Article 1, Azimio going around with the citizen assembly. That was the constitution gives all that. And Mzalendo, if we arrive at a point where we are saying we don't want anybody in power to go, then we are saying we are suspending the constitution. Okay. Now, when the constitution has been suspended, you don't need to ask the military to come in. The military steps in to avoid chaos. That is what the military does. It doesn't come in because you have asked it to come in. It will come in because, Mzalendo, by the time the constitution has been suspended, it will not only be just the Gen Zs. There will be other groups also that will come up, just like Haiti. Haiti is about different gangs now competing for supremacy. Right now, we are talking about Gen Z. Before long, you'll hear there's Mombasa si Kenya, kidogo hivi utasikia hata nini inaitwa nini, Turkana si Kenya, and different groups will emerge. Immediately, you'll realize that actually it is not just about the Gen Zs and stuff when you suspend the constitution. So what I'm trying to understand, yes, we are saying Ruto must go. The constitution that we are quoting gives the process. It gives the process. Now, if we are going to suspend that process that the constitution gives, it means that we are suspending the constitution. That means even Article 1 will not even be thought about, that we know the people have the power. You get what I mean? So if you are going to start with the constitution, then let's end with the constitution. What does the constitution say? If we have to remove the president, who takes over? The constitution addressed all that. So let's be, in my view, I want to support. Yes, Ruto must go. In the very first hand, Like you said, I didn't support Ruto, all right? But we are in a constitutional democracy. What does the constitution say? Let's not so much be excited about the emotions around it. Let's tone down and get to the facts around it. But we can choose to go by emotions. The fact that we argue wrong argument, it does not make it right. The fact that we become loud about a wrong thing does not make that thing right. We can say, we can be emotional about something, we can repeat it many times and imagine that it is going to be true. It's not going to be true. The constitution is still alive and the constitution is made to work. You kick in certain processes. When we say that Ruto must go, we are kicking a process. How do we kick that process? When Ruto wants to resign, where does the process start? He has to write to parliament. He has to write to parliament. Parliament receives that letter. When the constitution says, when he steps down, Gachagua takes over for the remainder of the period. Assuming Gachagua cannot be able to take over, the speaker takes over, and that elections will be announced within 90 days. So it is giving remedy to itself. I think I want to stop there for now. I'll be listening in. Yeah.
I want you to expound on something. What does Article 1 stipulate when it says the power belongs to the people?
Can you please give some of us? Why can't you wait for your chance, please? You have to be, know that there are other people on the forum that want to speak. So why wait?
I don't want to come back in again. I think I'll be coming in back later. Back to Nick.
All right, thank you. Ashley.
Yeah, let me speak and then I'll leave so that those ones who wants to speak can continue. What I wanted to say, the Chief Justice is the head of the judiciary and acts as a link between the judiciary and other arms of government. So the other arms of government is the executive and the legislator. So if they both go, the judicially, the chief of staff, the Chief Justice can step in. And if not her, we can have the military. So I don't think there is a vacuum. Now, if we keep saying that we have to follow the Constitution, I want someone to tell me where in the Constitution we have abductions being approved. Because Ruto is not following the Constitution. He's using abductions. He's killing people who are protesting peacefully. So I feel like if he goes through that way, then we shouldn't say that, oh, what does the Constitution say? Because he's not using the Constitution. Even he should not be removed using the Constitution. He should set the pace. If he doesn't follow the Constitution, I think, let me tell you something. In 2020, some Iranian, his name was Osam Solomon. He was killed. He was an Iranian. He was shot in Baghdad by Trump ordered him shot. And everybody was so scared because they thought that's going to be a world war because they threatened to attack back. So what did Trump do? Trump told them that if you attack, we are going to attack back and will not worry, we'll strike all your holy places. He threatened to strike all their 52 holy places, which is illegal. But what am I saying? And that stopped them. So sometimes if you are in war, you have to decide, are we in war or are we not in war? If you are in war, you have to go all out. But if you show somebody that you're not going all out, they will not be scared. You have to make someone scared enough not to take that next step. And that is what happened when Ruto, when he didn't sign, because there was so much organization. I feel that some people who are in the initial protest have pulled away. And that's why this protest is looking disorganized. There are some people who have pulled away, but if they were still there, today would speak in a different language and Ruto would not be in power. That's what I'm going to say. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ashley. Darius, I personally don't think that many people have pulled away. Nifa is still there. The civil society is still pushing hard. I can see a lot of conversation going on the space. The only problem is that millennials have hijacked the moment, thinking that it is time for Ruto to go. That's why we are missing the point between Gen Z's conversation and what the political parties want and other individuals want. We are really missing the point. Darius, Darius, are you still there? I'm on Melala. I think Darius is not there.
Yep. Yeah, I'm here.
Yes. What's
Can you hear
your
me?
Can I hear you loud and clear?
Yeah. So I've had the presentations there. The problem was I think people were starting to get impatient with each other, and this topic of Ruto must go. My presentation was very simple. What I said was these kids are not saying Ruto must go tomorrow. This is something that is just coming up from people who are trying to rush the kids to make decisions they have not told anybody they are. They are pushing for accountability. Whenever Ruto sees these boys on the streets, he remembers that these boys are meaning business, So that's why they keep going back there. So when I've even seen, when I was seeing the panelists even getting on each other's necks because of the question Ruto must go, I think they missed it. They're not saying Ruto to go tomorrow unconstitutionally or anything. They are pushing for accountability. They have said this in very, very, very many forums. Today, it was a very sad day when I was watching Breakfast News in Kenya. This boy, I think, is in Citizen called Sam Gituku, is one of the best moderators of debates. Zachary Onyonka and that guy who is, I think, a UDA analyst or something, the lawyer guy, they almost went into a fist fight because both of them lacked the patience. You see me, I've been quiet here for 1 hour, listening to everybody's nonsense, everybody else's nonsense, for your nonsense to be heard. But can you imagine Mzalendo? And I will tell you for a fact, unfortunately, that is what we are, Kenyans. We don't have patience for each other. Even listening to each other is a problem. But now we are sitting somewhere, we want people to give us solutions. Who will listen? Nobody will listen.
Darius, for what you are having a very decent conversation here. Very decent. Very decent. You hear a point of view, Darius' point of view. Yes.
You see, even the sorry, even the Gen Zs have not declared our leader is this one, and this is our next move. We as Kenyans, we have rushed in front of them. Now we are asking them, but who is your leader? But what is your plan? Now we want also to plan for them. We're not even ready to listen to them to wait. We lack patience. We lack patience, and we lack the capability to listen. It is a problem that once Kenyans done with will be of great importance to us. It is not nobody. It is everybody. Let me tell you, in this panel today, and I challenge you. I think Mzalendo and Atuya are the hosts of the podcast. Let me challenge you. There is nobody who is not corrupt, including you and me. Let me tell you how. If you are given power to do something today in Kenya, let's say they have just appointed you right now as we speak as the next top traffic police commandant, you will be the first to take Congo. I'm telling you. We are only complaining because we are not in a position to be there. I'm so sorry to tell you. One of the biggest moderators called Patrick PLO Lumumba, when he was given the ethics office, he used to spew a lot of good English. What happened to him? He became the biggest joke of getting money from people and asking for handouts. Yet he is the one talking the best English on how not to do it. So you first, what I'm trying to say is this. Ask yourself first as a person when you go to bed or when you're by yourself, could I have done better? Can I do better if I was in NYS? If I was in NYS and I am offered 600 billion for free, like Waiguru, to dish out, could I say no? I'm a patriotic Kenyan. I cannot take government money. We are all a problem, and we are like this because we are kids of we are all kids of a country which has 100 billionaires and 40 million poor people. So any opportunity you get in life, you believe that it is an opportunity for you to make yourself big, and from that opportunity you think by stealing it will take you there. So even why people are very challenged right now, they are asking themselves, if we get this Ruto out, democratically, not democratically, constitutionally, I don't know if there are lawyers here because everybody is just rushing to say that Ruto is being taken out. Nobody has asked him to go out. It's his own choice and wisdom. But who do you replace him there with? Is there any person that you feel is very accountable that can do this job today in Kenya? Nelson Harvey was in LSK. He was a very good man. He was spewing wisdom. When he went to LSK, what happened to him? He changed. He started dining with the government. And you see, even the other day, Ruto already knows. That's why he threw a bone, a bone of meat to this now current LSK president. Hey, you take this job. It's a good job. But she passed the test. She told him no, it's unconstitutional. Another Kenyan would have rushed. Any opportunity for a Kenyan to make extra money, we rush to it. And then we request the best, the most honest people in front of us. Why do you think MPs have been stealing? Somebody was asking the question. Because when he comes to your village to campaign, all of you are asking for handouts from him. Let's tuende kwa ule jamaa, huyu anatupatia 100, huyu anatupatia 50-50. You give the highest bidder. Then when he gets to office, you want accountability. How?
All right, guys, I need
a mess we have put Gen Z's in. The cleanup is not an easy cleanup. That's why I'm telling you, we are getting shortcuts for them. Today, Atuya will come and ask me, hey, Dario, so these people, they want the president to go. Nobody told you they want the president to go. They are pushing him every day for him to, every day when he sees the TV that they're on the streets, he remembers that he needs to exercise his mandate the best way that he can. He had his friends. We all agree in that, right? He had his friends in cabinet, friends. He had political losers. We don't want any, that kind of thing we don't want anymore. We don't want anymore. We want a clean government of people who we deem clean because we have not seen them stealing. These were people that we have seen stealing in front of us. Can you imagine Aisha Jumwa was a minister in Kenya? After clearly shooting somebody on video. Are we a serious people? We need to put these jokes aside. When you start saying, oh, you are political, I heard Themba saying, me, I didn't support Ruto. No, nobody cares, Themba. What you are saying is, whoever you supported is your democratic right. But now, where the country is at, we need to view this person as the person sitting on the seat there and is facing a crisis that he is not accepting that he's facing a crisis. Everything is falling off. Waswahili walisema, siku ya nyani kushikwa miti yote inateleza. It tries to jump on this tree, inateleza. Ile inateleza. All these things are coming to surface. You see, we have not finished the issue of these kids that have been killed when they were demonstrating peacefully. People are still hurt. So people are not talking about Ruto must go, that go tomorrow. No, they are still hurt. Why can't he wake up and say, 5 police officers have been interdicted, and if they are found culpable and guilty, they will go to jail? Do you think these kids will not feel good? He's not addressing the problem. He's not addressing the problem. He thinks the problem is going to Kirinyaga, Nakuru like yesterday and saying that I'm going to build an ICT for all counties. Something he has told us for 2 years. And my brother, who looks a very handsome man, he might be the next president of Kenya. He's busy telling us here that is not enough time. 2 years is a lot of time. Let me tell you, in my village, if you marry for 2 years and your wife is not pregnant, wazee watakuita mkutano. Do you have a problem? Do you need help? This man has been given time. Don't talk about time for Ruto, please. Defend him, and you are a good soldier of Ruto. Defend him, but when he's doing wrong, he's doing wrong. Me, I did not vote, so I don't left. I am talking for a Kenyan who cannot have an audience. I am talking for a Kenyan who doesn't have bundles to join this group in this forum to talk for the voiceless. and ask, surely, as you clap for this man, is he doing the right thing? No. Are these kids putting him on the spot to do the right thing? Yes, they are. And I gave you examples. He didn't pass the finance bill. He has fired his cabinet. He has cut down on expenses, including the office of the wife of the vice president. Do you know there was a vote for office of the first daughter? Charlene had advocated herself some money. You know, we want Moi to resurrect from the grave, and we have a president who doesn't have a wife. If the wives are also going to be eating our tax money for being a wife. Even Boni Halwale was asking the other day, me, I have 6 wives. So if I'm the president of Kenya, we'll be getting people to clap for us to pass a bill which supports all my 6 wives, or which one will be nominated to be the first wife. No, we have to be honest with our thinking and also say, I like this guy, but here he is wrong. There he is wrong. And I even told Mzalendo on this forum, when the country was bleeding, the president called for a round table with the media. Was it a good move? No, it was not a good move. He had not even gotten all the facts in his hands. He was answering questions like you and me. He didn't know a lot of things. He even didn't know that there was a kid who was killed. It was wrong. It was bad for him. All his mechanism of trying to address the issue has been wrong. One wrong was done. Kids were killed in front of live TV, and that has never happened in the country. This guy needs to be alive to that issue that happened. First, he needs to say, I have interdicted 10 police cops through my IG. Because you see, this IG is a nominee from him. And before I finish, let me tell you why Ruto had a hard time when he got into office. He did all the wrong things. When he took the oath of office, on his first day, him and his deputy, they started insulting the security agencies. If you can remember, I will not tolerate people like Kinoti, blah, blah, blah. Nobody has ever done that. Let me tell you, if you give me the leadership of a country and I take it from an opposition president that didn't want me there, I cannot start insulting the security. Security holds the country together. This man Kinoti, do you know how many people who were under him that are his close friends are still in that system? They could be stealing information for him. That's not how you fire security. That is why he did not read the book. He's the 5th president of the country. Mwai Kibaki was the 3rd. When Mwai Kibaki got to the seat, people were so tired with Moi, they even wanted him to arrest Moi. But did you ever see Kibaki call out Moi in front of people or call out the security agencies? No. So the security agencies right now, he is not even sure if they are with him or against him, because it's a split security agency. You cannot run a country without security's blessings. That's why Akina Museveni are going to be the presidents until they die. They start with security. Au unawabombeleza. Ukimfuta kazi, you don't go and tell Akina Temba on TV, ukijipiga kifua. Now, the late KDF guy. This guy gives you a job and goes to TV and say, you know, this one wanted to overturn my results, and but I still gave him the... Surely, Atuya, do you think that is fair? For his kids and himself and his confidence. Eh? Then when this person dies, why wouldn't I have a feeling that, you know, you also said you don't like this guy? There is something, me, I have been a government official. Me and Mazalendo, we worked in the same office. There is something called oath of office. There's some secrets that you don't go there spewing out there. On that, the president and the vice president did a very bad job of coming out and telling us the boardroom decisions, how they were made and why they were made. These are things that you stay with. You see now, look, now there is nobody to control the crowds. Ata Nani, this lady who defends the government with her life, Gladys Sholei, she was on TV the other day on Monday, and she said, for once, I want to tell you, I'm very disappointed. They have found bodies in the quarry. The policemen of Kenya have not condoned that place. Do you know how risky that place is? Now, and they have left people wanakuja wanachungulia, ile ni mwili. Sasa wengine 10 wasianguka hapo ndani. See, the first thing as a policeman, kwanza you condone off the place. This is a crime scene. Nobody should pass 100 meters to this place. No, they have not condoned the place. They are allowing people to do live videos there. People are doing live Twitters. How do you lead a country like that? And even up till today, 5 days after they found the bodies. They have not condoned the place. And I made a statement here. Do these policemen need retraining? Because there is a problem. And when there is a problem, all these problems, they are spiraled round and round and they go back and the buck stops at the president. When Uhuru was saying, I cannot control 2 billion is being stolen today, Ruto was in top of cars saying, you are supposed to be the one controlling. No, he was not. There are agencies to do it, as Atuya was telling us, which I agree. But the buck stops at the president. When you have a failed institution in Kenya today, the last man to be blamed is the president. It doesn't mean that he needs to be there. He needs to put people who can do the right job. The people that he has in security right now can't do the job. Even the PS, who is a friend of Nick, I forgot his name, something like Omolo or something. You can see how he dresses. He doesn't even look like a security guy. They might need a Matiangi for classes to advise them, even if he's not paid. Thank
you. I think Darius, you have become very dramatic and comical. Raymond wears very nice suits, and maybe you want him to wear the military gear so that you know he's a security man. I think Ruto made right choices, made right decisions, and you are in a country where when George Floyd, the case of George Floyd, Trump did not resign, but the police chief, the sheriffs in that particular county, all of them resigned, and people faced the law. So you can imagine for a president to sack the head of internal security, to come to the IG and all that, but you are still not satisfied that he has done anything. The next thing would be the investigative authority to ensure that every trigger-happy police officer is arrested and prosecuted. Sometimes I think you put the cart before the horse, just the same way when Gen Zs were demanding the dissolution of the cabinet, the president did not react immediately, but later on reacted. Now you've already preempted that maybe there will be no arrest by this president. I can see a situation where some police officers will lose their jobs just because of the evidence that was presented out there. Somebody who masterminded that kind of drama has to lose their job. Remember the COVID scenario where we had people claiming to have COVID, where Mutai Kagwe lined up some people saying that wamepata COVID na wakapona, or some victims tuliwaona huko, wengine waliokotwa tu mahali hata wajatestiwa wakasemekana wako na COVID. So Kenya, we are used to this kind of drama. But the good part of our country now is that we have got a voice that was never there, that can put the government on check. So Gen Zs are doing a good job. Let us not rush them. They have what it takes. That is the numbers. They have the numbers. And follow the constitution, because we can easily slip into anarchy. Maybe before I invite Semba can deliberate on that point. But my next issue, before we wind up the program, would be the situation of the country. Right now, Ruto is talking about a coalition government. He'll form a coalition government or a cabinet that involves everybody else. The political players will be involved in the cabinet. Do you think that is a solution or a remedy to what is ailing the country at the moment?
Thank you, Nick, for that, and Dario for your highlights that you have put forth. One thing that I've been consistent about is we try as much as possible to deal with the constitutional provisions, because you have agreed. They say constitution is a social contract. In the absence of constitution, we would behave like animals. But because you have had a social contract that is a constitution, then as much as possible, we want to operate within it. And the people give life to the constitution. Is it a guarantee that if you have a constitution provision, people are going to follow it to the letter? No. It's likely that there are some people, many instances that people will go against the constitution, especially the people in power. But those ones now is where you have the other processes where in the event that they are found culpable, then the constitution also prescribes what needs to be done. Now, Ruto alone is not the employee. There are other instruments of governance that exist, and other bodies that are paid by the taxpayers' money. You see, we don't create institutions through the constitution, and then the process also of how we know there's IPOA, there are all those other institutions that are created by the constitution that can respond to certain things that are happening within the society. If those institutions are not working, then the appropriate people to call out are those particular institutions and their heads, you see? So if IPOA is not doing its job, if the police, I don't think it's true, Darius, that nobody has ever been shot in Kenya. Do we have such short memory? Just the other day when Azimio was protesting, people were clobbered in Nyalenda slums and were killed. They were shot at. Some of them were being removed from the house. So I don't think it's true that this is the first time the police is acting the way it is acting. The police has always been unprofessional, you see. So the crisis right now is just bringing out what our police is. It's not true that they have always been professional. All of a sudden, they are unprofessional. Our police has been unprofessional. And every time it has been called out, all the time there has been mandamanos and all. There has always been that kind of someone being shot dead, something happening. Right now, yes, it's the occurrence of the moment. But has it not? Is it now so lost on our mind? Baby Pendo, we were here crying about Baby Pendo having a bullet in our head. We have forgotten that. All of a sudden, we are saying this is the first time a kid is being shot. Journalists have been shot at by our policemen. So it is something that has always been there, but it is being exposed further with the occurrences of the moment. Does it mean, therefore, we don't follow the constitution? I think as much as possible, we need to call out those instances and appreciate those ones that are doing good and those institutions that are not doing good. We call them out. And the more citizens are aware, the more they keep calling out these acts of unconstitutional acts, the more they are likely to be responded to. As to, Ruto comes in, Mzalenda, allow me to say this. When Ruto came in, his process of coming into power was also political process. So being a political process, by the time they were campaigning, there were different promises to different people. And that is the other thing. As much as we are saying he wants to clean up cabinet, come up with clean people, remember Ruto's intention is to remain in power. And if he's to remain in power, then it's going to be a political process. That means you'll still need the mobilizers that are going to mobilize the votes for you come 2027. So it is in my view, I don't envy Ruto where he is, because there's pressure. Let me hire professionals. I bring people that didn't even help me in getting this thing, and then I still have to be voted for in 2027. And some of the people that probably he was rewarding. That's how our political system has always worked. Our political system is not those ones that work with, okay, fine, I've come into power, let me hire professionals to help me to govern. Then it has not differentiated the political party and the state. That has not been differentiated in our political activities. The political party and the state is usually one and the same thing. So you are likely, for example, there's this Malala. Malala was a CS in charge of recruitment in UDA in Kenya Kwanza. So he is awarded a CS position because he's going to be working for UDA to deal. He's a secretary general for UDA, so he's a CS. now the political party and the state is not really divided, and it is not unique to our system. In Tanzania, they have actually employed the guy in charge of recruitment. I think is a cabinet secretary. So it is a political behavior across East Africa. It is not unique to us. So the challenge we are having right now, like people are telling us, Ruto need to fire his cabinet and they hire very professional people. Yet we are saying it is Kenya Kwanza that is in power. So he's likely to look for people who are going to help me again get back to power. And some of those people are exactly his political friends. So that's there. Let me just finalize by responding to what Mzalendo. In my own view, I don't agree with that concept of bringing other people from collecting people from Azimio, all that. It will complicate matters for Ruto. I would wish that he still picks people from Kenya Kwanza, so that by the time we come 2027, we are appraising the Kenya Kwanza administration. And it provides the people with a voting chance to say, do we want to give them another chance, or do you want to take them out? But in the event that he chooses to have a government of national unity, come 2027, the voter will not know who to appraise. Because if in the event that they don't do anything, the voter will, Ruto can simply say that, you see, it's because you guys allowed me to bring these other people. So they made my work so hard. So, I could have worked if I was only with Kenya Kwanza or their whatever side. I would wish that that kind of a confusion, which we experienced that in 2022, we don't experience it again in 2027, because 2022, the ODM joined Uhuru. And then those people who were in Jubilee ran away. So it was hard for you to start saying, okay, fine. Which side everybody was claiming success and the other one was claiming failure. So it was so hard for the voter to make a choice. But right now, if you allow the Ruto, however much he has disbanded his cabinet, let him still pick people from Kenya Kwanza. Then we have them run up to 2027. Then come 2027, we'll be having Kenya Kwanza against other people, against other parties or whoever will have come up. It will be clear. But right now, Mzalendo, I don't agree with the idea of having him bring people from other parties or whatever. Like even Azimio. Let Azimio organize itself. Let them continue with their political strategy and organization in readiness to take power in 2027. Let Ruto, with his failures or successes, whatever, organize himself and have people from his own party. Kenya Kwanza has many people. You can't tell me that there's Kenya Kwanza, there's UDA, there's ANC, there's all those parties inside. You can't tell me they don't have other people other than the ones that were brought there who can lead. Let them just bring people from Kenya Kwanza. Let it be a Kenya Kwanza administration. Let Kenyans in 2027 decide between either to give Kenya Kwanza a second chance or to get Ruto and Kenya Kwanza away so that we have a new dispensation. But if with that confusion, I'm afraid, Mzalendo, yes, they might achieve some sense of probably some calmness, but the voter will be faced with another confusion come 2020. The messaging in 2027 will be confusing. Ruto will simply say that, okay, fine, I had a purpose, I had a goal, but these people came in and they could not listen to me. So I think, in my own opinion, I don't think it's a good thing. But if it's up to them, it's up to what they choose to do. I'm just worried for the voter. Yeah.
Let me have Tuya come in. I think, Themba, you've said a very important point, because it will be a confusion. Why are these guys why do they really want to join Ruto's government? Their manifesto is so different. They have been fighting this same government, but the argument is that they want this country to be united. But the bottom line is that every political party, when they meet to form government, they salivate to join the same government. It's like here in the US, Donald Trump people trying to join the Biden's cabinet or the Joe Biden's administration. That will be total war, total chaotic, because they stand for very different things, and their views on certain issues in society are so parallel. Tuya, please come in.
Thank you. The good thing, I think Daru is still around. I wanted just to address him. Daru, if you can listen. I'm not here to defend William Ruto. And actually, if there is any beneficiary of whatever is happening, is Kenyans and himself. Because if the clamors for accountability and real governance and development were achieved, he will always boast and say that I did this and that. So I'm not here to defend the killings. I'm not here to defend anything wrong that the government is doing. My biggest issue is that politics is hijacking the process. Politics is taking center stage from what actually these kids were doing. I'll tell you this, from here in Nairobi, I'm a government supporter, but when the Mandamanas began, the first day and the second day, I felt like I should go to town. I was against the motor vehicle, water, VAT. I was against bread. I was against a lot of things in the finance bill. I felt like I should go and protest. The protest looked peaceful. They looked, they had an agenda. There were so many people. It looked revolutionary in nature. I could even feel myself that I wanted to go there and add my voice. But the moment politics came in, violence crept in, and then now the agenda that I thought that this, you could imagine a million of 500,000 people in town every day or every Tuesday, and they're not stealing, they are not burning cars, they're not burning houses. The effect was big. William Ruto was going to bow down to the pressure. But the moment violence creeps in, it gives the government, it gives the political powers in place the chance to use state hard power. So the calls for the police to be arrested are actually within the constitution, and they should be happening. But you remember, this government is not going to arrest those police at the moment, because those police were fighting, were trying to defend him. He's not going to allow them to get prosecuted right now, because if violence was to happen again, he depends on those police. So he's in a very tight corner at the moment to handle the security issue. So, and again, I want to just remind them, remember, you speak so eloquently. The problem with you is that you're too good. You speak facts, you speak things as they are, and majority of Kenyans will not like you because they want you to pick a side. Don't pick the right side. Don't pick the right thing. I'm hated badly by the people from the other side because they feel like I'm a betrayer at some point. If you speak the way you speak, you will always sound like you want to support William Ruto. My question has always been that we want changes. We want all this to happen. Everybody wants this country to change. But the question is, how do we arrive there? People will come with the political mind in nature. When the guy who calls himself revolutionary was here, he's telling us suspend everything, go to Kamkunji, sit down and elect someone to represent us. How does that work? 50, 100 people or 1,000 people go to Kamkunji. Another 1,000 go to Mombasa grounds to Nonoka. Me and in Nyamira, I'll call my own people. Now, we elect our own president. It doesn't work that way. That is a mob psychology kind of way of thinking, that we can sit and have a and elect someone and choose someone to lead us. That is Article 1. That is mob psychology. The only way we can achieve the goals that these young generations want to bring is use this document called the Constitution, enforce it. Like if William Ruto will name his cabinet, I will expect hundreds and thousands of those young men who shout Ruto must go to go to parliament, present their cases. Now that they know they will be heard, they know that parliament must listen to them, or else they will face what happened last time. Now, I want them to present memorandum saying we don't want X to be the cabinet secretary because of A, B, C, D. If they don't do that again, and then start saying the president has appointed incompetent CSs, then it's up to them. Calling for a wholesome change, it is a political view from some individuals. So we cannot let politics take center stage of this moment. I always tell people around me that if this kind of a movement is taken into consideration, if it is executed to the end, this country will change forever, and some of us will be beneficiaries. At the moment, I can't go into my village and vie as an MP and get it easy. I don't have money to give those people. But the moment, if this thing was to be executed to the point, to the end, I could have an easy time that I don't have to have money. I have to sell ideas. But because now politics is taking center stage, we are going for the political heads. Remember, these people also have political supporters. It will take a political tangent, and we will not realize what we want to achieve. Demba was complaining about the cabinet coalition, and I think for us it is an advantage now. You gave us a chance to constitute an alliance for 2027. Don't be surprised to see Joe handling lands ministry and Oparanya being cabinet secretary finance. It is a chance now for us to put in an alliance for 2027 with ODM. So the calls for the cabinet reshuffle might have come as a good news for William Ruto. I don't know if I had anything else to add. I think Dario, you actually said that PLO Lumumba was taking bribes. Actually, PLO Lumumba never took bribes. The guy was set up to attend an Harambe somewhere in Nyanza there. And then he was taking pictures that he was bribing people. And that's how they got him out of office. And one of the reasons they got him out of office, it was because they found him very strict. And they realized that because the constitution was going to pass and Article 6 was going to come into place, they felt like he was going to be a stumbling block for them to get back to parliament. So it was concocted in parliament, and the guy went. He never really took bribes. That's the country that we are in. Yeah, and Deva, I've never liked your points like today. Continue being that truthful.
Nick, can I add something on Atuya, just to piggyback on what you have said about PLO? Maybe Dario, it is one thing to listen to certain allegations, but corruption fights back. PLO came at a point when the corruption was really fighting back, and maybe before you understand that, you might think PLO was oiled. That wasn't true, as Atuya is saying. Then another thing I want to just piggyback on what Atuya said in terms of the
I think he has gone mute. Before I go to bed, can I say something before Tema?
No, I'm here.
Or Tema,
let me finish.
Can you?
Let me finish.
We lost you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
I'm hear you, Temba.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. But that will be the other complication about having new coalitions every election period. I think that is also very interesting. But I want to stop there for now. Thank you so much. I'm truthful. I don't care. They say if you have to choose between truth and being loved, choose the truth. I mean, you'd better follow something, but tell people the truth. This is what the Constitution says. We don't need to be so excited and emotional about it. Like you said, what Kenya Revolution was saying here. I mean, that is pedestrian. Until we are going to meet a few of us, then we can say arrive at. I mean, without a constitutional order, that one is the most interesting thing you can ever hear. So when someone comes and says that they will, I said here, number one, Gen Z is just but a certain part of Kenyan population. Kenya is made of many people. That's why you need a constitution to help you govern yourselves. So what is going to guide you sitting? Say, for example, you have agreed you are meeting at KICC. What is guiding that? You see, so it is such kind of talks that probably are misleading Gen Z from seeing, or maybe those who are trying to. They have a good cause, but remember, even the road to hell is paved with good intentions. You might have the best of intentions, but you can pave your way to the wrong direction. So you need to, yes, have the intention, but include the intention with the right direction. So you can have the constitution to direct you. Yes, these are our intentions. These are the things you want, but direct that energy. Otherwise, it will be all chaos at the end of the day. Thank you so much. Probably I'll be here to listen to Dario what he has to say.
All
I
right.
really appreciate Nick
Thank you.
for this. Yeah.
Let's have Penny Nyagaka, our say something before everybody else leaves. Late. Dari.
Yeah, I'm saying.
What alafu uongee sema is always brief. Penny.
Yeah, Mzalendo nimsalimu sana na nasalimu wote kina Temba and everybody. Lakini mada relevant right now ya huko Kenya na history ambayo Temba is trying very much to quote it like it was is very clear. The government, the Ruto government is not going anywhere, and Ruto must go. Go where? Really, without the cost of repeating what Temba was saying, without a constitution directing you that even Oburu Odinga's brother Oburu said, if we let Ruto go, it will be Kashawa who will take over. That's according to the constitution. Now when we went to Mzalendo tunapenda huyo mzee Odinga kwa sababu there was one time I think it was early 80s alafu nani alimuibia kura nani Moi. By Friday ya hiyo wiki mzee alichukua Moi kwa Kisumu, and a lot of people didn't like it, lakini mzee aliwaambia what the constitution of this country has said, that he is the president, he is the president. There's nothing I can do to change that. And my friends, tumeona all the time everybody trying to change what the constitution says. It has never worked. It is when Moi threw in the towel that they was able to change the constitution. You know, it was written with the best intentions, but then along the way, it changed to be anti-Raila. And that's where the constitution of Kenya is completely wrong. The GNC, to correct that, they have to take out the clauses that were put in so that Raila can be made and leave the organization. And Raila said, no, it is not good, but we can go there and change it when we can. And it has never changed. So, wacha nimalizia kwamba Mzalendo, it is very good intentions vile the GNC wanasema. But Ruto laughs at this because there was no time, there is no time in the modern time that a government has overthrown another government without clear direction, without a leader. Okay? There is no time. The only time that I checked was when I was in college in 1979, when we watched the Iranian Revolution take place. No, when all the students from all over the world went to Iran without a leader, and they looked around and found that Mullah guy in France at that time, and they recruited him. And the history of Iran as the last really revolution, vijana wa Kenya wanafanya, we never work without a leader. Has to have a leader. Union and Chekesha Ruto all the time. These guys will never go anywhere. They appeal New York Temba and Sema Constitution. It is written for him. It is written where 5 tribes can rule Kenya for the longest. Wakikuja pamoja. It's not written for some of us kama sisi wakisi tunakuwa na value nyingi. In other words, it has to change from that core, from the clauses that were put in the constitution to deter Raila not to join them. They were very clear. They were added in there. If women rape, nini, and nominated, whatever. Hiyo yote lazima itoke. Na waje niseme ya kwamba Mzalendo, we like your show, and we like coming over here and put our 2 cents worth. Okay, thank you, sana Mzalendo.
Thank you for your remarks. We are just winding up. Tuya, your closing remarks, and na usipotee sana bwana. We make Africa 24 your home. Tuya Junior. Black.
Give me a minute. Someone else can speak first.
Okay, Black, you've just come in when you ran away when there was a lot of heat. Black.
I didn't run away. I was charging my gadget.
Oh.
I never ran from anything.
Are you still in the bunker?
I only ran from rain. Yeah, I'm still in the bunker.
Yeah, we had Kenya revolutionary here. He came and he was very, very pissed off because majority of the panelists did not agree on the issue that Ruto must go. That clarion call, and Ashley also did not give a clear path of when we say Ruto must go, and this is an elected president. The constitution is very, very clear on how to remove a president from power. We never saw a situation where a popular revolution like this, but we have discussed that. Now, the point that we are just finalizing on is now that Ruto wants to form a coalition government, it is assumed that Ruto wants to form a coalition government, and I have seen members of Azimio really lobbying to be part of Ruto's government. Do you think that this is a good thing for the country at this point in time? And will Gen Zs be involved in this government? I need you to be very, very sober because some of the issues that we discuss here are actually picked up by the same government, and you will not be surprised when they implement some of the ideas that we have here on Africa. Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, I've never been an advocate for unity of government anywhere in this world. Why? Because it robs us the opportunity of having a side that could serve as an avenue of pointing out wrongs or calling the government to be into account per se, legally. Like, by what do I mean? For example, in parliament, when you have the opposition being the opposition doing its work in putting the government to be accountable and playing the role of the checking or doing the oversight on the government activities, then things are done the way they're supposed to be done, or at least they seem to be done the way they are, or at least there is a voice that is usually out there, an alternative voice from that of the government in parliament that would point out where there seems to be a wrong. Now, if the people that we believe are going to be doing that oversight in the name of opposition are also dancing and sleeping in the same bed with the government, then that's the time we get to see a lot of scandals and embezzlement of funds and other evil activities that work against the people get to go scot-free and not be highlighted. And that clear example is when we had the national government, government of national unity, say that of Guru and his handshake brother in the previous government, whereby we had the COVID billionaires walking away without any action being done upon them. Why? Because both sides played a role in the loss in the COVID billionaires. So who would be there to point the wrong in who? If anything, they just played us. Even when they had those committees, at the end of the day, nothing happened, and nobody was there to raise their voices in issues to do with that scam that happened with the COVID billionaire, right? So you can imagine right now when the Kenyans are talking about government having an audit on its public debt, and then we have the opposition being part of that government. What do you think will happen to that report? What I believe, in my view, is if that audit of public debt is going to be done properly, then there's a lot of people, not only in the government but also in the opposition, that may have been part of a government, not in the previous government. They may have played a role in some scandals and loss and disappearance of some funds that their names might appear. Because, for example, if we get to hear that there is some money that was lost from a particular ministry, and during that time it was headed by a particular leader, and during that particular time that leader was in a good working relation, when it comes by relation I mean eating relation, with so and so from opposition, because that time we didn't have opposition, do you think there'll be anyone that will be there to absorb the blame? I think the answer is no. So I think they're just getting into this coalition government per se, so that they can be able to work together to cover their tracks on the many issues to do with scandals that may have occurred in the past and present. And that's the reason why that is key among the motivating factor to want to have that, to be part of the government of national unity which is being proposed. Number two, they may also be wanting to get into this government to also have to eat, to be part of the people on the table eating, not to stop the eating that has been there, but to also have their what do you call this, their share of eating, if I may use that English, their share of eating is in ni kama wameitwa kwenye karamu, now it's their part also, it's their time also to also eat, just like the previous people that were in those offices in the cabinets that were eating, and which in my case I would say that is very unfortunate, because these very people that were calling this government rotten are the same people that are saying that, hey, you know what? Wacha tufanye kazi pamoja. It doesn't make any sense. Just the other day, I was reading somewhere that is it MP, is it Buluma, or I never know how to pronounce his name, was saying that it's about time that people should give Ruto a chance, and Gachagua should stop blackmailing Ruto. I mean, all of a sudden, people that were so against the president, all of a sudden, by the fact that they were advocating for his removal, just by the fact that now he has said that he's going to have a government of national unity by involving them and employing them to be part of cabinet secretaries, all of a sudden they have started sanitizing the president. They're saying that they should, they're putting the blame on Gachagua, that Gachagua should stop blackmailing the president, that he should let the president do his work. So, nashindwa sasa. Do we really need the government of national unity? In my view, I think the answer is no.
No, I think that is loud and clear. Actually, you left in the heat of the moment. We were having a very, very good discussion, and I think you left maybe to charge your gadget, or you were pissed off with the suggestion from other members that Ruto is not going anywhere at all. You know, welcome back, Ashley.
If I may, just before Ashley, just before I forget, in just one sentence, only in one sentence, on the issue of Ruto must go or not, in my view, I think the issue is people want to see the specific demands that have been highlighted be acted upon. That's the reason why Unaona there is a list of demands, because there will be no list of demands if at all they only wanted Ruto to go. There will be no point of putting up a list and then telling him to go. It wouldn't make any sense. Why put up a list and then tell him we want him to go? No. So here the issue is people just want to see those demands that were listed be taken care of by the President Ruto. If failure to reach, then it should go.
All right, Black. It was not one sentence, but you executed your point. Actually, people don't want Ruto to go. They need him to implement the points. What is your take on this?
Is that, like I said before I left, I think that the original planners of the reject finance bill were very organized and they have executed. And that is why there's confusion. That's why they're not speaking in one voice. There are those who are saying Ruto must go literally. They want him to go, to dissolve government and go with everybody, including the opposition. And I am one of them. And a good point was raised. Then what next? I have been asking the same questions to those that I have been talking to. What next? Those people of the reject, the original people, I feel, wanted Matiang'i. But when they saw that he wasn't well received, they pulled off. There is a cloud, I feel, up there that the force was really great. And that force was very scary to Ruto. And that's why he was abducting people, because he could see this is a well-organized machinery. And he couldn't pinpoint who was behind it. If you notice now, people are not being abducted because these are just noisemakers. My reason for wanting Ruto to go is not even the things that we are talking about. My main reason is the killings. The killings, and someone's talked about being bitter. I don't know why we are not all bitter. Because imagine if that was your relative, cut into pieces and thrown in a quarry. You know, the government has to work for everybody. We are saying we don't want to anarchy. But is it only that some people are going to live? Like, just imagine all those families that have lost people they haven't found. Those people who are going to find a piece of their person. And then you also hear that the government is fabricating a certain person as the person who committed the crimes, which doesn't make sense. Because if those bodies are from 2002, they would have rotted. Remember, we had floods. So there is no way a body can be whole where they are. Those are from there. So those reasons, if Ruto has to stay, for me, I know he can stay until 2027 if God does not intervene. But my reason of wanting him to go is because of the actions, because of those killings, because of the killings on the street that are unwarranted. So when we want Ruto to go, they start quoting the Constitution in us. But when he's doing these illegal and unconstitutional things, they're not quoting the Constitution. So he was elected using the Constitution. He has to abide by that Constitution before he requires us to abide by it. Because you cannot be quoting the Constitution of people and telling them you have to stay until this time or there is a way to remove you, yet you are using unconstitutional means to enforce so that they can obey. You can't enforce the law through unconstitutional means, just as you don't expect us to remove you through unconstitutional means. At a point, we have to come and we ask ourselves. I love Kenya a lot. I wouldn't like it to go to the dogs, but then only for some people. It has to be good for all. It has to be perfect, but it has to seem as though it is working. At the bare minimum, there is no reason people are getting into the quarry at Mukuru, getting the remains by themselves and not the police doing that job. That job should have already been sealed. If we have a working government, day 3, day 4, and people are still using civilians to get in there and remove the bodies, and you tell me we have a working government. This government only works for our leaders. It doesn't work for the least of us. And the least of us are the majority. When it comes to the people, they want to give you 10,000. They destroy your home and then they give you 10,000 to go and get another home. They give you 500 to go and start a business as a hustler fund. Yet when they go to meetings, which are already covered by their salaries, they want to receive sitting allowances for 25,000 per meeting. So if you have 2 or 3 meetings a day, you have to times that 25 by 3. When Ruto came here, I tried to get in touch with him. I was trying to look for justice for a child, for a boy, this cheater guy who was killed. I tried to contact very many people. Nothing up to today has not been solved. I tried to contact people, and then I don't know what I asked him, and then I talked to him about the finance bill, and he told me that they've set apart 1 billion for the flood victims. You think I'm going to leave you with a challenge, and those are the things that I disturb my heart. Very small things. 1 billion for all those people who were displaced. Some who lost everything. Most of them lost everything. So some of them even lost family members. 1 billion for all those people. Yet, between Ruto's wife and Gachagwa's wife, they are sharing 1 billion for God knows what. And we have not even included the confidential funds. Those are the things like, you know what? Ruto can't change. And I know people who know him. And even before the election, they told me, and I was supporting, we were with Atuya. I used to love when Atuya came to the show because I knew I had someone who was on my side. Somebody told me, this guy is bad. And I was like, this person is jealous in my heart. But now, this is Ruto, by the way. This is him. So you're asking him to do what he cannot do. He won't change. And in that 20, if we give him up to 2027, we better be ready for a second term or a civil war. So we are either postponing a civil war, or we are going to just agree to get fucked up. Because on 2027, he will come back, whatever means necessary. And what he's doing, this bipartisan thing, is going to end up being almost like we have a one-party government. That's what's gonna end up being looking like. So I'm going to end there, but I know even God, at times in history, he has finished a whole generation. So don't come here and vilify me, because I am saying at a point we have to reach and say, you know, when you're fighting with somebody, you have to show them that all options are on the table, and whatever you don't mind. You can't come that me, I'm protecting and you're not. If Ruto wants us to live by the constitution, he has to set the example. If he doesn't live by the constitution, then we have to assume that he is telling us that we've put the constitution off. He's a pace setter. He either lives by the constitution, we follow him. If he doesn't live by the constitution, we follow him, we fix it, and then we get back the constitution. That's my submission. Thank you.
Muru, well said, Ashley. Muru, are you there? I saw somebody like Muru. Muru. All right. If Muru is not available to comment or to,
Mzalendo, I'm listening, but you're gonna give me some few minutes.
okay, yeah. I wanted you to say something. Anyway, thank you, Ashley. Thank you very much. I still have a different opinion about a president resigning because the police have failed to do what they are supposed to do. That would be disastrous. It's like, in each and every instance where there is a misconduct by government officials, then the president is the one who should take the blame and not the head of that particular service. If there is corruption in the counties or somebody is killed that is very prominent, then the president definitely should resign because of those kind of killings. The killings are not allowed, and the officers who have been practicing killing other Kenyans, those are the people that we need to be calling out in these shows. That there is a police officer out there who is not William Ruto, who took his gun with a bullet, with an AK-47 fully loaded magazine, and shot some innocent university students and dumped them in the river, and others were chopped off and put in a quarry. Those are the people who, at the end of the day, they go back to their homes and say, nimetoka kazini. Unaona, those are the people who go back and to society, and the same society that we live in, me and you meet them and you greet them, unawasalimia sasa, afande, habari gani, unaendelea. These are people who should not be in the society. That's what I've been advocating for. These policemen who are killing people, they should not be part of the society. They need to be weeded out and taken somewhere in jail, because I always imagine that kabla mtoto wa 20 years umuue vile wale wengine wamekufa, they must have cried for mercy. They must have pleaded with you. They must have said, tafadhali mzee usiniue, sitarudia hii makosa tena. They must have said something before they met their death. But unfortunately, it went into deaf ears, and these boys and girls are no longer with us. These are the most dangerous people living in our society. And I am glad the police chief went, the other security heads also were sacked, or maybe they resigned. We don't really care. But we need to bring people who are competent and all overall of the police force, plus the police force that is doing abduction, should be done away with. That is what the president ought to come on national television and say that there is this special force that I am dismantling it with immediate effect. There will be no abduction in Kenya ever again under my rule. That is my take. Atuya, or Ashley, you had something to say?
Yes, I thank you that you said about the abduction, because that is, like when Trump was shot, Biden would have kept quiet, but he didn't. He came and he condemned it. The abductions are so serious because not only are they abducting, they are blindfolding the person. They're not taking them to jail. And then some of them have ended up dead. Some have been released. The president, how do we even know if they are being taken to the president's home? Who knows? Because it has to be a private, and he's not talking. So when you say we can't blame, when he keeps quiet, when he thanks the police for security, then what he's telling us, he is involved. Because that is so serious that people, we don't know whether they are policemen, they are coming, they're abducting people, they are blindfolding them. And then when he had this meeting on the X, and I'm finishing, he said that they arrest people professionally. I have never seen someone being abducted and then blindfolded. And this is criminal. He should address this. This is national security, and he hasn't done that. That is the reason I think he should step down, because he has failed in his duty as the president, as the head of government. He has failed to protect his people and to make them live in a safe society. When he fails in his job, he needs to step down.
Well said, Atuya.
Yes.
You can go ahead.
All right. It becomes difficult just to speak after Ashley has spoken, because it evokes political negative issues with me. So I don't want to get again so defensive. But the host, you actually spoke so well about the young people who lost their lives, because nobody actually celebrates a loss of life, especially when it involves young people. And it is very unimaginable to imagine someone human shoots a 20-year-old, chops their bodies. So it's uncalled for, and it's true. That one we nobody agrees with that, and that one the government must come out and condemn that and come clean on that. But I don't want to sound like I defend government, but let's not give government reason to use hard power on people. That's what I can say. And again, speaking when one is speaking opposing government, it's so easy. I did that. Opposing government is fashionable and it's easy. You do it. You can do it eloquently, because you don't have to have facts. Just have to say anything. No government is ever positive, even whichever government. So you can always find words to speak against government. So I know how easy it is, and we campaigned to support this government, and I will always be there to speak positives and point out negatives wherever needed. All I could go back to is I like and continue to say that we want the pressure from the young people to continue piling up on government, so that we can realize the positive change that comes with it. The voices that I don't want are the voices of people, especially people outside the country, advocating for war. Let there be war, so that we can have a new country. Let there be war, so that leader X is out of government. When people say that we can take the the power with us, go elect our leaders. Take 1,000 Gen Zs and take them to Uhuru Park. Tell them now, the country is yours. Elect your president. In 5 minutes, it will be chaos. Nobody will come out there as a leader. We'll come with 4 or 5 leaders from there, or 10 or 15 from that kind of gathering. That's why we have a constitution to guide us on how to approach and how to govern a country. So we have a golden opportunity from these young people that let's use them, because the generations above me and the Gen Zs are just slightly below me. The generations of us and the generations above me, we never actually took things into our hands. They have taken it. Let's support them. Let's make government accountable. Let it go down to even county governments. Let governors be accountable. That's the only way we can achieve the goals and dreams of this country. And actually alludes to the fact that if we let Ruto be in government until 2027, then he's coming back. He will come back if we give him a chance to come back. These young people have got votes of over 7 million. They are around 7 million, and it's estimated to be around 12 by 2027. If they all woke up and voted, there's no way government can even try to change the will of the people. While we were supporting William Ruto, we were told so many things. Government has everything. You cannot win. But William Ruto won the election from outside government. So if these young people want to change the destiny of the country, they can put the pressure now, ensure that the government is accountable. Come 2027, elect the person you want in a democratic process. That's the only way we can inherit them the country that they want. But if they want us to go the Somalia way, if someone thinks they can go to Kamkunji and elect Okiya Mtata, I'll tell them, I don't know why people think political leadership is such an easy thing to joke around with. I even heard actually say the military will take over. Military take over, and you know what happens in the military? They start coup d'etats within themselves. Section A wants to take government, another section wants to take government. That is a country that will be ungovernable, and that's a country we will not imagine. And the people in diaspora will be the first people to say, we want peace in Kenya. We call for peace in Kenya, but they were the first people to call for anarchy. So all I will want is let's think about the repercussions of having having anarchy in the country. When I say these people will say you supporting the government, you just want it to remain in power. Put the pressure on. Let the government deliver what it promised. If they don't deliver, you have a chance to do it in 2027 and put your government on. If elections were held today, William Ruto is not on the ballot, Gachagua is not on the ballot, Raila Odinga is not on the ballot, no Gen Z will win the presidency. No single chance that a Gen Z will win presidency. It will be one of these faces that we know who will take over the country. And he will form cabinet and he will have his own friends in there. So let's clean this government by putting on pressure constitutionally until we achieve what we want. That's all I can say for now. And somebody said that Ruto should dissolve government and everybody goes on. Ruto has no constitutional mandate to dissolve all arms of government. He can only dissolve cabinet, and he can only resign himself, and then he will let it to the next person to form cabinet and be president. So let's be guided. And the one thing that even made a revolutionary guy run out of this place, it is the question of how. Okay, you quote this and this and this, you're very eloquent that Ruto must go. Then let's do it. Okay, we want him to go. So how? Why? How? The how question, these people will never answer you. They the only thing they want is Ruto out, but the how question, they will not answer you. The repercussions of that, they will not tell you. These are young minds, these are young people, young blood. They might not see 2-3 weeks from today. They must remain guided. Thank you.
Mburu, do you want to say something?
Yeah, thank you so much, Zarendo. And see, Zarendo, on your side we have some noise coming. I don't know whether it's on your side. So let me just recognize them. Ashley, Mr. Black, Mr. Themba. You have been here with is it Atuya, something like that. So I just want to make some few comments. First of all is the narrative which is going on that Ruto must go. Ruto must go. And I want to say, first of all, I'm not here to defend the government and to say that everything is okay and that the grievances that the Gen Zs are having are not varied. We have to agree, all of us, that we know there is a problem in Kenya. We have been talking about these problems, and we all know that we have very serious issues that need to be fixed in our country. Most of them are not the making of the Kenya Kwanza government. Most of them are things that were supposed to be done from the time that we gained independence. Most of them are mistakes that were not fixed in the second government and in the third government. Therefore, blaming William Ruto holistically, it will be a mistake. And I want to say this. Even if Ruto goes today, we don't have a superhuman who will take power and that will be satisfied because you come and perform miracles. We have human beings in Kenya, and one of them, even if Ruto goes, will become the president. He will have his weaknesses, he will have his mistakes and errors because no one is perfect. That is why during the time of Kenyatta, people really complained. They said how bad he was. And we had very serious crashes, serious more than what we are having right now. That is when we lost so many people in Kisumu. Then we had the government of President Moi. People were not comfortable. They never said that Moi was the best. We had problems. We had crashes everywhere. People died. Then we had the government of Kibaki. The same problem. Then Uhuru. And now we have Ruto. If you look at those governments historically, you will know that no one Kenyans have ever said now we have the best president. Right now, I hear in the show, we praise Kibaki so much, but we gave that man a very, very rough time. We never gave him a chance even to perform his duties without disturbance. We even sang songs to show how incompetent or incapable he was in performing his duties. But today we praise him. We say how good he was, how he performed, that he was the best president. We never said that when he was still in power. So we have a culture of being extreme sometimes. And it's not easy to become the president of Kenya. It is tough. It is very tough. To become the president of Kenya, you need to have a very, very big heart. And I want to ask Ashley, yes, there are things that are not going well in Kenya. And as Ashley has said that the only solution we have is for Ruto to go. I have no problem if Ruto goes and Kenya remains intact and we get that better person. I didn't hear it come out very well. Which method are we going to use to make sure that Ruto must go? And I want you to underline the word must. That means it has to happen. When someone tells you you must, it means you have no option. You have to go. Then we need to ask ourselves, which method are the Gen Zs going to use to ensure that the president goes? Because unless he voluntarily decides, let me resign, the other option we have is the constitutional option, which other institutions like Parliament has to be involved. The public has to sign to show they don't have confidence. Constitutionally, we have a way we can recall the president. The other way he can go the person. The other extreme option, which I think it is the option which Gen Zs are having in mind, is the option of coup d'etat, whereby we say we are going to take the government by force. And you know what that means. So it is not enough for us to go out there and sing Ruto must go, Ruto must go. We need to tell Kenyans, how do you want him to go? And therefore, as much as it's good to debate and it's good to say the president is not good, we have to ask ourselves which method can be used. Because the way I know William Ruto, singing and shouting cannot make him resign. Therefore, we who are intellectuals should be in a position to enlighten other people and give them the options that we have. The Gen Zs are educated people, and I'm expecting them, when they are saying Ruto must go, then they should tell us how are they expecting to achieve that. Not only that, the other question I'm asking myself is, why is he going? Is it because the police have shot people? Is it because the journalist was shot by the police? Is that how it's supposed to be? That the president must take responsibility for everything that is committed, for every mistake that is done by those who are in government? If that is the case, then Kenyatta would have taken responsibility, Moi would have taken responsibility, Kibaki would have taken responsibility, Uhuru would have taken responsibility, and now President William Ruto. I want to say this, that the president does a lot of things. He is the president of the entire Kenya, the president of all the institutions, the president of all the government employees. And he cannot be taking responsibility for each and everything that happens in the country. In the police department, he is the president of the prison warders. Whatever is done by the prison officers, then the president has to take responsibility. He is the president of the APs. Then he has to take responsibility for everything that is happened with the AP department. He is the president of the GSU. Then he has to take responsibility for everything that happens. He is the president of the anti-stock theft police. I mean, we have so many. He is the president of the army. Then everything that happens in Haiti, president has to take responsibility. Everything that happens to our officers in Congo, in Somalia, across the globe we have officers. I don't think that is how it's supposed to be. So we are just being extreme. And I said this, yes, there have been mistakes. We have been talking about them here. But this Kenya is bigger than all of us. This Kenya is bigger than Gen Zs. It is not just their country. It's not just like there are no other people. The only people we have are Gen Zs. We are happy because of the achievements and the steps they have made so far. One of the achievements is that the president accepted to fire all his cabinet secretaries. That is a good thing, because those who will come will be more careful. Now maybe president will form another competent or more competent cabinet, which will respect people more. which will have the face of Kenya. That's an achievement of Gen Zs because before, maybe that would not have happened. The other achievement is you have seen even the AG, the inspector of police had to resign. He took political responsibilities. He didn't resign because he was willing to do it. I know he resigned because he was told by the president that this is the request of the young people. The president has also agreed with them that we need to confront corruption head on. I mean, he agreed with almost everything they talked about. If you joined the conversation between the president and Gen Zs, all those things they talked about, the president started to implement them with immediate effect. That is humility. If that is not humility, I don't know what you call it. He had an option to say, okay, I am the president of the Republic of Kenya, the commander of the armed forces. These young people, they don't know who I am. They don't know what is the government. I want to stamp my authority and show them who I am. He didn't want to go that direction. So the Gen Zs should also be in a position, as much as it's good to be listened to by the government, they should also be in a position to listen and give the president and the government time to implement what they want. And if there is something that is being omitted, they should speak about it in a peaceful manner. Because William Ruto is there in that government temporarily. He is not there permanent. In 3 years' time, Gen Zs have a choice, have an option of going to the ballot. They can even choose one of them to become the president. Nothing hinders that. But we should not destroy the country, destroy the properties because of the agitation that we have. So therefore, let us have some limits. Let us be very careful, and also let the police conduct themselves in a professional manner. Sometimes I wonder, who are these people who shoot to the citizens recklessly? Because it is reckless to lose 50 people in one demonstration. I wonder whether they do that with the blessings of the president or the deputy president. I can tell you for sure, I have a feeling that that has not been the wish of the president. Because the moment people die, the government becomes unpopular. Could it be that there are people who take advantage of the situation to go there and do things that are likely to tarnish the name of the government? So there are so many things that happens that we don't understand. And I also want to believe that the same way we feel we enter into confusion, because the president is just one person amidst 50 million people. Not everything that happens that he knows how. Sometimes he also receives reports and he is also in shock that some things happen. So we cannot be telling him that everything that happens, you must go, you must resign. Tomorrow, by the grace of God, Ashley, and I have no problem whatsoever, because it's a democratic right for us to have that feeling that this person has failed. But tomorrow, myself, Ashley Omzalendo or Demba, can get a chance of becoming the president. How would you expect people to treat you? What kind of environment would you like to work in? So the same way you'd like to be treated when you become the president of Kenya, let us try to treat this president that way. And where he has done right, we say he has taken the right direction. And where he has done wrong, we correct him constructively, not destructively. And in conclusion, I want to say that the Gen Zs, they have already gained a lot. What they should do now is to guard what they have already gained, is to cooperate with the government, because the president has said, I am willing to work with these young people because they are citizens of Kenya. And what they are saying is valid. They should cooperate with the president to ensure that these things we have been talking about have been implemented. If they continue with those demonstrations, they will hurt the country that they love, because it is out of love of the nation that they started the demonstrations. But if they overdo it, they are likely to lose direction and even not achieve what they wanted to achieve. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that contribution, although very, very long. We want the next speaker to be at least very precise. Mr. Black, then we can have Themba. In that sequence, then Penny will wind up. Black.
Thank you again for the opportunity. Mine is going to be precise as possible. I think the issues being highlighted are very clear. People want to have accountability, like it has been vastly mentioned here, that all the persons that are in office need to be accountable for the monies which they are allocated to the projects which they have been, which funds were given to, and money disappeared mysteriously in the form of candles. Those that were responsible for those dockets need to be brought to book. And the issue of unemployment also needs to be tackled, because there are so many promises that were put across, and unfortunately our president has seen it fit that it is best to export our youth, or not just youth but just Kenyans, to go work abroad instead of creating jobs in Kenya. Already as it is, we have seen that the policies that have been put in place has had negative effect on the already existing companies that are in Kenya. Most of them have been closing down. Some have been restructuring in the name of laying off workers in order to reduce their cost of doing business. And that is very unfortunate. Now, if anything, the government needs to look into ways of putting up policies that would instead do the opposite and encourage investors to come into the country and invest their money in Kenya. For example, in the aspect of manufacturing, a lot of companies have been closing down. Just recently, Bamburi Portland Cement was sold. That's a company I grew up knowing. I don't know if any of you have the information that Bamburi Portland imeuzwa, because mambo haikuwa ikienda mzuri. Mombasa Cement, which has been having its own making its own clinker, which is used in the manufacturing of cement, wamekuanga na upper hand, whereby yes, as much as we are trying to reduce import of raw materials that can be produced in Kenya, but it's also worth noting that these raw materials that I'm talking now in the sense of factory that makes cement, clinker, which is the core raw material ya kutengeneza simiti. In Kenya, it's only 2 companies that are in a position to produce that. So I think maybe the government should have had implementation of policies that would emphasize on cement companies producing their own clinker, to do so within a particular set timeline. Then after which they would introduce exorbitant taxes, import taxes on raw materials such as clinker, in order to what do you call this, to encourage local manufacturing by using 100% raw materials from Kenya than importing. Sasa immediately just imposing higher taxes on clinker, import taxes on clinker. It's imepeleka kampuni kama Bombori Portland Cement. It's closing down. It's decided to sell. Now you can imagine. There is another one. I forget the name. Was it Smith Klein? That they were also moving they had also stopped manufacturing some of their products in Kenya, and instead they have decided to be bringing in finished products from elsewhere. I think it's Nigeria. Now you can imagine that is just few of companies that have been closing down by virtue of the policies being brought up by the government. Just the other day, I think tuliona kwa media whereby the Kenya manufacturers assemblies, was it Association of Manufacturers, especially were steel makers. They are complaining about what the CS at the time of trade had put them to. I mean, that they had been put to very hard and impossible policies to implement unless they part way with some funds, and that's very, very wrong. You know, I wish I could get the link if we have time and play it here. It was in the media, I think, 2 days ago, and such policies that end up putting our Kenya manufacturers at a disadvantage by increasing their cost of production, such as by the many taxes which the government has put in place, will only encourage people to import finished products that would be way cheaper from countries that have low taxes on their manufacturers, which reduces the cost of production, thus having making the eventual selling price of their products to be far cheaper than our own Kenyan-made products, such that even by importing those products and paying the import taxes, those products are still cheaper than those that are produced in Kenya. So you see, if anything, unemployment in Kenya, I can say partially is self-made through the policies that the government have been putting in place. Maybe it's about time, not even maybe, it's about time that the government is to be accountable, to be put into account, to explain as to why the policies they have put in place have had a negative effect on the job market, and still they have not done anything to reverse those. You know, so that's what I can say for now. And another thing I forgot to mention is the issue of electricity. This is something that I hold very dear, because I think there was a time that there was a committee, Senate committee on power. I think it was headed by Sifuna. They clearly came up with a report that KenGen is capable of providing 100% electricity to Kenya, cheaper. But yet, we still have IPPs, who are the independent power producers, who supply about 30 to 40% of the power which we consume. Yet, KenGen, which supplies about 60 to 70% of the power which we produce, get paid less in total amount of the bill paid of the electricity which we consume. Yes, they're the ones who supply more. I don't know if you understand. For example, if 1 billion, just giving a figure, if 1 billion is the total sum payable for the all electricity consumed in Kenya, it's just a figure of mention. We do not consume 1 billion worth, it's more. 1 billion worth of electricity is consumed in Kenya, and of this 1 billion, 70% of this 1 billion is paid for the independent power producers, who only supplied 30%. of the electricity. Yet, Kengen, who supplied 70% of this electricity, end up getting paid only 30% of this 1 billion. What does it tell you? It tells you that there's something wrong. Already Kengen, the power which they sell to us is cheaper. I think it was quoted to 5 shillings per megawatt, whereby the independent power producers were selling to us at 25. Is it per megawatt or kilowatt? I'm not so sure about the units. But the prices was Kengen was selling it at 5 shillings, or if it's per kilowatt or something. I'll get the unit. And the independent power producers are selling to us at 25 shillings. So you see, that's about 5 times more than what Kengen is selling to us. So my point here is this: why don't we then just not get 100% of our power being supplied by Kengen and do away with these IPPs, and that would immediately lower the cost of power in our nation? Why not do that? It means there are powerful brokers in the electricity sector or in the energy sector that are pushing, or they do have a stake in these independent power producers, such that they want us to keep buying this power from these independent power producers more expensively than us buying it from Kengen. So now these are the some of the things that I wish that our president, since he's the leader of the current government, should be put into task to ensure that it's implemented, that report from the Senate, whereby we should get our power 100% from Kengen and not the IPPs. Let's just cancel the contract with all IPPs unless they lower down the prices to match that of Kengen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Black, for your beautiful contribution. Let me read one comment from the viewer side. Then we go to Mr. Themba. Is Mr. Themba there? It's like he dropped. Are you there, Mr. Themba? If Themba is not there, we shall be going to Penny Nyagaka. I had seen Penny. Penny Nyagaka, I can see you are there. Prepare yourself. You can make a comment also on this comment which I'm reading from the viewer side, that the people who are saying Ruto must go did not even elect him. This is the opposition trying to get into power through the back door. Mr. Penny Nyagaka, you have the floor. You have your 4 minutes. I'll be checking time. Then I'll moderate for some time as Mzarendo is taking a cup of water. Mr. Penny Nyagaka?
Is asking to be brought in.
Oh, I can see Themba is here. Penny, give us a minute.
Themba is asking to be brought in.
Yes, I have. Mr. Themba, how are you?
I'm fine, Mburu. Thank you so much for bringing me in. Thank you, Black.
You are most welcome. You can go ahead and make your contribution. And
yes,
you can start by this comment, which is saying, the people who are saying Ruto must go did not even elect him. This is the opposition trying to get into power through the back door. I don't know what you have to say about that. You can have a comment on that and then go ahead, make your submission for 4 minutes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mburu. Let me start by that comment. It is a fair comment. You know, it is also possible that is a case. Mburu, the thing that we need to understand is that when you start an political agitation, initially you do have certain kind of agendas, but as it keeps going, other intervening things happen, because it is not happening in a vacuum, right? Just like when a child grows, you're saying that we want this child to grow up to be a very vibrant child. But as the child is growing, Corona comes. You didn't envisage that there will be Corona. You see, as a child is growing, something happens, calamity, there's a floods coming. So there are things you might you might start something with the best of hold on.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Mr.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
So the thing I'm saying is you can start something with the best of intentions. You know, you do have, this is where we want to go. But in the midst of that, other things start coming up. The Gen Zs and the other people who are doing their activation, I possibly also want to say, when you talk so much about the Gen Z, we are limiting it to them, yet the issues they are bringing out are Kenyan issues. So if as much as they would be the ones who are championing it or at the forefront, it needs to be something that Kenyans had already had issues with government, as it would happen in any other government. Obama, when he came into power, he was very popular. But as time went by, the populace started having certain concerns about the government, which is okay. So, like right now, I'm saying they might have started well. The first day they came, they made their agitation. But as time goes by, Mburu, there are other issues that start coming up. You cannot tell who is Gen Z and who is not. Other issues and other interest groups also start coming up. They take advantage of the situation. Other politically connected and interests start coming in. So it is possible the statement the person is saying that yes, as the agitation has gone on, it has taken different shapes. And it is maybe time, maybe those people who are in the forefront of Gen Z to appreciate that their issue will not just necessarily be that now we are Gen Zs, we are only articulating for this. It takes a life that even some of them may not control. And probably that is what brings in now the government. The government comes in. How do we separate a genuine protester from a goon? You see? What if we remove police from the streets? How about genuine businesses being broken into? How do we? I mean, it is not written in your forehead that if you dress, you carry a flag and you carry a filimbi, you are not a goon. You see? So there are so many things that now again you start blaming the government for not giving you protection. When they give you protection, do they give you protection from yourselves? You know, these are the things that they need to, probably in my view, sit down and get advised. You know, that now listen, as you proceed on, other interests may come in. And you might need to be aware. How are you going to deal with such? But I think, as you said, Mburu, I think in the constitutional democracy that we are in, we need to appreciate that yes, we do have a president, and as I think Atuya said, the president will go. You know, we have a constitution that allows the president to be there for the first term. After 4 years, 5 years, you don't agree with him, he goes. If you agree with him, he goes for the second term, and then he finishes his term. So Ruto going, he must go. The idea is when and how. You see.
Yes.
So if now we come to the other thing, the president must go, and that one we are in agreement. He must go. Yeah, after 10 years he will go. After 5 years, if we are not happy with him, he will go. Yes, he must go. But now, when and how is where now the disagreement occur. All right.
Yes.
Even them themselves, their arguments. If you listen to their arguments, they seem not to have a particular argument that they are pushing. Some of them will say that we want him to go right now. Others will say, no, we just want governance issues. That's why we are saying. I mean, sometimes you look at that and say, probably they needed a bit of saying that we have a leader so that they can be meeting somewhere to have a more synchronized narrative to push, as opposed to every time you go everywhere, you hear different kind of narratives that are coming from them. Do they not have a leader? I think, Mburu, I hold that they do have leaders, because you see some of those opinion leaders appearing in different broadcast platforms. The ones who seem to be, coming out to shape the next part where they want to go. And right
Yes.
now, you can identify a certain number of them who have now shown up to be like, those are the leaders, the opinion leaders. You know, opinion leaders, you don't have to be chosen by anyone. By the time you start speak, people are like, okay, this is our opinion leader. So they kind of have already identified who are these leaders that is shaping what they want. And so I think it is important for them to be advised that it will not remain purely what they're talking about. It will take a different shape. And most likely sometimes they say starting a war is easy, finishing it and bringing it to an end becomes hard. Russia went to Ukraine thinking that it will be done within a few days. Right now, they're still there many months later. And Iraq war lasted many years, you know. So sometimes you can start something, but the idea is how you bring it to a close. If you don't have a plan, then it becomes a problem. Even you can't manage. And possibly that's where we are seeing this going. But as I finish, I want to agree with you, Mburu, that unless we use constitutional means, then we will be going extra constitutional means. We'll be suspending the constitution. And once we suspend the constitution, anything can ensue. None of us here knows that. None of us knows what can ensue. You can only imagine. I mean, we can talk romantically, like we are saying, let the army come in, we reset and we do that. I mean, you can only say that because it is nice to be said.
Yes.
But in societies where such has happened, some of them many years later, a lot has happened. Some of them take decades to reset. You know, like look at Sierra Leone, many years later, and many other countries that we can quote examples. In Rwanda, you go, they say that it is only those countries that have not experienced such kind of bloodshed that we can afford to have certain conversations. That let us fight and let's have, you know, it can take years for you to ever have Kenya where it was. So I think maybe we need to be more careful and cautious as we are trying to address. We already have a constitutional democracy. Let's agitate. Let's put pressure, like Atuya is saying, and like you're saying, let's put pressure on the government. But again, let's respect the constitution. That is probably what I would like to say for now. Thank you so much for the time, Mburu.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Themba, for that elaborative discussion there. Let's have Mr. Penny Nyagaka, if he's in a position to say something. Penny Nyagaka, you have heard what Mr. Themba has said, that it is easier to set on fire, but it might be very hard to put it off. Penny Nyagaka, are you there?
Yes.
Yeah, you have the floor for your 4 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you for leading with somebody like Themba, who, as a kid, I've known to grow up really in the system and ask the right and hard questions. Because Babu, Uyu Atuya reminds me a lot of Kisi. Nikienda Kisi na sahi, Jeff, nobody will talk like Atuya talks. The generation of his generation talks only ODM talking point. And maybe I am not in that kind of debate, so I can nod off like I'm sleeping. Lakini Atuya, you have woken me up to the reality that we have always, this is what you see, we have always said where the truth is and where the remain will be. Hakuna kitu kama kubeberezwa. The best example ni huyu Maraga ambao mnaangalia siku hizi. It doesn't matter how much money you give him or don't give him, he will tell you like it is. Na hiyo ndio characters ya Wakisii, na hiyo ni mzuri sana. Hivyo ni kusema ya kwamba let us conclude hii yote ya kusema that Ruto must go. Yes, Ruto must go 2032. Na ingine ya 2027 ameshinda kwa sababu the greatest competitor ya Ruto alikuwa ni Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga. Na he has co-opted him to the AU. So it is very, very clear to some of us, lakini kwa wengine hiyo ni kama matusi, hiyo ni kama curse words na kitu kama hiyo. No, Ruto will win on this one. Na hii ambayo ilikuja saa hii ambayo inaendelea Kenya is a blessing in disguise. Yani anatumiwa reward from God na kufanya kitu kwa sababu all the cabinet, it was not the hired cabinet that he had. Yeye mwenyewe alisema he knows more of what's going on in the cabinet ministries than those people that he put there. No. So anajua washenzi ndiye aliweka huku, yeye ndiye anajua. Na sasa kama hao vijana wamemletea a gift from God ya change washenzi, so be it. Akiweka watu ya ODM, so be it. Lakini so long as we see the difference, the changes. Buru wengine kama mimi, we want corruption to end. Yani hii bottom up economics anasema it is real, lakini it will never work if the corruption is as high as it is. Hiyo tu. Bottom up economics will not work with zero corruption or hakuna corruption kila kitu. Lakini akisema yeye ati
Mr. Nyagaka, how do you think the government or the president will be able to deal with corruption? Because this is something we have been talking time and again. What is your expectation? What should be done?
My expectation is it should go to places like Rwanda or Tanzania. Hapo ndio mnasoma vile corruption inashindwa. For example, in Rwanda, even if the guy, you can have questions how he got elected or not get elected, whatever. Ile corruption yanapigana nayo ni kweli. If the police are seen taking a bribe, you take a picture, the court that you send that picture to get you money, 500 shillings, their money, 1,000, unapata hiyo. Now, the police don't want to do that because they know that their career will be online. So walinieleza kuwa nilienda huko in March, nieleza kwamba when the police stops, when ukipita in the speed, hiyo inaonekana inapigwa picture, and then within 3 days unapata kwa simu yako ati ulipita kwa picture namna hii na unalipa. Usipolipa, askari yoyote ambaye anakusimamisha in the future anachukua hiyo gari. I mean, the penalties are very so high. It's easier to pay than to wait for those penalties. And they have really crashed the corruption in say, for example, Rwanda. If you go to Scandinavian countries, Jeff, these countries are very well done because there is no corruption. Mtu akuambia ni shilingi tano ni shilingi tano. Sio Kenya. Ile ni wananchi yangu. Hasa wakisi ukienda huko mahali wanauza vitu utauziwa bei ghali sana. But they know what they are doing. Hiyo tu. Ngoja niseme ya kwamba, ngoja nimalizia kwamba huyu Ruto will finish his time. And so the 2032 we don't see it. Na nyinyi endelea ku pull together na Temba na kila mtu mzalendo, pull together and we will see huyu Ruto atamaliza mpaka 2032. Hiyo nimalizia hapo tu.
Thank you so much, Mr. Penny Nyagaka, for your contribution. Let's go to Mr. Atuya Jr. Now, Atuya Jr., you have heard what Mr. Penny Nyagaka has have said, that we need to confront the corruption. Do you have an idea on how we can deal with corruption? Apart from police, those who are in government, the members of parliament, the governors, the senators, the women reps, all our leaders are very corrupt. How do you expect we can deal with this monster? Then you make your contribution after answering that.
Right. I think I've made lots of the points that I had. Let me just comment on that, the issue of corruption. Corruption is such a cancer. It is so embedded in us. fighting it doesn't have a really definitive way that we can say we can begin by tomorrow. For instance, our MCS, our MPs, our leaders bribed us to get into power. That's corruption in the first place. We, the people, want to be bribed before we elect them. We are corrupt in nature. So it is, I don't know, is it poverty that has led us into accepting corruption? Because if today, Jeff, you were CS Foreign Affairs, rest be assured, Mzalendo will be on your phone. He wants to be. He wants to be. He wants a post in your office.
Yes.
So it must start with us. But from the happenings in the country, I think it is a very good chance for us to now really fight corruption. Now, because the pressure on government, and I keep saying this, let the pressure continue. Put on pressure on government. It has scared MPs. It has scared the president. Let's push on the pressure. Let's ensure that people are prosecuted. That's the goodness of the pressure. Let's see people getting prosecuted. Let's see, let's treat these MPs as normal people. Like, they don't have to be so worshipped in the villages, so that we always feel like anybody with money is a leader. So let's change the mentality. Let's push the government to continue to prosecute corruption cases. If this pressure continues, it means there will be less and less corruption happening in government. And then there is something that needs to be done.
Yes.
This thing that the president set up of auditing our debt, I think we must be extra careful with it.
Yes.
The report that will come from it, we must discuss it. We must go as back as 2003. We must go as back as 1997 if possible, and recollect all stolen assets up to now. There is Jimmy was saying $1 billion of the Eurobond never came into this country. This was under the reign of President Uhuru Kenyatta and deputized by one William Ruto. Let's follow that. Let's know who took the money from
do you think
US. If it's William Ruto and Uhuru, let them prepare.
Do you think William Ruto will investigate himself? Because he was part and parcel.
Now,
he was part and parcel of
that is where
the Kenyatta regime.
That's now where accountability comes in, and that's where this pressure must continue. So that if indeed he was part of it, then we have now more reason as to why Ruto must go.
Yes.
I say this as a supporter of William Ruto. So let's push on, because we cannot have $1 billion.
You can imagine
into people's pockets, and then we keep here paying. We pay 80% of the money collected in the country into debts that we probably never came into the country. So let the pressure continue. Let the pressure, so that we can find out the thieves of the money. We can find out what was spent where, who by who, so that the culture grows that accountability must prevail. That's the only way we can now fight corruption. Because saying every day that we have those institutions that will work, it's not going to work. Let's have the people's pressure as it is today. Continue putting pressure on the government, so that we can have corrupt individuals jailed and any stolen money. Remember, we had was it the Pandora's box, whatever, that said that there is lots of money, Kenyan money, in foreign accounts.
Yes,
we know that even names were mentioned, but we hear paying our debts. We hear, and when we touch on some names, you might find out that some people will be very uncomfortable to discuss that. So we must go as back as when the sins began.
Assuming that Mr. Atuya, assuming that in the investigation, it is found that Uhuru Kenyatta took the $1 billion and stole it from Kenya. Do you think the government of William Ruto would be willing to arrest Uhuru and put him behind bar or prosecute him?
Now, it should not be willing, it should be by force.
It should be by force.
Once discovery is made, evidence is found that probably President Uhuru and now President Ruto actually pocketed the money, then we the people have now evidence to take those people to court to force them to be prosecuted. So now that is using the constitutional means.
And who are these people that will be in the committee, or you think should be in the committee of the audit? People who cannot be compromised. Because if we leave the president to appoint this task force team, he will choose people that he can most probably compromise, or people who will do what he wants. How can we compose an audit team that cannot be compromised?
The good thing is that's the hardest part, but the good thing is with the current situation, with the current pressure, the audit can be done. The audit can be done, and the report can come out.
Yes.
The people will actually evaluate the report and say if this is real or this is wrong. Because if the audit comes out and says the money came into the country, then we must see where the money went. It went to the ex-ministry, did this and this. Then we must see tangible progress of that. Because I think we have so many people who can audit that the debt that are across the world, across the country. So we don't have to be in the committee. All we want, let the committee come up with the report so that we can have counter arguments from Kenyans that now this report is wrong. This is what we expect. Jimmy Wanjigi was saying he wants that report he wants that committee to be set up. He can then go there with his documents. He said it took 6 months to audit everything, and he has concrete evidence. So it's now time that when the report comes, it's time to debate the report. That is when we Kenyans, in the numbers that I've seen online, and I hope one thing I always talk about this generation is that they are very vocal on TikTok and Twitter. But if you pulled a few here and question them directly like you do, they will literally tell you nothing. They will only end up saying, where Ruto must go and vanish. So
because one of the things I'm expecting them to help us with is to want to be involved in that audit, to ensure that they have a say on who becomes the auditor. I think that's something that they should be pressurizing the government to ensure that we have the right people, the competent people, and people of integrity. But if they continue with the demonstration and not ensuring what they have been asking for is done in the right way, we might lose it, because this is something that Kenyans are so passionate about.
That's very true. That's one thing. The generation says, I read their comments, they say, we are learned, we know what we are doing. Now, learned people act in a learned way. And now it's time now to prove that they are learned. Put the government into account. Use the education that you have. Now the audit report is going to come out. We have so many learned people among this generation. Now use that knowledge of yours. Say this is not true. This is the reality. Now you have more reasons to say Ruto must go. But chorus answers, singing in the streets, I find it not intelligent enough at some point.
Thank you so much, Mr. Atuya, for your contribution. Let us go to Ashley.
I wanted to reply to Mr. Black, and I think Ashley also complained about this. They were complaining about government exporting labor. exporting labor, and more specifically, they always complain about Kenyans going to the Middle East. It's true, as a government, it should prioritize creating employment locally. But even in the developed economies, I don't know, even in history, how many jobs can you create in a year as a developing country? Let's avoid, there's no corruption, there's nothing. So how many jobs can you create in a year? So it takes time to create tangible jobs. So if we have an opportunity to have people working elsewhere, exporting labor, then I don't find it as enslaving individuals, especially when you have an agreement that people are leaving Kenya to go and work in the Middle East. We have house helps in our houses in Nairobi or in elsewhere in Kenya, paying them 10,000. If we export that house help to Middle East and she's well taken care of and gets paid 50,000, then it's better off than having them jobless here in the country. So it will take time. For William Ruto will not end the unemployment issue in Kenya. He will not. Even if he becomes, even the next president will not. But the processes, the policies that will put in place will create jobs now, a few next year, until it is a continuous process. And we must accept that. You find people saying that alikuja akatuambia atatupatia kazi. We have over sijui how many millions in the country. So everybody expected after 2 years you have KRA. It's not possible. It's not possible. So, and again, these people opposing exportation of labor, mind you, these people are not in the country. These are people working elsewhere in other countries. These are people who are not in the country, but they are opposed to other Kenyans leaving the country.
Wow. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That is a good contribution, Mr. Atuya, that it is okay for people to go and work elsewhere. And also, I want to say that it is good for people to know that when we work outside, most of the money is spent in our country. And that is one way of building the economy. However, Ashley will try to tell us in which way, maybe I would have posted this before so that you can be thinking about it, in which way the government should try to create our job opportunities or create jobs for Kenyans. As you make your contribution, you have your 5 minutes, Ashley. But before she comes in, we can have a 1 minute break and we come back. Yes, beautiful. You're most welcome. Ashley, you can go ahead and make your contribution.
Oh, thank you so much. My contribution will not be on creation of jobs. I think they have other people who can do that. I'm going to talk about the Atoli, is it Atuya has talked about something very dear to my heart about the corruption. And you know, even one of the reasons I've been wanting Ruto to go is that corruption, because we say it's good to get evidence, because like this thing where they're saying that Murkomen was going to lease the airport, JKIA. You will find that if maybe you dig deeper, Ruto was also involved, because during Uhuru's time, there is a time when the uniforms for the police were going to be changed. What made him get at loggerheads with Matiang'i is because Ruto wanted them ordered in China because he wanted to get a deal. So he called Matiang'i to tell him to order it from China because we'll get a back-end deal. We'll get a deal. And I think it's rumor, I don't know whether it's true, and told Uhuru the clothes were made in Kenya, but Ruto had wanted them to be made in China so that they could get a cut. So when we have the head of state being the leader of corruption, then it's really hard for him to fight it. And that's why you saw everybody in his government was just corrupt, because they know he's doing it, so he won't ask them. But that is just a rumor. It's actually good to get it on paper. Like this issue of the Eurobond one, it is said that that's where he got really rich. That's another rumor. So I actually have discussed this with some people, and I'm like, there's some money that was left in the US. What people don't know, and they do a lot of talking. I agree that me, I'm a person who likes evidence. I would like, we have what we call the Freedom of Information Act. And I think because it's a government issue, this is where those leaders, those MPs who are saying that they are supporting the Gen Z, that's where we need them, elected leaders. So because there's some information that can only be given to our representative, not to the citizens, for them to come here. And that's why somebody said about this movement, I don't like that they don't have a leader, because they're speaking, and we are all we are speaking. This one is saying, one of them is saying, oh, we want Ruto to come out. Another one is saying, no, we don't want him to come up, we want him. So there is no message. The messaging is not getting, because there's different messages coming across. So even if Ruto was going to say, how am I going to act, he wouldn't know which one to act on what not to act on, because the messages are different from different corners. Some of them have a list, some of them don't have a list, some of them want him to come out, Gachagua to take over, some of them want him and the Gachagua. You see, like, it's all mixed up. So that decentralization is working against the movement.
Yes.
I think at one time it was good for the movement, but it gets to where now they have to sit down and form a council. They have to form some sort of leadership. And with that lack of leadership, one, if Ruto does come out, things I have also talked about or even thought to myself, is there someone behind there that is using them innocently? They are innocent, and they think they are fighting to move Ruto, but someone else is waiting to jump in. That's a danger, because that other person may be worse than Ruto, or even the same as Ruto. So what was the need of people dying to get Matiang'i? Really, I would rather stay with Ruto. Better the devil you know. So I do feel like they need to have a leader and tell us exactly. Don't just tell us we want Ruto to go and then what? Because they might be bringing somebody else who is even worse, or we might be fighting their supremacy political battles without our knowledge. So we should know, what are we fighting for? What is the expectation, so that we can hold those people accountable once Ruto comes out. Then what next? We need to know. We can't do it blindly, because if we do it blindly and then they bring someone we don't want, we can't tell them they lied to us. So I have a problem with that. But I do accept that we need to do an audit, and this audit actually doesn't even have to be done by Ruto. These people, and that's why they need to be an organization, and then tell these people, go and do the audit. Jimmy Wanjigi said these things are public. They are public, so you don't need any permission. They can do it. They can go there, gather information online. They can do the audit. If there is money that is in America, I listened to Wanjigi one time, and he said that they reached a place they were not able to continue. But I think they didn't look far enough, because if it is a bank in America, you can subpoena the records, and if not, as a citizen, you can have an elected member of parliament or an elected official subpoena them, representing his people. So I think we need to stop playing politics and actually do mean business, and then now have that actual information. Another thing which I was thinking, Msado was killed. And Msado was killed. One of the people the responsible is either Uhuru, Raila, or Ruto. We need to know who it was. That is something else that privately people can hire an international investigator and have this thing, because these CCTVs are available. They should be available. Uhuru refused FBI help. How about we ask Ruto if he can let FBI come and get into that case. That's a case that we need to know who did it. Because if the person who did it shouldn't be a leader. So when we get factual information, I think that is the best way to go. So they have where we call, like I say, Freedom of Information Act, where you can ask the government for information and they should be able to give it to you unless it is classified. You can go through the FDIC to ask if the bank refuses. If you subpoena the bank and refuse, you can go to the FDIC. You can go through the OCC, which also supervises and regulates banks and federal savings. So if we've done that, I think, and we are not able to, then we can say we are not, but you can't just be telling us things and telling us it was left, like where was it left? In heaven? If it's somewhere we can go, why haven't we gone? Why are we leaving loose ends? So I think I would really support that kind of investigation where we have hard copy evidence and go with it. Now, someone asked, how do we remove Ruto? I've shared with him also, and I told him, how do we remove Ruto? Ruto joined Kenya became a friend of the NATO. This is a good thing, but it can come back to bite him. One thing with these people, if you bring them facts, the facts that I'm talking about, this thing about the people who are still in the hole, those people in the quarry that government is not doing, document all that. Document how people are being abducted, blindfolded, taken into private homes to be interrogated. If you get a whole, like an emissary, a group of 10 people, go to all these NATO, 32, are they 32? NATO member countries, go to them, talk to their leaders, come here. Like in the US right now, there is an election. The last thing Biden wants is for you to start talking with Republicans and talking with Democrats about Kenya. Instead of holding diaspora, instead of holding public demonstrations, which are really worthless, how about we engage our Congress people? That they pressure, the pressure goes all the way to Biden, that he pressures Ruto with the things that we are complaining about. Because one thing I've learned about our government, they listen to international community more than they listen to us. They listen to IMF more than they listen to us. So I think if we approach it from that angle, we'll gain more traction. When they start getting pressure from outside, I'm telling you, even to step down, they will step down. And if they don't step down, if we get the ear of the international community, if we get the ear of NATO, and they refuse to step down, how about we ask, can they place to them some, what are they called? Sanctions. And travel bans. Let me tell you, if you paint Ruto like so bad, there is no leader who want to welcome him that has, because they don't want to be dirtied. The other day he said that France, he called France and he told them that he won't go. Maybe they told him, don't come. He can't tell us the truth. There was a time there was this international peace, something global peace in Kenya. That person who was leading actually said he told Ruto not to come because it was about peace and he didn't want to be used as a scapegoat. So pressure can be applied on so many angles to where if it is applied internally and applied externally, either Ruto will fold or he will be dealing with a limping economy, which is not good. So by 2027, people will really, really not vote him in. So that's what I think. That's the pressure that needs to happen if we are serious, but more so, the basic thing is the money. You ask yourself, Mark Mulcomen is very busy. He's very busy working. What time is he? Where is this money coming from? He doesn't own a mine, a gold mine. He's not an inventor. He didn't invent or something. So how is he affording all this money? You see, so we have to get to the bottom of that. And I think from that knowledge, and then we can come, we won't, if you take it to them, they will ignore. I think then you use outside help to pressure them to step down or force them to step down. I do not believe in violence. when they had this thing, they were going to State House. I'm in such a group. Some people got really mad of me because I told people don't go. I wrote there don't go, and I got a lot of people angry and saying that I'm working for the government because I said if I cannot tell, if I have to call my relative and tell them not to go, how then can I come here and start encouraging other people to go? I can't do that. But I think there are other ways to skin a cat. Yeah.
Exactly. And that is one way of being genuine and being able to advise people in the right way, that don't endanger your life because of the president who will be exiting office maybe after 3 years, or he will not be there for more than 10 years. Good people, we have been here for 9 hours, almost 10 hours. I think it is the high time we start winding up. And with that, I will be asking us to give our final remarks. Our viewers, thank you very much. Mr. I can see, I don't know whether Mr. or Mrs. or Miss Awesome. I can see you have been there consistently giving us comments. And Awesome is agreeing with Ashley 100%. And that person is saying exactly 100% at Ashley. And he is also saying, I disagree with removing Ruto at Ashley. This is politics, and you may be surprised that Uhuru is the leaderless leader in Gen Zs. Yes, that is what on the comment side, that is what they are saying. So, Mr. Penny Nyagaka, your final remarks as we wind up. If you are there, let us give our final remarks.
Yeah. Hello.
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you.
Yeah, yangu ni kuambia tu ni lazima tuendelee vile tunaendelea, na nyinyi mkisaidia kucha kwa radio ile mnakucha na Mzalendo na leo Nyabaya ni mzuri sana. We can really talk our way out of this dilemma. Na vile nilisikia Ashley akisema kitambo, these people use the constitution when they want. When they don't want, they don't use the constitution. Actually, that's a million times right. And those who are in power do not use any instrument to finish themselves. They use all instruments for them to survive. Lakini the way the older government has organized itself, Jeff Buru.
Yes.
I've listened to you a lot. It is true what you are saying, because it is emotional talk. Ya kwamba Ruto must go. Go where? How? Na hiyo hawezi kuambia. Kuambia your leaders watasema, you want to produce leaders so that you can kill them. So you will never produce them anyway. So hiyo ni debate mzuri sana, lakini on a 16th Tuesday Kenya ni kwamba the protest happened in Nairobi, Nyamira and Kisii. Na hiyo sokoni kidogo kidogo. So the next week it will even diminish even more. Vile Raila alimwambia huko watu wa nyumbani ya kwamba what Raila says is what it is, and they follow, and they followed. Hukuona maandamano Kisumu ama Siaya ama anywhere ama Bay, hukuona. So it is very, very clear to us that what's happening is Dio Ruto sasa they have joined hands with Raila. Na hiyo inatusumbua sana mwingine. Lakini once you have the leader, you let them decide for you. Lakini atungependa Ruto kubaliana na Raila. Let Raila be an opposition leader and lead from the opposition and point out the mistakes that the UDA is doing, which is very, very good for Raila, and the other way around. Lakini ya handshake ya maana ya kuzungumza pamoja, it is a debate some of us will never agree with, will never understand, Leo tunaacha we leave it like that. We would have never wanted for Ruto to agree with the Raila Odinga alafu government of national unity nini. That's a waste of our time. We have seen this before. When Kibaki followed, Raila was attacking him. Kibaki went to China, wengine, and he formed the government. We have seen this before. Why are we seeing it again? It's a waste of our time. Hiyo Jeff nakuambia kwamba wacha tuendelee na tuzungumze ukweli. Na ukweli ni kwamba right now ni Ruto ambayo yuko in power mpaka 2032. 2027 ameshinda kwa sababu the next guy who was competing with him ni Raila Odinga na ameacha. And there's nobody who's competing with him on 2027. Na hiyo yote imekuja na Generation Z ni mzuri sana because it has helped him form a cabinet that will make sense to a lot of the young people. What these young people are talking about is the problem that we have had from the 70s. We have had all these problems all along. What these young people are talking about are the problems about to get older.
Yes.
We dealt with it, we accepted it, hatukusumbuka nayo sana kupigana nayo. Ruto was with the guys who were wearing red shirts, 1982. Wanakuja next to you. Ukizungumza kizungu baya wanakuua. And there's nothing that will happen. There's no court you can go to. We have seen it. So, yeah, endelea kazi mzuri bwana.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ben Nyagaka. For viewers, that is Mr. Ben Nyagaka is saying we don't want dialogue. Mr. Atuya, sir, can you give us your final remarks? Do you also support dialogue, or as we give the final remarks, you also don't want dialogue? You don't want opposition to join the government? What is your view on that?
Nyagaka can mute kindly.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, okay, nice. So, my final remarks will be, I could really wish that we could be having more debates about our country with these young people. They should be coming to platforms and giving us practical solutions to the problems that we have. And I want to congratulate Ashley. She has now climbed down from the tree she was of let's go the Somalia way. And I'm happy about that. If it's about negotiations, negotiations are not bad. This generation believe they have the knowledge, believe they have the will, believe they have what it takes to change this country. Sitting down with the government and dictating how you want it to work, it doesn't mean you have been compromised. If today we selected Ashley and Jeff, this is the agenda, speak about this with government. So then it doesn't mean you are a sellout. If you come back to us and report that these things have changed, then we still have the power within us. Now, they have shown that they can exercise power. So selecting 2-5 individuals, and that is, there is no revolution that has ever succeeded without a leader. If it succeeds, then it runs into chaos. If we left this country to them today, now Gen Z, we sit back. We will see chaos. They will now kill each other because the urge to be the leader will get into everybody. And I'm sure there are so many young people amongst them that are itching to take that mantle to be the leader of Gen Z, but because they are self-cannibalizing, they are so afraid to come out. So me, I will encourage that we have constructive opposition from these guys. So if you want a cabinet that performs, make sure when the cabinet is being vetted, you are there, give your opinion, give exactly what you want, give evidence that person X does not deserve to be the CS. Like I can go with the evidence and say Ashley cannot be the ambassador of Kenya to the US because she has said this country should ban. I have evidence for that. So they should come out that way. And we must have constructive arguments. We must have constructive opposition to the government. And lastly, I want to say that it's been a good discussion.
Yes.
I'm happy that I've seen names that I was in the fights before with, and I love it. I'm just not happy that Ashley left our good cause of changing the country and decided to remain in the easy politics. You know, opposition politics is very easy. We did it, and it was so easy. You just allege, and that is it. And again, let's not politicize the Kware killings. I don't find I don't find them political. I don't find them state-led. The state has got no. Why could the state be killing women? For political reasons? Not really. But the other extrajudicial killings, let's speak about them. Let's talk about them. But let's not politicize everything. Thank you.
So you think it's a coincidence that 2 weeks after the conflict between the police and Gen Zs that we're having this?
The Kware story?
Yes.
I don't know. I can't say it's a coincidence, but I don't find it political in any way. Why could government kill women and cut them into pieces and throw them in a quarry?
Yeah, we need thorough investigation because we are not certain that these people are women, all of them.
Yeah, that's true.
We need investigation, one, to ascertain that all these are women. Then we need proper investigation because there are so many doubts in the hearts of Kenyans and speculations. And the government can do a better job. They can even have, I don't know whether independent people, I don't know, to give us the report on what is happening. Because those are so many people. Those are so many people. I was thinking even we should dry up the whole pod, that the place where people are being dumped. All that water should be removed until it is dried. We see exactly what is inside there.
Imagine Mburu, even if we are saying it's not the government, why were they burning the place?
What do you mean by burning?
The police set the place on fire.
Oh, it was set on fire. I am not aware of that.
Yep.
Is that what happened, Mr. Atuya? Have you heard that?
Particularly, I'm not sure about that, so I'll have to check.
Yeah, I've just heard
and I'm
about
not defending government.
But how can you burn water?
Let me check.
Unless you boil that water. Because I hear it's a place which has a lot of water. So Kenyans should continue talking about it. Give the government pressure. We need to dry that place until we see the end of that place.
The quarry is placed in a very in a slum like that, and then we have such a quarry next to it. It's likely to be in slums. We have lots of crimes going on, so it's likely to be a dumping site for criminals. Even if police kill, also they will throw people there. So it's possible. So it's a place that it will be sealed off and drained and maybe backfilled. You cannot have such a place near a slum where the crime rate is so high.
it should be drained. And we also want to see, after all the water has been removed, we want to see what is inside there. And that is something the government can do. So Gen Z should help us, the government, to ensure that that place is drained so that we can see what is inside there. Actually, your final remark? Yes.
On day 3, not even
Penny Nyagaka, you can mute for us. I'll give you a minute. I know you want to say something. Thank you. Ashley.
Oh, I was saying we're on day 3 and the place has not even been sealed off as a crime scene.
Mm-hmm.
And the police, now you're saying we should let Ruto do his job. Isn't it the work of government to protect its people, to give them a safe place to stay? At the bare minimum, the place should be sealed off. The police are letting people, even the people who are going in there, they'll come up there with infections.
Mm-hmm.
A dumpster, they're entering there, they don't even have gumboots.
Mm-hmm.
And they're the ones who are retrieving bodies that are rotten. Well, we have a working government. Where are they? Where are our taxes? Yet when they go to their functions, they have money to bring drinks and I keep saying the taxes we remove is for the working class. For the political class. When it comes to the people, the government is very mean with using the money. This is a basic. The government should have taken action. We saw even during floods, and now I'm opening another topic. It is the people who are helping people retrieve their people. There was no officers in sight. They sent a few that were so few that you could not even see them. Have you ever seen when there's disaster here in America? Everywhere there is just those police. You can see their presence. In Kenya, you don't see them. They are nowhere to be found. Nowhere. But when they are going to arrest someone, now they are available. Now they come like 300 to arrest one person.
Mm-hmm.
Failed state. That is why we need a fresh beginning. These people, I don't know, they can't change and they don't know how to rule. They don't know how to do anything. And I don't think we have time to babysit. They need to just leave and we put people. And let me tell you what I think. We should have a new way of choosing a leader. We should, like the way when you're choosing Apple CEO, how you choose an Apple CEO, we should actually have someone come for an interview. Let us not go to the ballot because some people are so illiterate and they're the ones who are choosing leaders without thinking. Let us have a body of a council like the way they choose the Chief Justice. Let that person go to an interview. Let us dismantle all political parties. Let people be elected by themselves, just by themselves. So when they go to government, they are not aligned to any party, so that they are free. They have freedom. So that if you want to sell your idea, you have to sell it to each of those ministers, or you have to sell it. You have to sell your idea. If it doesn't go through, you don't go through. And this is my submission. This is what I was going to say. I think we should interrogate. We should have these people who live in the UK come and tell us how their government system work. Because like when the Queen died, that prime minister who was there didn't barely finish a year. She finished months and she resigned. She was forced to step down. So we should, and every time, even when they have this change of leadership, there's continuity and there's stability. So I don't think we need to be held like the way that a president is chosen and they know they have 5 years. It is possible, hypothetically speaking, that Ruto and his people decided, let us steal the first 2 years and then work the last 3 years, or steal the first 3 years and then work the last 2 years. So we are going to eat the money for the first 3 years, save for the campaign, and then work the last 2 years to blind people their eyes. And then now we start doing things. We start giving them money so we can come back. So the first 3 years, since they still have 5 years, but if they know they can go any moment, they have to be on their toes. We can't give them a blank 5-year check. That one, we have to revisit that. We have to do a referendum. We have to be a government that is people-centric, not politician-centric. like we have it today. And those 5-year term, you cannot come for a 5-year term and come out there with a pension. Nobody goes on a contractual work and comes up with a pension. And it should also start in our government. They need to come for 5 years, and even the president, nobody needs to come out there with a pension. It's a contract, and you don't get that kind of talk.
Wow. Beautiful, beautiful. Ashley, are you done?
Yes, I'm done. Oh, I wanted to say, it says that sovereignty in the
Nyagaka, you can read for us for a minute. We hear what Ashley is saying.
In the absence of justice, what is sovereignty but organized robbery? So, if our government want us to live by the Constitution, do things by the Constitution, I think even us, we want them to operate within those confines of the Constitution, whether they are passing a law or whether they are addressing the things on the streets. They should also live by that Constitution, and we will be good.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Ashley, for your beautiful contribution. And our viewers, this is Africa 24, where your views are respected. It doesn't matter which political side you support. We ensure that we respect your views. We ensure that you have freedom of expression. And therefore, you should always feel comfortable to come and say what you have in your heart. Mr. Mzalendo, it is your turn to make your final remarks, if you are there.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Mboru. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead, Mzalendo.
I want to thank everybody who has been on this panel. Indeed, it was such an educative forum. We have had Atuya for the first time on Africa 24. We hope that you become a regular on Africa. And thank you, Ashley, for also being part of the team that creating the balance that is needed in this discussion. What I can say is that we have got only one country called Kenya, and we don't want to destroy this beautiful country called Kenya because of politics. We could be having our own differences, but the Gen Z movement has brought some realization that things can be done in a peaceful manner using the constitution, and indeed their demonstration yielded a lot of fruits in Kenya, and more so they represented our views and what we felt that government ought to do. From that conversation, we now don't have a cabinet. From that conversation, we don't have a finance bill that was dictated by IMF largely. From that conversation, people have started talking about the excesses in government. From that conversation, the budgets of the first ladies are no longer there. From that conversation, people have started scrutinizing the salaries of their legislators. From that conversation, the NADCO report and IBC reconstitution has already been signed by William Ruto. And we need to continue having the meaningful conversation. And the meaningful conversation means that we ought to be on top of the game. We ought to control the dialogue. We ought to anticipate what we want for our country. Right now, we are almost in a constitutional moment. My wish my wish to the Gen Z, because they are the majority at the moment, that the Kenyan constitution never addressed certain issues. The
Yes.
issues of devolutions need to be looked at.
Mhm.
IBC needs to look at the issues of our boundaries afresh. We
Mhm.
need to look at positions called women rep. We have 47 of them, and
Yes.
roles in the society, whether it is necessary or not. We need to look at the 47 senators, whether we need to have 47 senators tapping into our taxes. We don't need those excesses. We also need to look at why we need to pay members of parliament to perform their duty, that sitting allowances should not be paid to these people. Yeah, the sitting allowances should not be
Mhm.
paid to this. The bodyguards should be reduced, and if at all they need to be having bodyguards, then let maybe the speaker and the deputy have bodyguards. But the rest of the members of parliament, they need to feel unsecure, just like the Kenyan people, so that they can implement the good laws that we have. Mburu, it took Senate here in the U.S. after the January 6th. It
Mhm.
took the Senate to come up with bills in order to protect their senators. They did
Mhm.
not have bodyguards. They were normal people. And that is the only way normal people can create normal laws that govern us. They need to be marked in the streets of Nairobi so that they can go to parliament and create laws that will protect each and everybody. CDF needs to get out of their hands as soon as possible. It's an illegal allocation. All they needed is to come up with a bill for free secondary education, and Ruto's legacy will remain one of the best legacy in Kenyan history. If Mr. President, you are listening, because you listen to Africa, if you are listening out there, you need to come up with a legacy. And your only legacy that you are left with is to provide the Kenyan people and families with free secondary education. Otherwise, guys, thank you very much for being part of this discussion. I'll see you later in the evening with Leo. I have been your host, Zalendo. Mburu stepped in at some point. Leo left at some point. Thank you for keeping us company. And for those who woke up, who have been in the show for the last 10 hours, asanteni sana. On behalf of Africa, asante sana sana Mburu.
Thank you so much, Zarendo, for your beautiful contribution. Unless we have anyone with any burning issue he or she would like to articulate, we are done with our show today. We have done over 10 good hours. But I also want to acknowledge people on the comment side, our viewers, Gripsy Corner. Thank you so much for being together with us. We also have Mason Sanders, you have been together with us. Thank you so much. God bless you. Osama Online, thank you so much for being together with us. Mr. Black, I can see he was also here as one of the panelists. Thank you so much. Awesome. We acknowledge you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Paris, Washington. Thank you for your comment. I may not be in a position to go through the comments right now, but we appreciate that you are part and parcel of Africa 24. Kenya Revolutionary, thank you so much. The Ago, the DJ, thank you so much for being together with us. All of you feel acknowledged. Hope I have touched on almost all the people who have put their comments on the comment side. We have Richard Makiandi, who was also together with us. All of you, God bless you. God do you good. And that marks the end of our show today. Unless the panelists, there is someone who has something to say in less than a minute.
Mburu yangu ni kumaliza ya kwamba vile Ashley amesema that kind of system will not work anywhere, not in Kenya, not anywhere in the world.
We can't hear you clearly, sir. Maybe you can raise your voice a little bit.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah, ile asili amekuwa nasema ya England, what was Kize, what England is talking about. That is where Ruto was with the parliamentary democracy. Parliamentary democracy, watu wanatoka kama England hii. If you don't accept or you don't do what you told you promised the people, you are voted out. You need parliamentary democracy. Na hii ya kwetu ni kama American presidential system ambayo inakaa kama miaka 5, miaka 4. So it is what you choose. Actually, ukichoose hii utafanya hivi, ukichoose hivi utafanya hivi. Very simple and very clear. So hiyo ya England inatuambia kweli, lakini that's where Ruto was. It was a democratic, a parliamentary democracy. When you don't do everything that the parliament accepts, they don't vote you in. And those who are the people who vote the prime minister in. Lazima tujue the differences. Hiyo ndio nakuambia tu Ashir. Thank you, Buru.
Thank you so much, Mr. Penny Nyagaka. We shall proceed from there.
Hold on.
Yes.
I have to answer Yakaga. Okay, you say about, we have the presidential and the parliamentarian government, but we can make it our own. We can craft our own, which looks like Kenya with the things that we have. Like I found this one for the UK. You can be removed or removed for electoral defeat, internal party pressure, policy failure, leadership challenges, health reasons, and also by losing term limits. So we should also have that. Even though we have a presidential election, we can put where you breach the contract, that if you do this, if you policy fail, or if you run on one policy, and then when you get in, you switch it on us, you like a switch and bet, you will be removed. And this is the procedure for doing that. So those are the loopholes that we
Actually, the people that wanted Raila Ruto out never voted for Ruto. These are the same people. You are repeating exactly what you said before. Amukutaka Ruto. So who is this person who is a Democrat? Abana Sema Ruto has to go, and it was not a Democrat yesterday. No.
Mr. Penny Nyagaka, in the evening we will proceed from there. Thank you so much. God bless you. We have another meeting in the evening. Sarendo and Rio. Thank you so much, everyone. Ashley, we appreciate your contribution. Honorable Junior. Yes, please. Yes, Atuya.
One statement. With politics, it never ends. With politics, it never ends. I want to say something, and I'm sure if I say something, Ashley will want to reply. But I just wanted to tell her to choose one poison. At one point, she says we should do away with political parties, people go independent. At another instance, she says we should use a parliamentary system like the UK, where party pressure can make the prime minister resign. So we as Kenyans chose the democratic process, the presidential system. Now let's make it work. We cannot keep on experimenting. The reason why we had this constitution, it was the constitution tried to cure all possible problems that we have. The reason why we never even went parliamentary, it was because of there was rumor that it is easier to buy parliamentarians. Now imagine how Ruto buys them cheaply. So we can have a president who has money. As long as you have money and you have you can buy members of parliament easily, then they elect you as the prime minister. So we'd rather leave that to the people to decide who they want. The only thing we can do is educate our people so that they choose wisely. Number two, let's embrace democracy. Let's make what we have work. We fought for this. This is what it brings us. We must stick with it, and it must work.
Thank you so
Okay, and
much.
he said I respond, and I have to. Please, you have to let me respond, please. Very short,
Yes.
1 minute. What I'm going to say, you didn't understand me. You see, even they said the constitution was supposed to be relooked after 10 years. What I'm saying is not that we change the system we have, is to seal the loopholes. Because we can't force that we are going to do it like America or we are going to do it like Britain. We are saying this is where it falls short. We cannot have a president who knows that when he comes in and he has 5 clean years, he should know that he can go at any time. So what are we going to do? What measures are we going to put so that he can know he's on notice every day, so that he can do his job with fear? So we need to then now I'm saying so many things because they are points. We are engaging, we are talking, we are having a national conversation. So those are all different points I am removing for conversation, for debate. So we can come to something that works for all of us or most of us.
I think Zarendo is noting that, so that can be mark the beginning of our show in the evening, whether we should change the system that we use to elect our leaders. That is something that we can discuss in the evening. Thank you so much, Ashley. Thank you so much, Mzarendo, Tuya, Penny Nyagaka, and all other panelists who have been together with us. On the viewers side, the comment side, thank you so much. We appreciate that you support Africa 24. In Africa 24, you should never be afraid of the political party that you support. You should never be afraid to say anything, so long as you remain respectful to other people. In Africa 24, we don't support either the government or the opposition. In Africa 24, we come to discuss about our country. Thank you so much, and may the good God do you good.